That's weird. Normally the bot's working by now. But hello! It's time, I guess, for the main event. Which, that phrase doesn't make a lot of sense to anybody that I've not explained it to yet. But basically, every Thursday and Friday, 7 PM local to my time, which is Universal Standard Time, we'll be playing about 5 hours, possibly more, of Divinity Original Sin Enhanced Edition until we beat it. Then we move on to Divinity Original Sin 2, then Pathfinder Kingmaker, into Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Sorry, I got distracted by my watch for a second there. And then finally we end with Baldur's Gate 3, which means we're doing 2 Larian games into 2 Owlcat games into Larian's biggest and most notable game to date. I've always been on the fence about playing these games because there's so many in, I guess, the genre that it's kind of tied to each other that it always seemed impenetrable to try and start somewhere. Because you had Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, then you had Icewind Dale, then you had Neverwinter Nights, and then Divinity came along, but Divinity was based off of a different franchise, but Original Sin was then... It's a mess and a confusing one that I never bothered to untangle until recently. Apologies. Just move that for a second. But hello. I hope everyone's having a good week so far. This will also be the first... Yeah, it will be the first video that goes on the archive, which I need to put a link to that somewhere on this Twitch account. We're also going to do one very quick check before we get started to make sure that the bot is working as intended, because normally by now it would have said something. I had to use a test message, but we can get that fired up in a second. Let's get the everything switched over to Original Sin. Oh, there we go. There we go. 6.5 minutes late, my friend. As I say, let's get everything switched over. We don't need to be looking at the idle screen this whole time. I'm going to assume the rest of the bot's function is working. But that's besides the point. So, Divinity Original Sin. I know nothing about this game. Genuinely nothing. Other than it's in the Divinity series. And it apparently has nothing to do with the rest of Divinity. I guess if you were to compare it to another franchise, I guess you could compare it to Drakengard. In that loads of people don't really know Drakengard. They know its more successful spin-off series, Nier, and Nier Automata. Especially Nier Automata. Or Automata, however you want to pronounce that. Similarly, I have no idea what this... I know that I get 2 characters to start with, and that I get to customize them, and that combat apparently works on the idea of action economy, with action points. That is about it. I don't know anything story-wise. I don't know anything gameplay mechanic-wise. And actually, that's a little bit of a lie. We'll get into what I do know when we get to the character creator. Which is right now. We'll be running through in classic mode because apparently Explorer makes everything much easier. And then Tactician is just hard. And Auto mode is, if you lose... It's permadeath. It's permadeath. If you lose, you lose. Restart the game. We're not doing that. We'll just go with good old classic. Big fan of this artwork. So, what do I know about classes and gameplay mechanics? I know we can customize a lot of this. And I know we can sort of choose our starting equipment and then customize the class afterwards. But we can't customize the equipment as far as I know. There are supposed to be tutorial pop-ups here. but I have a very funny feeling that because of me going in to double check the game audio is fine, that it's broken the tooltips. So I have there's probably something that's going to pop up here that would answer a question I have, and it won't. But that's okay, this is a learning experience, this isn't going to be perfect. I do kind of have an idea as to the classes I want to play. Anyone who's familiar with how I tend to play these RPG style games, they already know kind of where I'm going to be aiming to go in terms of class design, which is something resembling a Lich or a Unholy Paladin or a Death Knight or just something along those lines, right? So I'm going to want to probably start with, well, let's see, we can sort of split this up a bit. You look kind of cool with that equipment. Do I want a knight to start with? Do I want big sword? Or do I want... I'll give you big sword. I've also already decided on the name, so I'm going to go with Corvus and Corax. AI personality determines if a hero has an opinion of its own? Okay. Interesting you give me that information now, when I'm not on this screen. Okay. So we have Loyal. We have Knight, Rascal, Maniac, Judge, Priest, Free Spirit, No AI, and Loyal. We'll figure that one out in a minute. I want to get to the actual like customization of the class first, before we mess with the characteristics of the character. So, what I do know is that there is indeed a necromancy-ish skill set in this game, and that comes under... Why is this all not expanded? There we go. That comes under witchcraft. I also know, as someone tried to explain it to me once as a selling point, that the game has an interactive magic system a lot like the game Magicka, which that's a really fun game, especially co-op to play with, well, friends. Recommend it highly. In that game, if you were to make a puddle of water and then use a lightning spell, the entire puddle will be electrified. Certain elements negate other elements, or they combine to create new ones, and supposedly this game has that same sort of mechanic. So my initial class design philosophy is we're going to have a melee frontline-ish fighter, and we're going to have a ranged caster, which is pretty standard, you know, it's normal. But I'm also going to slip a little bit of Guild Wars into here, right? We're gonna do some cross-class, multi-class training stuff here, right? Because I do know that if I go over here into witchcraft, we have touch spells. We have spells that work in close range, which sounds fantastic for a frontline fighter. I mean, why wouldn't I want an ability that's going to heal him with the damage he deals? Why wouldn't I want that, right? So, the mage is going to go in every school of magic I can think of. Corvus is going to be, he's going to be a frontline knight, but he's going to have other abilities as well. He's not just going to be focused on beating something into the ground until it asks him for forgiveness. So, let's start with... Well, we know we're going to go witchcraft. We know we're going to be two-handed. And then I guess the rest of this, craftsmanship, I don't really see a need for, really. What I'm probably going to do, because I've read through some of these skill descriptions already, or ability descriptions already. I'm probably going to try, if we do get multiple characters, then I'll do it. I'm probably going to have a character dedicated to these skills. Maybe also these skills. We'll see. Because I don't want these initial characters to be bogged down too much by being spread so thin that water could pass through them. I'd rather have some degree of a base that like a Tower of Hanoi or like, you know, a layer cake where it's a solid foundation and then it just tears up on itself, right? So, with that in mind, we have a witchcraft. We need man-at-arms because we'll be doing hand-to-hand combat. I want the melee power stance, and I want Divine Light. Sounds fun, but probably not. Wasn't there something in Scoundrel I could see that looked like it could be fun? Okay, that makes us move faster. That's interesting, but that makes us invisible. I like the sound of that. Take that, which means we need a point in Scoundrel. And then I want Vampiric Touch. There we go. So we have an ability that means we do more damage, we move more, but we hit less often, which is fine. Because we have this ability, which, if we improve our intelligence, becomes more likely to happen. But that gives us a healing ability for Corvus, but only Corvus. He can't heal anyone else. And he becomes invisible. That needs dexterity. We're going to be spreading our initial attribute points pretty thin here. But that's okay. I'd like to have the 100% for this. Vampiric Touch, that does not look like it can fail. That just looks like we heal less, maybe. So we need to get 3 in dexterity. Yes. Yes, okay. And then that leaves us 1 point over here. What are the other skills? Geomancer's Bless, Boulder Bash, Midnight Oil, Summon Spider. Okay, that gives us an early summon. Because I don't see it so far in anything else. Is there anyone else? Nope, no one else has a summon. You have regeneration. Is Hydrosophist? Hydrosophist? Hydro. Hydro looks like the mage class. Which, okay. 12 health a turn for 3 turns. That makes things wet. That freezes. Makes them immune and can make them... Okay. What other skills are here? Weaken target deals good damage, I guess. Okay. What were the other skills that I said no to from this list? That gives you a charge attack, okay. Knocks an enemy down. Immediately heals someone nearby once per combat. Okay, that's first aid. Warm status. Presumably warm counteracts frozen? Is there anything in here that says that? Yes, presumably. Warm makes targets a bit less resistant to fire spells, but more resistant to water. Can burn targets that are already warm. Okay. I see. This makes some sense. Okay. Since intelligence doesn't seem that vital for me at the moment. I think what we're going to go with is ramping up that strength, because that improves melee power stance. Well, it improves any of the mana armor abilities, doesn't it? So yeah, there you go. Strength and dexterity, and the final ability will go with... It gives us resistance against knockdown, burning, frozen, bleeding, crippled, blinded, weak, diseased, infected, and drunk. Drunk? Hold on. Hold on. Am I going to be able to intentionally make enemies intoxicated at some point? Is that what's going to happen? Okay. Therothurge. Did I see any of Therothurge? Oh, it's this. Oh, Aerotheurge, not a Therothurge. Okay. So, lightning magic. Gives us teleportation. Ooh. Okay. Determines my ability to find extra treasure and improves my offense rating. That improves my chance to hit, right? Or was it my chance to crit? I don't know. I think the smart play here is if we take Armor Specialist, so that we take less damage early on, and we move better. Oh, interesting. Improving the skill in a weapon increases the crit chance and the crit damage? Okay. And then improving skills lets you learn more of a tier and then some of the next. I get that. Okay. Talents. This is the kind of a fun, weird one. This is kind of like... What were they called in Fallout? Perks, I think they were called. All of these give a permanent side effect. I want to start from the bottom. Heal from poison, but damage from regular healing. Why do I have a funny feeling that that means all normal healing, which would include the vampiric touch? Reduce the duration. Extra armor equal to my man-at-arms ability? Interesting. Pet Pal lets me talk to animals. I like that. We might take that one. Ability to perform attacks of opportunity. Ooh. Presumably that is... when something moves near me, I can choose to attack it for free. If it tries to disengage. I like the idea of that one. Healing when standing in blood. Don't know how often that's going to be useful, but it will probably be nice to have just in case. Okay. We're going to go Leech. And... where was it? There was another one I saw that was pretty good. Opportunist, that's it. And then this is Corvus. Which, we'll see if this ends up being a good idea. So... Corvus done. I mean, I don't mind that initial look. Is there much point to me reading this down here? Possibly. Also, I realize we've just spent the last, like, 15 minutes on just one character. Don't worry. We'll get through Corvus faster. Corax. Faster. A Source Hunter. So, part of the reason I don't know a lot about this game going in is because Larian haven't really left anything on the Steam page that I can quickly read and get an idea of what the game is. it just says, dive back into the hit GameSpot 2014 RPG of the year. And it's like, okay, great, but this doesn't tell me what the game is. Like, I can look at The Division and it'll be like, play as a Special Forces agent trying to unfurl the conspiracy behind a diseased banknote. This game doesn't have that, from what I can see. Maybe if I scroll down the page and I'm not that lazy, it might actually, show something. But, let's give you the knight personality.
A whetstone. Quite
Careful now, that's a trap.
There must be a way to spring this trap safely.
Look out, I see a trap nearby.
What could that have done?
Look out.
Ah, a forge.
Warrior voice.
One place metal and bread are welcome in equal measure.
You could actually make them all sorts of... Why are they all named kind of after wood, is my question. Oh, that's not wood, that's glass. Okay. Yeah, let's go with the default on everything, actually. Why can I choose their underwear? Why is that an option? I'm concerned. Okay. Corax. Battle Mage. Already starting off on the right one. Fantastic. Makes this a lot easier. Why do they have a... Actually, is there a better... This looks like a better one to do. Look at that, they get 2 glow sticks. So that I know they're ones. But let's go with this. They have Witchcraft, Pyrokinetic, Aerotheurge, Dual Wielding, and Wand. Interesting. Okay. We'll just strip this out just for fun, so I can actually assign this as I want it to be. Okay. We want Witchcraft, Pyrokinetic, Geomancer, Hydra Fist, and Aerotheurge. Yes, there we go. We have access to everything. What am I starting with? Well, I like the idea of a summoned spider, even though it's really expensive. Lasts for 5 turns, cooldown is 6. They deal piercing damage, have a 10% chance to poison, resistant to poison itself, special attack that can weaken. Okay, I like that. Teleportation sounds like it's going to be very interesting and useful. We already have a utility ability over on Corvus, so we might as well take one on Corax as well. Now we can go invisible or teleport on 2 different characters. And now you need an offensive, a directly offensive spell. Bestow a damage boost upon an ally. Ooh, maybe I can make you pure support to begin with. No, you need to be able to attack. Let's see. Oil slows characters down and can be set on fire. Nice. Generation. Ooh, that's a point, actually. You don't have any way to heal yourself yet outside of, I presume, health potions. Maybe going this wide this soon is a bad idea. But I think the only hugely offensive ability you have, yeah, is here. So, Witchcraft is a range of touch is 5 meters. Got it. Everything else is 17. Okay, that seems useful. That's offense and utility at the same time. It deals damage and then creates an oil surface, and an oil surface slows characters down and can be set on fire. I like the sound of that. We'll go with Boulder Bash, unless Flare does less damage. We'll go Boulder Bash. Because your offense abilities are horrific. They're all short range. Aren't they? Shocking Touch. Thunder Jump. Hits multiple characters, can cause a stun. Why is that better at freezing than the one in the... We won't question that. We'll just get the boulder and throw rocks everywhere. So, obviously then we need intelligence, right? Actually, we don't need anything on this initial skill set. But we'll take, you know, to intelligence. Summon speed. Oh, never mind. It did affect the damage. There we go. I like that. And the cooldown has just dropped on Spider. Hold on. 4 turns. 3 turns. Interesting. Okay, so I can, by upping the attribute, I can lower the amount of, well, lower the cooldown. Thanks to high intelligence. Okay. I want you to be able to talk to animals. And what else? I'm not sure what else I should take. Increases everyone's attitude towards this character by 20, but gives them an extra attribute. I'm not actually sure how useful that's going to be. We'll probably take it later on if we find out that, you know, interacting with characters isn't as crucial as we think. I like the idea of having a little bit more range. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so yeah, we can definitely get some more abilities later on. But they're all dependent on our... Okay. And then I already kind of like the original look here. Let's go with...
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
Have I got anything that needs a good firing?
What could that have done? A whetstone wheel. Now,
What could that have done?
hold! Our enemies have laid a trap.
Have I got anything that needs a good firing?
Ah, forge. The one place metal and bread are welcome in equal measure.
Okay, so that's why I can change that. I thought that would let me change, like, armor color or something, not just remove the whole set. Yeah, I like the setup. So we have extra 2-meter range on our spells. Right. I'm going to keep my mouth shut while we look at the introductory cutscene.
In the days of old, the sorcerers of Riverlong cured the sick and healed the wounded through a great power called Source. But a terrible darkness invaded the land, and Source was forever tainted. The sorcerers who once healed now only destroy, and madness has overtaken them. A few brave Source hunters are all that stand between Riverlon and the dark power that threatens to destroy it. Wherever Source appears, hunters follow.
Rise and shine, Master Source Hunters. The captain wants you up on deck. Hear them gulls? Means we're close to shore. I don't ever you go in there, Master Source Hunters. City's full of undead, hungry enough for blood. But you're supposed to investigate that murder, ain't you? They say it's Source that did the Counselor in. Source in a city like Cyseal, nowhere safe anymore. Here they are, Captain Sir.
God's blessings on you, hunters. You'll be happy to hear we've reached Cyseal. But there's trouble offshore, so we'll have to sail in carefully. Here, have a look. Those are orc ships, and they're blocking our passage. We'll get you as close to the city as we can, and drop you off on the beach. Be wary now. Orcs are on the attack. Undead have closed every route out, and there's a sorcerer on the loose. If we're to get justice for the Counselor, you'll have to keep your wits about you. May the luck of the gods be with you both, Source Hunters.
I love how they saw the opportunity to make the pun sorcerer and they took it. They did not think twice. Right. Oh, remember to do that. Originally this was over here and it was like kind of partially obscured by the HUD, so I've just shifted this over to here when I was doing the sound testing. Let's see. This resurrection, okay. Wait, I have other abilities. Firestorm grenade. Oh, I'm able to do some genius things already. What I mean by that is, this makes oil. We also have access to fireball. Ah, I like this. I like this a lot. Okay. So those are skills that require a lot higher level. That requires 3, just out of interest. No such issue over here. Okay. And then movement is hold left mouse button. That makes sense. Let's, I guess, get to it. Let's start exploring. Why are we auto-saving already? Inventory, well, that seems pretty standard. Oh, it's an item, so that means I'm probably gonna use it and then we'll never get it again, right? But I can look at the character stats. Your movement is reduced because of being in heavy armor. You have a higher offense rating? Better defense rating, okay. Better armor rating as well. Take 10% less damage from anything level 1. Ooh, yeah, you're a glass cannon. Definitely a glass cannon. Very consistent damage there. Same amount of vitality. That's not surprising because I'm pretty sure their constitutions, it is. Both their constitutions are 5. Your initiative is better because of speed. You can move further because of... Okay. Interesting, interesting. We have resistances. I can... Okay. We have durability. Okay. This is making sense. I'm understanding what I'm looking at here. What about if I push K? Okay. This shows what they know. I see, okay. Right.
If I didn't know there were orc ships raiding to the west, I'd mistake this for a placid beach.
At least the orcs make a bit of noise when they attack. It's dark-dealing sorcerers that'll strike with neither warning.
Ah yes, those dark-dealing sorcerers. They're the ones you've got to keep an eye out for. I like how we have the subtitle above the head, and then it keeps the log of what they said down here. It means that if I miss anything or get confused, I don't have to be like, wait, what? What did they just say? I can just look down there. I don't know how well that's coming through on the stream. But I'm also going to collect these shells because I hear that she sells on the seashore, and God did I butcher that. I see the body over there, but I also want to see what's over this way. Nothing? Okay, let's have a look at the body. What's this?
Is that a corpse? What's it doing here alone?
What? Did you expect it to have an entourage?
Open my inventory and interact with the object. Aha, so this stuff isn't voice acted, which means I get to read it out loud. What a shame. Juna 21st. Rejoice, for the statues have granted my wish. Their whimsical nature, however, must not be taken lightly, so before I soar through the sky like an eagle, I shall attempt a mere hop from these cliffs down at the beach. This should be a small feat for the man that can fly. If this experiment is a success, if the experiment is successful, the sun shall be my next target. Wait, what was that? There we go.
Can you believe this? The man jumped off a cliff at the behest of some statues, of all things.
Well, great deeds require the occasional leap of faith. That sounds dumb. How could you be so naive?
Pure madness. How could someone be so utterly naive?
Oh wow, I control both sides of this conversation. It feels like I'm talking to myself.
Agreed. Call me skeptical, but a little proof goes a long way for the rational mind.
Some dialogues allow you to voice an opinion. This opinion gives you a trait which can result in a stat or ability. But okay, so conversations actually matter outside of just changing dialogue. It has like impactful gameplay things for every part of it. Okay. What happens if I read this? Oh, this is multiple pages. Okay. I'll try and get through this as fast as I can. The Order of the Source Hunters, a brief history. When Source was tainted so many centuries ago, sorcerers, who had once brought great good began to wield a force of evil, when one of their kind, Brachus Rex. I said that and immediately thought of a cutscene from one of the Might and Magic games. I'm pretty sure his last name was Rex as well. No, I might have been wrong. Anyway, came to power, he instigated a war that could have undone Rivellon, if not for the Council of Seven. There's always a council. Good to see that in at least fantasy settings, committees can get things done. These wise rulers ordered a new order of elite warriors, especially trained to fight the Source Menace. Again, this now makes me think of Star Wars. The Source Menace. Brachus was defeated, and the Order of the Source Hunters began its legacy. Our objective is to eradicate the source menace. Every time we mention source, is it going to be followed by the word menace? From Rivellon, one sorcerer at a time. Recognizing source. Unlike other forms of magic, source is... But I haven't had to say the word source this many times since I was discussing Half-Life with somebody. And how the development for that went, and now that the source engine is used in all sorts of things. Anyway, source is particularly difficult to identify. Mages of many years' experience may learn to sense the presence of source, as others smell the sick, sweet scent of poison, or hear the barely perceptible scrape of a sword loosened from its hilt. There's so much reading. I don't know if I'm going to keep this up past this book, I'm going to be honest. Source may be channeled through certain objects, weapons, gems, or metals. These are unpredictable, as source itself may inflict terrible harm or magnificent feats of healing upon either wielder or targets. Methodology of the Source Hunter. Ours is an order of cunning and cleverness as much as strength and power. The well-trained Source Hunter would examine and question, lift every barrel... I feel like it's supposed to be a full stop, not a dash. Would examine and question, lift every barrel, and analyze each testimony for the faintest breath of a clue. We're literally the Inquisition. That is who we are. I have made 2 characters who go around and go, "Are you using the source? Are you using the source, young man?" And then if they sneeze, we stab them. That's how this works. Love it. Love it. Nothing is insurmountable. If some knot puzzles you, mark its location and return to when you've learned a better method of untangling. There are no limits to a source hunter's resolve. No riddle is unknowable. Speaking of riddles, here's a fun one. Now, if you ever want to look like you're really, really intelligent, don't do this for intelligence. There is a riddle that loads of people know because it's in cultural osmosis at this point, which is, which one is heavier? A kilogram of feathers or a kilogram of steel? Or kilogram, or, pound of steel, pound of feathers, pound of lead, pound of rock, whatever. And it's one of those where it's like, aha, I got you. The answer is they're the same because they're both a pound. If you want to trip those people up, hit them with this one. Well, either one of these two. Which one is heavier? An ounce of gold or an ounce of lead? Or an ounce of gold or an ounce of feathers? We'll go with the idea of feathers. We'll keep the feather thing in this. And they'll go, aha, you're silly, you're dumb. They're the same, they're both an ounce. You go, no, you see, there's actually a different standard for rare materials such as gold and gemstones. They are measured at a different weight amount to a different total of pounds. There are 12 ounces of a troy ounce to a pound. There's 16 of an avoirdupois to a normal pound, which means that at 40 grams an ounce, that gold is heavier. And you go, oh, well, it's just a technicality. I go, exactly. And that's why I win this conversation. Similarly, you can also say which one is heavier, pound of gold, pound of feathers, and exactly the same as I just explained. They'll go, hey, they're the same weight. And you go, actually, the gold is heavier than the feathers. So, and then you explain the whole troy ounces, and avoirdupois. So, remember, if it's ounce to ounce, gold and feathers are heavier. No, gold is heavier. If it's pound to pound, feathers are heavier. I love how I confused myself in the middle of my own little bit of knowledge there. Anyway, we didn't come here for me to explain really weird riddles you tell at a Christmas party so you don't have to come next year. We came for plague grenades. Yeah, okay. That sets the tone. Oh, that's pretty quick, doesn't it? Oh, okay, that was just the movement circle. What's this? Waypoint. Oh, as in it's up on that cliff? Must be. absolutely must be. I think the last RPG I played and streamed, I think that was Grim Dawn. Played a Necromancer for that one. Shock and all, I know. Why is that flashing? Oh. Interesting, okay. Guess that's like a quest log? Oh, hey!
Source hunters, how did they find us?
Take the stone to the temple.
I know that voice.
Whelps will be easy to crush.
As you say, Madam Conduit.
Arise, fair dead. Seize upon our enemies.
Okay. I guess this is a tutorial fight. Yes? Okay. But yes, I recognize that voice. As I mentioned, the 5 games in the main event, I know basically nothing about any of them. Except a little bit of Baldur's Gate 3. And that is because one of my friends played the game and they went, oh, Minthara's my favorite character, but I can't have them in the same party as Karlach. And I went, what are you talking about? And then he showed me a short video of like Minthara talking and a short video of Karlach. And all I got from that was, okay, Karlach's a demon person you could play with in Baldur's Gate 3. And Minthara is a drow. But because I saw that video, I recognized the voice from that. So it's good to know that Larian keep their voice actors around. Like, no sarcasm intended. I realize that sounds a little bit sarcastic. Genuinely glad to keep them around. I need to actually get comfortable so I can multitask. Sorry about this. Alright, so yeah, action points, do things in a turn. Turn order, oh, I figured that one. Left to right for the order, yeah. We can see distance. Oh, this also shows range. So it's 6 action points to get to there. Okay. I missed that other bit of the tutorial. Okay. But Korax gets to go first. You have... Okay. These are my action points at the bottom. Do you want to set a spider out, or can I just drop a rock on these guys to begin with? Let's drop a rock. Haha, get oiled. I guess just end my turn, right? There's no point moving. And then it's one use, but we might as well use it. Does this make them explode?
Heaven have mercy on your soul.
Okay, I like this.
With a stone.
Stolen from this dungeon, I imagine. Can we get inside?
Let's wait for the fire to burn out for a second. There we go. Yep, I know how equipment works. Does that actually give us a... Can I just... Yes, okay. That's universal. That's a much better armor. Okay. Oh, I can also just right-click here and tell it to send. Okay. I like this. But that... No, that was very nice. Abilities are capped at 5. Okay. talents, okay. Oh, so it'll also show me the traits. But it won't necessarily show me my progress. Okay. And I missed the dialogue option. I think in the future we have to go for the dialogue before we do anything else. Investigate the tomb or head into the city. Ah, I like the idea of investigating a tomb. I mean, they did come from this direction. Let's go see what they did. Aha. This is the tutorial info. Oh, that shows entities. You're a level 2 rat? Okay. Stats, social interaction, combat. Okay, so nothing else of interest. Can I fight the rat? Can I... Wait. Talk to the rat.
I don't know much, but I do know this. Wherever black robes tread, chaos follows.
I love it. Yay! Loot! What do we get? I assume I can do things with empty potion bottles. And that did use up a grenade. Okay. That's fine.
This seems to be broken.
Good observation, Corvax. Corvax. I'll stop putting a V in there eventually, I swear. I promise. Oh, look at all this stuff. Wait. I just read that and I thought I understood it. Clicking and dragging them. Oh, I see. So don't hold it on it, just... Okay. This could be useful. Oh, I can stack them? To a degree, okay.
Careful, there's a mine in the middle of our path.
Oh no.
Someone must have an interest in protecting whatever's kept here.
Can I... Yes. Okay. Now we just break out the marshmallows, I guess? I wonder if there's other ways I could have diffused that mine rather than just lobbing the nearest object at it. I mean, possibly, but where's the fun in that? Does this rat have anything useful to say?
I come from a long line of tomb dwellers. They say the matriarch of my clan was the first to sample the mummified flesh of the last Source King.
Okay. No, is the answer to that one. Let's see what else we got. Broken vase. More vase. A chest. Yeah, I'll just break this. Oh, this is gonna take a while. But I don't have any lockpick skill. Alright. Brute force it is.
Sharp weapon deals more damage.
Yeah, this is gonna take 5 years and a half. I don't think we're gonna be doing this again. Alright. Is it going to be worth it? Yes, I guess. I mean, we're basically acting like loot goblins, so...
I've always heard there's typically more to a king's tomb than meets the eye.
It could be a myth, or it could be our lucky day.
Or we're about to get jumped by skeletons. Which one do you think it's going to be? Personally, I think we're going to be looking at skeletons. But it's okay because we do more damage and move better. Does that show up on the character? It does. Good. Search for a key nearby. I mean, like, the one that's right in front of it. Okay. Thank you. There you go. Have a hood. I want to keep you safe. Don't want your hair to get ruined. It's going to get all moldy and mildew from all the condensation in this crypt. And that, my friend, is going to be a very bad time for you to try and get rid of.
I've spotted something interesting.
I see. So we need a high perception character at some point. I can deal with that. This is very much still a tutorial, though. Yep, we know about...
I made short work of that door, but I don't imagine our weapons would survive such use for long.
You're correct. I've almost worn through that sword already. Genius. Why is the game telling me about quit saving and quick loading? Why is the torch got a level? Okay. We have a big burny pit, we have water, we have drums. Rain scroll. Oh, this is going to teach you about scrolls, right? To then put out the fire. Oh, that is a huge area of effect.
Ugh, I'm dripping.
But it worked. Gives us fire resistance as well. I like this. I actually kind of skipped through that. I should have read that a little bit better. Oh, use it in the inventory and then... Okay. Which means this chest up here is probably locked, correct?
Look out, I see a trap nearby.
Glad you spotted that one. Smart move. Can I not throw Mr. Bones over here? That's right. Just go down here. Not enough strength. I'm not exactly asking you to haul a caber. Okay. Let's just get this up here. Am I gonna trigger it? No. Try this again, shall we? I have, I guess, diffused the mine.
Better to detonate that mine safely than trip over it myself.
I am trying to detonate that mine safely. Okay, let's just go around the side. Aha! I guess just by throwing the barrel on top of it, we made it so we could never collide with it. Which is a solution. I'm not sure it's the one I want. What was that? Oh, the mine actually finally decided to detonate. Okay. Probably lead the party with the night guy. You're gonna need another. Okay, rotations with the middle mouse button. It's a little bit awkward, but I can vibe with it. Fire on poison cloud and poison surfaces. Well, I'd like to keep the fireball scroll if I can. Oh, that makes it go boom. Okay. And then I guess we'll just wait for that to burn out. What's this way? Oh, it's a comfy little seat. And I can't have more than one person sit on it. Isn't that rude? Is there a reason to sit down? Probably. Damned if I know what it is yet. Cool. Maybe it is worth just searching everything as I travel. What does that do? Poison and archery. I don't have an archer yet, so I guess we'll just hold off on that. The key. So yeah, this dungeon exists to give me a very nice tutorial on how things work, which I appreciate. Rather than just layers of text that I have to read, actually having to solve puzzles is quite nice. The ominous chanting is getting a bit weird though. Oh, there's experience at the bottom, okay. I could have just done that, but instead we decided to take the almost literal nuclear option.
I've spotted something.
Oh, I see. Hold on. I see. So what they mean is... And then over... Yep, right there. How nice of the gas to dissipate so quick. Generation scroll. More of that. Man, I'm gonna be able to sell this stuff for a tuppence, aren't I?
I think I hear voices downstairs.
The last thing we need is to surprise another angry summoner.
Why? Why is sneaking mode I just put on fake rocks and walk? Drag a candle into the oil to ignite. Okay.
I sense enemies nearby.
Shut up, we're sneaking. Aha! We can use our environment to do the work for us. And we killed a rat. Are they going to burn out? No, but they are very weak. Right, let's jump them. Hey, Corex. Do me a favor. Get a spider involved.
Darling arachnid, aid my plight.
Oh, the AP I don't use gets carried to the next turn. Beautiful. Hello, spider. Weaken the target, deal 5 to 6 piercing damage. Or we can just kill it.
Eternal silence awaits.
There we go. I like combat. Combat's nice. Oh, there was a fireball scroll I could have used. I'm also not sure what this timer means. Like, is it seconds? Is it... I don't know. Right, did you step on something? Okay. Aha! My intelligence is unfathomable. We make progress. There's puddles of water on the ground. Ooh, and potential prizes.
I was really hoping to find something better.
Combine ingredients to craft new items. Give me 1 second, please. I see. So if I, you know, put that there, and then combine that, we then learn how stun arrows work, and then I can make them from a recipe. I see. But I don't have a ranged character that uses a bow. That's okay. I see. So this is how we... So I can go, for example, here and here. I was wondering how to get them to stop following me. And then obviously I just do that and hey. Alright, are we gonna get a boss fight? Some sort of encounter? Here we go. Alright, Rage Quinn. Let's see how you handle me.
A living rat dares disturb the slumber of the dead? A thieving fool insults the sanctity of the grave? The bloodstone defiler, where is it?
Sorry, who are you?
In life, I toil to care for these holy grounds. In death, I protect them from profaners and poachers. The legacy of Cyseal is mine to preserve. Her traitors are mine to destroy.
I'm not sure I know what you mean by a bloodstone. Could you elaborate?
I suppose you only crept among these sacred tombs for leisure. I suppose you had no lust for the treasure of the dead. Ha!
No, I came in here to loot things and kill guys. We've already done the loot things, and we've just started on the kill guys.
Strange indeed. Robed indeed. Your tricks will not save you from retribution, deceiver. The Bloodstone, deliver it now and I may deign to end you quickly.
How about I put you back in your grave?
Run if you like, Defiler. Whichever way you take leads you to the grave.
Oh, he's not alone. Okay. Archer, Archer. End your turn, and then with the spider, I like the idea of weakening Rage Quinn. Oh, I can then attack him again, or I can. I'm gonna go for the. We can't go for the archer. Okay, end that turn. I'm just shy of being able to get to him. He's... Oh, I could probably do this, though. Really? Oh, the range is 3 meters. Okay, he's a little bit too far away. Okay. We made that archer back off a bit. That archer can't see on account of not having eyeballs. Okay, it's a little bit useful. It does put people into a highlight. Let's see. Kinda don't want him to be any more of a problem than he is. So, drop a rock on him. End that turn. Go for... That's fine. But that does mean I'm correct in my assumption that we can get free attacks if anything leave our melee range. Can't attack it again.
Target dances in shadows.
Can I attack again? Yup. Granted, the hit chance we have is not fantastic, but you don't do a lot of damage. It's because we did weaken you after all. Oh, we can also choose to have our turn push to the end of the round. Interesting. Yeah, let's dump it into Rage Quinn. So the damage is what I wanted from that one. And then we end here. Let's see, what options do we have? Well, it was basically just keep wailing on this guy, right? Oh, he's flanked, so we get a better chance to hit him?
Eternal silence!
Yeah, I'll take that.
Death never dies, fool. Death in 1,000 forms rules all.
Oh. Yeah, this is a boss fight. We'll just keep wailing on him. Wait. Yeah, we haven't really taken any damage I care about.
7 have mercy on us.
First boss down. Nice and easy. practice sword does more damage. Oh, but it also takes more AP to attack. But only because we're a level too low to use it. Interesting. Alright, let's go. See where this leads. Aha! It leads to a waterfall. Who could have predicted this? Drunk and drunk.
Pass the ball, would you, Junius?
What's the other direction? What's kind of annoying is if I hold the mouse button, it tries to steal... Oh. Okay. I see, so that was the actual straight up tutorial. We could have skipped it. That's interesting. But then we wouldn't have had the things from inside. It's this way. Clam.
Hear the shells lament, yield me unto the water. Look, look, a wanderer comes my way, walking the sands upon which this poor shell must suffer.
I like that you're called Ismashell.
Call me Ishmashel, son of the sea, an outcast upon these wretched shores. An exiled shell, doomed to live under a canopy of arid sky, not his native, tender water.
Why are you able to talk?
Of course I can talk, don't be silly. There's more tongue to me than heart. Indeed, the surprise should be mine, for I still remember the days when your kind swung from branches and plucked the vermin out of their neighbor's fur.
Don't seem to be very, positive in your memories.
Time is an indulgent mistress to one who spends happy hours as she passes. But when your existence is one of misery, she becomes a lethargic hobby. Oh, I remember ancient times, for I have lain here since antiquity, when the ruins around us were palaces, and the sun-bleached dead merry children. All this I have seen, alive, alone, alas.
Very melodramatic for a shell. You see you're doomed?
My fate is a cruel one, I assure you. How many snot-noses have held me up against their dirty little ears, only to claim they can hear the ocean? Of course they can hear her, the brats. We are on the very edge of the great aquatic mother, whose embrace I so desperately long for.
So you want to go back into the sea, right?
Yes, yes. I, King of Pearls, ache to repose anew on his coral throne. Hurl me toward the water. Swing me as far as your arm's strength gives release, and treasure long sunk I will grant thee.
Let me figure out what I'm gonna do.
What do you say, kind knight? Will you return the King of Pearls to the sea, so he may yield you long lost treasure?
Well, I don't really want to haul this big of a clam to sell. The ocean is right there. Let's get rid of him.
Kindness is its own reward, and then there's the promise of treasure to boot. Let's throw him into the sea.
Yeah, let's do it.
Agreed. Let's send him home.
Liberator, kind benefactor, bless me the might of your sea-bound bitch. The sea return, where every wave feels like a mermaid's kiss. May the bounty of the deep be yours, along with my eternal gratitude.
What do we get? Ooh. That's going on to you. See, now we have a bit of resistance. What does altruistic give me? Reputation improved. Let's see. Well, back to the adventure, I guess. Who knew that gathering all these shells would be beneficial? What's this? Yeah, sure, give me some logs. What is this fast travel? This is fast travel, okay. And then all roads bring me to the bridge. Okay. So what if I keep going left? Oh no, I missed a shovel. Let's hit my scrolls. Right. Let me go grab that shovel, and then I guess we'll deal with some drunk guards. If I find a suspicious looking... I thought this would just be like a meme weapon I could use. Like, the next time I fight something, I could just kill it with a shovel. I didn't expect it to be an actual tool. But I need to find a suspicious mound, you say? Well, I've not seen anything fitting that description yet. So... maybe soon? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Right.
Bibius. Here goes. Hold it right there, orc scum. No one slips past the Legion unchallenged.
They have chosen death.
Calm down, Junius. Doesn't look like one of them orcs to me. Not a single horn in sight, you know.
Just hold your tongue, will you, Bibius? Can't be too careful. We are sworn to protect Cyseal.
I don't care who you guys are. We're source hunters. We're here on official business.
So, you're source hunters, are you? And how are we supposed to verify that's true? We can't read, my friend. So for all we know, those papers say you're a polymorph parrot on the lookout for a 2-bedroom birdcage. They don't prove a thing.
Sorry, what?
You know what? We'll take you two to the wizard. I know he reads. He has books large as a house, that one. Yeah, he'll squeeze the truth out of you, one way or another.
Would anyone miss you if I threw you over the side? Do I want to play these two characters the same way? Or do I want them to be slightly different? I mean, for the time being, you know, there's still source hunters. There's not a lot for me to go on apart from the knowledge I actually have. They're drunk. They're not really doing the job. I'd like that book, though. Crafting and Cooking with Maradino. You know what? Yeah, fine. They're just dumb guards. They don't know any better.
The wizard, you say? Sounds good to me. Lead the way. Stand down. Unless you want me to stand by and let them give you a good thrashing.
Oh. We can actually have an argument between the two characters? Oh, this is interesting now. Okay. We can either choose to be on their side, let them order us around, or try to use reason. I'd go along the idea of reason here, in that they're so drunk they thought we were orcs. If we were two normal people, who's to say we'd be getting out of here alive?
These two almost mistook us for orcs and would have attacked us for no reason. We must rid the city from menaces such as these.
Okay, this seems interesting. Oh, I'm playing against the AI, okay. Except this is basically random by the looks of it, right? What happens if I stick with paper the entire time? Uh-oh. I have to admit, that was a little bit more annoying than I thought it would be.
No, we'll do as I say, and there's an end to it.
Captain, come along. We're not far from the city.
Oh, did we level up? We did. Okay, so we gain 1 attribute point and then a skill point. I see. Okay, I know what I want to do. Corvus, you need to be moving a bit better and have a bit more life. Is your sort of front line. So, do some constitution. You... Ooh, what do I want to give you? Perception affects the starting action points? Does it? I feel like bumping up intelligence on you is a good idea. Okay, and then back here. I don't know how many skill points it takes to get to the next level of something.
Come, let's have another drink while we still can. To your very good health.
And yours, Bibius. Here goes. Goes down as smooth as
But
birdie.
you...
And I'll be damned if it doesn't get you more hammered than an anvil.
Better to be dead drunk than blind dead, what you?
Yeah, okay, for you, I'm gonna... We need it in wand, I think. Or dual wielding. Right, let's go. Grab the book. Mushrooms. I won't say no to those. I don't know what they're for yet. Is this something down here? No. Oh, this over here is what I... Okay. I was wondering what the noise was for a second there. Interesting. I mean, anything I don't use I can sell later on, right? Oh. Well, I remember.
What the hell's happening down there? Orcs! Bloody orcs! Come, let's go back to the bridge. Let the source hunters handle their big brutes.
You absolute cowards. That's alright. We should be fine. In theory. Ah. I'm going to want to work with that oil barrel, I think. But first, as always, spider! I say as always, we've had 2 fights already. Really. And that turn. Alright, go beat up a shaman. Oh yeah, you guys are just gonna wail on these guys, okay. We don't have to worry too much about the orcs. Although, really interesting design for orcs. They remind me of mutons. And that spider has pushed that cultist towards the Legionnaires. Okay. Let's get to there. Gonna help those guys a bit. Bite him. Bite. Yes. And then this might kill this guy.
No glory in this death.
It did. Busha, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good week so far. Yeah, we don't actually need to go and deal with anything over this side. Because the Legionnaires are going to kill that trooper, and then he's not going to last. He just won't last. Stunned. Yeah, the spider can finish him off. There we go. Turned into dust? Excuse me? How potent is this venom that it can just dust a man like that?
I needed that.
That's some very nice healing. That is some very nice healing. Okay. So, Corvus is going to be living through pretty much any engagement, as long as there's blood. Let's get this finished.
Did you see that? Those orcs had a human commander.
How very curious. And how very disquieting.
Didn't they hear the fight?
Bye, spider.
I like you much better with your guts on the floor.
Taken before his time. Far before his time.
Okay, we'll take the hair. Shaman has no use. I mean, might as well just collect everything. Nothing over here. We got dead orcs, more corpses. If I go back and talk to those 2 drunk guards, do I get anything?
I like you much better with your guts on the floor.
Aren't you just a positive individual? Probably have more friends if you didn't say that to everything you came across, but he is fighting orcs, so I guess I can understand. No, I'm curious. Okay, let's go see. Can I just half my way over here? Are they... Do they not exist? If I get over here, are they here somewhere, or are they just physically not here anymore? Oh no, they're here.
Unbelievable! You watched your brethren be slaughtered while you twiddled your thumbs?
Okay, this is pretty good.
Cross, have a sip.
Oh, the Source Hunter! Nice to see these winds are blowing more than bloody orcs our way. Welcome to Cyseal, comrade, and good luck.
Tell me about yourself. You seem really upbeat, considering what's going on.
I'm a proud Legionnaire, and always will be. But I thought we'd be doing more slashing and less dying when we landed in Cyseal.
Why, what's going on?
It's these orcs! Now they have bees in their bonnets about God only knows. We need every hand we can get.
Yeah, I'll help you kill some orcs, don't worry.
That rat-faced shaman of theirs even went to the trouble of launching a fireball at a ship in the harbour to the west of here.
Fireball?
They may need help. I'd go myself, but we Legionnaires are under strict orders never to abandon our posts. Never know when another one of these little raiders might sidle up the beach.
Do you guys have any idea why there was a human cultist with those orcs?
Beats me what traitorous madness came over that dog. The man among orcs. It'd be like one of your kind running with a sorcerer.
Yeah, I know. Like, that's ever gonna happen, right?
Whatever the cur's incentive to raise swords alongside that murderous lot, let's all hope it was a private grudge. Can you imagine if we had to add a slew of wild-eyed, orc-loving bedlamites to our list of enemies in Cyseal?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Lovely day for a swig and a song, and what do you want to know?
Who's Councillor Jake?
So, it's Jake you're looking for. Ship sailed on that one, I'm afraid. Fellow's dead.
What do you know about his murder, though?
Can't tell you much more, except that I heard he was found face down in a puddle of blood, being used as a water fountain by his own pet mongrel.
His own pet?
They say 'twas his wife that did it, and I'd bet a bottle of brandy they're right. A devilish flirt, that one.
As if that proves anything. Just keep your trap shut, will you, babies?
Fare thee well.
I wonder if we're gonna run into those two, like, later, further down the line, or if they only turn up now. Busha says in that case, where he is upset with those two, they're under strict orders to never to abandon the post. That's right, which is why it's a bit weird that they were so happy to be like, hey, look, we can't read, we don't know if you're lying to us, but we'll take you to a wizard, and he knows how to read. And then when they got to this part, they saw the orcs, and then decided to not help out. Maybe the Legionnaire who's chewing them out is of the opinion that it's close enough to their post they should have joined in. But they'd already, they'd already abandoned their post, trying to escort us. Oh, that's a chest. So, I don't quite know. Oh, a cat. It's got a name, too. Better boots. I'll take all of that. There you go. Won't say no to some free gear.
What fool would trust a two-bit love potion out of a circular from youthful gore?
Did you open the door yourself because you're magic?
What's
or?
all this ruckus? Sounded worse than a dozen tomcats fighting over the world's last mackerel.
Yeah, I'm as Corvus at the moment, which means you're a human. Or you can speak human.
Ah, but I see we've suffered another orc landing. And judging by the relative ease with which it was dispatched, I can only come to one conclusion. Source hunters have arrived in Cyseal.
Yeah, I think you're the wizard.
You're as welcome as a glass of cooled milk on a hot day, my friend. I'm Arhu, at your service. It was I who requested your presence in this troubled city.
I really can't wait to find out what the deal is with this magic talking cat.
Bringing your little orchestra.
That's a very nice cat emoji there, Fuchsia. Just out of general curiosity, have you played this game before? Or is this your first time playing or seeing it as well?
So you were, and so you weren't. Behold!
Yeah, behold! It's a small, cute cat.
There we are. Meet my other half, Hunter.
You're not a cat anymore. That's a little bit disappointing.
No need to look so flabbergasted. I may be a wizard rife with tricks and guile, but I assure you my plea is an earnest one.
Can we just have all future conversations with you as an adorable, short-haired white cat?
So, now that the cat is out of the bag, let us turn to the matter of Councillor Jake's murder.
He saw the opportunity for the pun and he took it. I respect that. However, we are already having to deal with sorcerer. Please do not add any more puns onto that hour.
It's hard to put my finger on it, but I can feel in my very whiskers that sorcery was at play. Visit the scene of the crime, and I'd bet sardines for salad you'll say the same.
This is just a fountain of cat memes. Fuchsia says that they have indeed played this video game. Oh, it's a little frog. I like that. Fake cat catfished? I mean... yeah. I was kind of hoping that he was just a magical cat that was a wizard, not a wizard that could become a cat.
Captain Aureus, though, the local commander of the Legion, insists I'm seeing ghosts. I insist he's blind to all but the undead.
Bringing a wolf to a hen house.
Okay. Where can I find the scene of the crime?
Jake was murdered in a downstairs room of the King Crab Inn, up in Cyseal proper. The Legion keeps it under lock and key, though, so you'll need Aureus's permission should you want to have a peek.
Okay, well, I assume there's already some suspects.
So there are. Or rather, there is. Popular opinion has it his wife did the deed. But to be frank, I have my doubts.
Why is that?
She seems a likely candidate, to be sure, but that would make her a sorceress. Esmeralda knows how to charm, yes, but I just don't see her magic extend beyond a frolicsome look and wink.
Okay, well, my theory is that the people we saw at the start of this have nothing to do with the murder. It just happens to be same place, same time sort of situation.
Still, don't simply take my word for it, Hunter. It may be well worth your while to cross-examine her yourself. The Legion has her under guard in her shop near the town square. That's where you'll find poor Jake's widow.
Because we arrived on the island and there was 3 people stepped out and went, "Oh, it's a source hunter!" And then they ran. But they'd also just stolen the blood diamond, or whatever it was called. Blood jewel. It's in the notes. So maybe it's a case that they stole that, thinking they'd only have to deal with the Legionnaires, and then we turned up and they went, "Oh no. Oops," and panicked summoned the undead to slow us down and made a break for it. I think they might be unrelated. Let's start at the top. Did you know that the orcs are being led by a human?
A human, you say? Truly? But that would be like a kitten leading a wolf pack. And yet, I have heard rumors about a sect of sorts. A shadowy set of worshippers that associate even with orcs. Some say they're sorcerers, but people will say that about anyone who behaves a bit strangely nowadays.
Okay.
I don't quite know what to make of this news, but thank you for informing me. It'd be foolish to dismiss such a curious event out of hand.
Fusha says, under arrest, but allowed to conduct business. How convenient. Yeah, actually, that is. Because if they're being detained, but they're still allowed access to the public, but they think they're a sorcerer, that just seems incompetent. Like, surely you'd keep them away from everybody else until we turned up, right? The Source Hunters? I don't know, maybe I'm missing something.
Ah, the undead. They've been clawing their way out of the ground for 2 years now. And for 2 years, the stalemate between them and the living has been dragging on at a weary pace indeed. The Legion did a good job keeping them at bay, but I think it's fair to say that without my magic-infused ballistae, they'd have gotten the better of us by now.
Magic-infused ballistae?
Someone is responsible for the outbreak. Necromancers are at work, but who are they and where do they hide? Alas, that searching for them is like searching for a single louse in a lion's mane.
Fusha says, in their experience, the first fight is the most difficult in the entire video game. The one with the 2 zombies and the lieutenant? Because we cleared that in literally 2 actions. We dropped a rock and we threw a flame grenade. The fight against Rage Quinn, I think, was a bit more interesting. But then, if we're able to do this with 2 people, and my assumption that we'll end up with more party members is correct, then it could be that we end up having such an efficient chain of, I guess, options or things to do, that we can end encounters in, like, the first turn. Maybe. Kind of like with XCOM and XCOM 2, where if your squad gets good enough, you can just do things and just the other side just can't respond.
Unfortunately, that is absolutely correct. The Orc siege is yet another hairball stuck in this city's already choking throat, and it shows no signs of abating. We've cordoned off the western beach where most Orc activity has been reported. For the 9 lives of me, I can't seem to figure what they're doing here.
Fusha says that they recall there being 2 skeletons, not zombies. I mean, everything lasted for about, like, 30 seconds. So it could have been 2 skeletons. I know that we reduced everything to 3 piles of ash. And, what was it that was summoned alongside Rage Quinn? Were those... I think those were skeleton archers. Yeah. Maybe I'm misremembering already. But either way, it wasn't really an issue. Because we sort of dropped the rock, oil appeared, and I went, well, what happens if I do this? And we set fire to everything. It was great. I loved it.
There's nothing of interest along the waterfront, except for a set of caves with an unfavorable reputation. Maybe they're after some pirate's treasure, the fools.
Alright. What I really want to know, though, is this cat thing you have going on. Why?
Oh, but that's not a trick. It's a blessing. Or does it surprise you that I enjoy taking a feline guise.
What?
Such magic is a gift, Hunter. To tread upon the realm of instinct. Even articulate speech, perhaps humanity's greatest asset, cannot give expression to something so inextricably innate.
Fusha says that they were playing on the hardest difficulty and they just kept wrecking them. But once they got past them, the rest was a breeze. They ended up dealing with them in a similar fashion in the end. Wait, wouldn't you want to be a cat? Who wouldn't want to be a cat? I mean, if you have the option to turn into different animals, cat is a good option. I'm not gonna lie, cat is a good option. But I'd rather personally have something with the ability of flight, because then you can literally go anywhere you want to. I don't get why you'd necessarily be land-based, but it's one of those things of personal preference, right? Like some people prefer cats to dogs, but other people prefer dogs to cats.
To be out in the night, to stalk on silent paws and hunt with only the moon as your witness. You couldn't possibly imagine the thrill.
Okay, Arhu. Fusha says flying cat. Yeah, actually, good point. If you're a wizard and you can already turn yourself into a cat, you probably aren't that far removed from being able to also make it so you can fly.
But of course, it's handy to speak in more than meows. And I couldn't brew potions or make machines without opposable thumbs. This I freely admit. Let's just say I have found a way to enjoy the best of two worlds. I'm glad we've met, Source Hunter. And I'm certain we have a lot more to talk about. Feel free to visit me whenever you want. I've set up a workshop in the Legion's headquarters. Once you're there, just take the stairs. But do pay a visit to Aureus first. He may bark like a beagle with its tail stuck in the door, but you won't get very far in your investigation without speaking to the de facto leader of Cyseal.
Okay.
And with that, I bid you adieu, Hunter. Adieu and good luck. May your enemies prove to be mere mice, and you the dauntless mouser.
Sects, undead, orcs. Looks like we have our work cut out for us.
At least we won't be bored. How about we go see that Aureus chap Arhu mentioned?
Yeah, sure, let's do it. But first... Oh, your thing's still showing because I haven't spent that skill point. Okay. Well, I'd rather hold on to that to see if I'm right in saying I need 2 to level up. Man-at-Arms. But we'll get around to it eventually. Let's see, so we have a dock this way.
We're gonna need more than a few buckets to save it.
Ooh. I can help here, can't I? Because I have a rain scroll, so if I see anything on fire... Okay.
Really? The greatest warriors in Rivellon can't cross a road?
Okay, well I already see how I'm going to try and get around this one. Wow, look at that, we solved it. Ooh. Okay. I'm rewarded for my genius. And then I guess we just wait. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait to be able to get you back across. Unless you can cut the rope. No. Is there anything else here that I can see that's worth just teleporting straight towards...
Don't forget the time he got caught passing...
No, not really. Okay. Let's get him back.
What in the name of Sigurd? Speaking of you, that loopy Legionnaire really thinks that...
I mean, there's probably an easier way to get around that, but that's the way we're going to go with.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
Okay.
No, it is. He drove it straight to the
Just more dudes just hanging out, throwing nothing onto boats.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Council.
Where can a few honest sailors find a living wage around here? A home, a livelihood, all sunk in a matter of minutes while we could do nothing but look on.
Fusha says, poor Corvus. I mean, someone's got to get teleported, right? Someone's got to do it. And it might as well be the guy who's got a little bit more health. He can do it. It's only a 5-foot fall. He'll be fine. Unless the dock isn't up to code and he falls through the planks, in which case, I hope he can swim.
With our ship gone, nothing for it but to get a job. Slim pickings around here, that's for sure. Maybe you can keep an eye out, though.
Yeah, sure I will do, but the burning ship?
Those souls are just as pressed for luck as we are now. A shame nothing could be done to save her.
Oh yeah, what was the, Bloodstone. That's what it was.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the...
And presumably I can't do anything with this boat yet.
Here, in Cyseal.
Yeah, no, I can't.
Don't forget the time he got caught
Can I
passing
go on board?
a love note to the Lizard Councilor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Yuthel Gore anymore?
Okay. There's nothing really to do with the dock at the moment. I guess apart from talk to Pablo.
Damn those orcs for bringing fire into our harbor. And damn you for not lifting a finger to help extinguish it.
Oh, so I could have helped, maybe?
She was targeted by the orc shaman during the attack. Now she's left to the ocean's cold embrace. We just couldn't get ahead of the flames with nothing but a few men and some buckets.
Because by the time I got over here, it looked like she was mainly burned out. Unless me getting that chest triggered it early. Well, I guess he needs to go find a new boat. Oh, let's go activate this waypoint. There we go. Conspicuous barrel of oil just hanging around. Sure, that's going to lead to no problems in the future whatsoever.
Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage.
Cyseal, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels.
Busha says rip ship. It's gone. Kind of. I mean, there's still bits of it poking out. There's nothing to stop someone standing on the side with some rope and just dragging it all to shore and immortalizing it somewhere. But it's never going to work as a boat ever again. I promise you that one. I have to admit, everything looks really nice. Music's pretty good too. I can steal a fishing rod. It's a two-handed weapon. Yeah, let's do it. Give me the white fishing rod. How's this? Yep. Yeah, that's a weapon. At some point I'm gonna have to try cooking. Okay, so you're gonna tell me that this door is blocked because it's under someone's authority to open it up. Yep.
These gates are to remain closed at all times. Captain's orders. Wait a second.
What?
Will I be a little red imp's uncle, the Source Hunter? Sorry for the gruff treatment. I didn't recognize you right away. Please tell me, how can I aid the investigation?
So civilians can't go past this gate?
You can see security's tighter than ever around here since that surprise attack the Orcs put on a fortnight ago. They did enough damage to shake up Arhu and Captain Aureus something fierce. We can only hope to hold back the undead and these left-field Orc attacks long enough for reinforcements to arrive.
We're not going to open the gate yet. We'll go somewhere else. So that goes to Cyseal itself. But I could also maybe go into this warehouse. Can I?
Plenty of fish in the sea.
Yes. Okay. Well, no one can get into there. And looking at the top, this looks like some sort of... I don't know.
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. I'm Sergeant Courteous, proud protector of this house of Legion goods.
Yeah. What's in the room?
This is a storing house for Legion supplies. Perhaps the most important building in the realm, by my and others' estimation. And I, Sergeant Courteous, have been trusted to guard it.
Okay. And you would be...
Courteous is my name. The Legion is my calling.
You are literally just there to stop me from getting through the door. Okay.
Show 'em all.
Cast your gaze instead upon my fair, fanged filly.
Wait, what's going on out here?
Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all our sakes.
Cool.
Fly, and I won't let you hurt a horn on her head.
So we have someone over here doing an impression of...
Show 'em all.
Oh, what's his name?
Bringing your little orcish girlfriend here is like bringing a...
What is his name?
Hen house.
Nonsense. Listen.
Sean Connery. We got a guy doing an impression of Sean Connery, and another guy who has a weird relationship with a charm door.
Circular from youthful gore. Who better than a proven orc crusher to convince my dumbbell of a friend here that orcs are predators, not pets?
Enough of that. I know how dangerous an orc can be, but this one has been reformed. Anyone can see that she's completely docile. But my prejudiced friend here still wants to kill her.
I'm gonna need to know way more about either one of you before I can make a decision.
Maybe before the great orc raid we had time to indulge Ninius's idiotic obsessions. But now we're needed at our posts. I can hardly believe I've been wasting time protecting an orc when I should be running them through.
Excuse my friend's violent outbursts. He hasn't enjoyed a woman's touch in quite some time now. It makes him a bit edgy.
Your woman's touch is less of a loving caress and more of a claw shanked brutally through the throat. I'll take my chances as a bachelor, thanks.
Alright, and what's the deal with this weird orc?
My friend here and I were patrolling outside the city walls, when who did I see creeping along the shore but this lovely orcish lady? For a brief second, as long as eternity, we locked eyes.
Okay.
Perhaps confused by the butterflies in her stomach, she sprang up and began running, claws bared towards Marius. Fortunately for him, I had the presence of mind to ignore my sword and instead adroitly fling my pouch of trinkets towards her.
Oh.
A vial of love potion shattered over her head, and when she turned to face me, she became instantly enamored. I'm sure she must have been compelled to join the Orcish army under some kind of duress. A lady with such a sweetly savage manner would never willingly join up with those vicious marauders.
You're an idiot.
Ha! I can assure you there wasn't a hint of sweetness in those murderous eyes when she lunged at my throat. She may be confined here for now, but who's telling when she'll escape and who she'll rip to shreds?
Tell me more about the love potion.
I've always had an amateur interest in all things alchemical. When I read in an esteemed periodical from the Wizards of Youthful Gore about an amazing opportunity that could change my life, I had to act fast or lose the once-in-a-lifetime deal.
He replied to the fantasy equivalent of spam mail with "there are hot, sexy singles in your area," got some random potion, threw it, and it happened to work. What?
I sent away for the world-famous love potion, available for a limited time only, and it has worked exactly as promised.
Yeah, except it probably only worked because it's an orc, right? The scammer probably sat there and went, yeah, this would never work on a human being, never considering that potentially hitting something that isn't human, it would work.
One day, Moira. One day you'll show 'em all.
Fusha says, they mean it works. No false advertising there. Is it?
You see what a fool my friend has been. Spending all his cash on snake
yeah.
and bringing a temporarily tranquilized monster into our midst to boot.
Because this is now the issue, right? If it was a scam and it was not supposed to work, there's no telling how long this is going to last for. If it was supposed to work, then we can easily find out if it's permanent.
What kind of monster would lie in a published advertisement? I'm sure the effects of the potion will be everlasting, as printed.
You see, he'd believe it was noon at midnight if he read it on a printed pamphlet. Please tell me you can reason with him, or ditch reason and use your sword to shave him from his murderous darling.
I mean, I have other options. I can drop a rock on him. I can kill it by proxy with a spider. I can use vampiric touch.
One day you'll show 'em all.
Moira, one day you'll come up with a line that isn't just that on repeat. Until those days, keep pacing backwards and forwards, doing nothing of absolute contribution to society. Okay. Ooh. Character's making some good points here. So as I said, if the potion's dodgy, we don't know how long it's going to last. And even if it is working as intended, we don't know necessarily if it will last forever. Or two, yeah, we could let her live. Because it has charmed her. We could get some information out of her. All she's been doing so far, though, is going, ooh. And I don't know much about the linguistics of an orc, but I don't think that's words. Fusha says Moira did nothing wrong. Moira keeps walking out here and just loudly proclaiming that one day she'll do something. I think she's looking for attention. But right now we've got a bigger problem on our hands. Because absolute worst case, that orc turns around, sees Moira and goes, no. And we have a dead Moira. We're doing this to keep her safe. How do I want to do this? I don't know enough about orcs in this universe.
This place reeks of orc stench.
It does, doesn't it, Moira? I'm glad you agree. You know what? That's swayed my opinion. Put her down.
She's got to be put down. If this love potion is as dodgy as it sounds, she could come to her vicious senses at any time.
This place reeks of orc stench.
Ooh. Or do I put it to basically random chance? Do I have a conflicting opinion from Corax? And then we play rock, paper, scissors for it. It depends. Do I want to be responsible for what's going to happen, or be able to say it's not my fault? This is less a question of what I believe we should do to Moira, more how responsible do I want to be. Yeah. All we've seen so far of orcs is that they're murderous, ravenous monstrosities that ride boats. So, Fusha says the discussion among main characters removed from Divinity Original Sin 2, which they think is a huge shame, best part. I can see why it got removed, because every so often in conversations we're having to pick either the same option twice, or we pick opposing options and then we end up playing basically like a random chance game. And if you're playing co-op with other people, you and the other person disagreeing all the time and how to play rock, paper, scissors is gonna slow things down. I can see why they removed it, but it's still nice to have this like conversation going on, right?
One day you'll show 'em all.
Agreed. I've never met an orc I trusted, charmed or not.
Glad to hear I'm not the only one with common sense around here. I'll do the honors myself.
You have a small sword. Are you sure you can do it?
No! She's harmless! Please!
Oh, that's blood.
You
I needed that.
You had no right!
No right to protect not only you from your own stupidity, but myself and the citizens of Cyseal as well.
It's you we need protection from, murderer. Fortunately, the Wizards of Youthful Gore make a revenge elixir that will show
They make a what?
Go ahead and throw your sugar water on me if you like. Your foolishness is no longer my problem. Thank you, stranger. If you ever need help, I'll do my best to repay you.
I see. So this was a decision to actually get one of those two on our side. That's it. She didn't even drop any loot. She healed my character.
This place reeks of orc stench.
Yeah, that'll be the decaying orc you stood next to, Moira. Fusha says, rest in peace, innocent orcish priestess of peace. Good ending locked. I mean, it's a price I'm willing to pay. Yeah, see Maris. Oh, I see.
Done this from the very start.
So yeah, if I lined myself with the orc lover, I could have had them there instead. Well, I could kind of figure out how a quest marker worked. Don't worry, game. I want to do a bit of exploring though. I don't want to go straight to each location. After all, that's how we get into... Oh, who's Evelyn? Have I seen the name Evelyn yet? Okay, so we have to talk to Aureus in order to get access to Esmeralda. Oh, lockpicks are one use? Lockpicks are one use. I'd have to break in. That ain't gonna work. Maybe if I find her, I can get the key from her.
Might need to blow this one open.
There's a lot of... Oh, sheep!
What's this? I found something.
Oh, this is the shovel mentioned, right?
The earth here seems to have been freshly fertilized and aerated. Obviously, someone has taken great care to maintain this gravesite. Are you sure you want to disturb it?
Fuchsia says, not even a minute into the city, already breaking and entering. Not only are we breaking and entering, we're also about to desecrate a grave in the back of someone's yard and then talk to their pet sheep. Yes. Dig.
We and our shovels will do as we please.
That's right. Let's get digging.
As you prepare to break ground, you gaze at the dirt beneath your feet once more.
Alright, dig.
Alright, time to get digging.
Here's hoping we find something.
You plunge your shovel into the earth.
Why did it give me a chance to take it back? Hey. It's a good thing I made that quick save before opening that door then, isn't it? Is there a way to get around that?
Well, what's this I've spotted?
Oh, I wonder if I'd speak to the animals first.
Milk. I give wool. And what do I get in return? One way or another, they always try to fleece me. Especially that Evelyn. She's out to get me. I know it.
Hey, Doom. How are you doing? Nice you to drop by. Sorry I missed your stream last night. I think I was literally asleep at the time. So, there you go. You're playing Vermintide. Hope you're all well. No pun intended. I did mean to mouse over the well as I said, hope you're well. How am I liking Divinity Original Sin? I mean, so far it's been pretty fun. The way that things interact in encounters is pretty interesting. It reminds me a lot of Magicka. We've also just killed ourselves by trying to dig a grave. So, going well. We're going really well. Let's talk to the cow.
Don't disturb Master Theliron now. He's been so busy with his research, the poor dear hasn't had a proper night's sleep in months.
Okay. I'm gonna go bother him then.
Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence.
Tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind.
What on earth is going on here?
Which of you is more deserving of life? Come.
What? Alright. Sorry, I'm gonna deal with you in a second.
Anybody? Excuse me? This is a private sick room. Who in the name of the Seven do you think you are barging in here? Out, I say, right this instant.
Is this a private sick room? Or are you holding these two people hostage and demanding that they pay you for their lives?
I'm sorry. It's this task. I'm just... Who am I to meddle with life and death this way?
Just heal them. Doom says that he and Shay are starting a modded playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. Ooh.
Can't have gotten far.
So, something I realized, I'm gonna have to forgive me. I'm gonna be talking over the top of these two people dying in their beds. But I realized that there was a character we ran into at basically the start of this game, literally just before the first fight, that has the same voice actress. Why did I think I said that wrong? Voice actress as Minthara. So I'm presuming that she ends up being a major character of some description. Maybe. But also that the only reason I recognize that voice is because someone showed me a video and was like, this is Minthara, and I was like, oh, okay.
I'm an apprentice of the healing arts. Healing! But this decision feels like precisely the opposite. I have but one healing stone, you see, and 2 direly wounded men who need it.
Don't worry, I have resurrection scrolls.
I've been racking my brain trying to decide on the best method to settle this grave situation, but perhaps it's better off in the hands of an esteemed source hunter. Surely you are more accustomed to weighing life and death than I.
I don't know. Am I more accustomed to weighing the value of life and death? Didn't I just deal with a situation like this involving an orc? I think that makes me more than qualified for this dilemma.
What would you like to know?
Tell me about Boris.
One of the brave few willing to traverse the trade routes plagued by the undead. A young man, but excellent in matters of business, before he fell victim to an orcish club in the north, that is.
What was he doing in an orcish club? How did he get in there in the first place? Oh, you mean as in, like, the physical object, I see.
Thankfully for him, a cattle trader found him, nearly dead, but not quite so, and brought him here straight away.
Right, what about Stephen?
Quite the venerable staple of Cyseal, Stephen, and recently blessed with his 3rd grandchild. He was leading a crew of builders when a stray beam struck him in the temple, and only a few days shy of his last day of work before retirement, no less.
Literally almost before retirement, okay.
Nearly everyone in Cyseal is familiar with grinning Stephen, and, as you can imagine, he's quite dear to his family.
So the decision here is, old man near the end of his life, who is going to be living in retirement, who is a big sort of like, I guess, personality in the local community. Shut up, guys. I'm getting there. Or we have Boris, who has been helping with trade routes, was it? He's one of the few willing to traverse the trade routes, so he is directly responsible for bringing supplies to and from this place. Tell me about the healing stone.
Yes, a curious relic indeed. I got it from a kindly abbot, Loic by name, in the northern town of Silver Glen. He is of a certain faith, the Immaculates they call themselves, that espouses the belief that certain stones can heal wounded flesh.
Fuchsia says, let them both die, pocket the stone, it's for the greater good. I mean, the third option you've presented is really tempting. Because a stone that can heal people?
I myself was nothing if not skeptical of his claims, but something happened as he handed me the stone. A small cut on my finger instantly healed, leaving no trace of the wound. Needless to say, I was astounded.
If I throw the rock hard enough at someone, does that mean there's no evidence I ever hit them?
But it's strange. The stone is only good for a single use at a time before it reverts to a useless, inert state. It takes time to regain its magical properties, and I guard it cautiously. You are? I thank you a million times for your help. Who have you decided should receive the healing stone?
This is a, it's one of those moral dilemmas you would normally see in philosophy classes. I think normally it's presented as the form of like, there's someone who can swim.
Corpse's troubled mind.
Who's drowning. Oh no, there's 2 people in the sea. One can't swim. But they're not like in trouble yet, and the other one is like, can swim, but they're tired. Who'd you throw the life ring to? The correct answer is to go for the person who can't swim, because the idea is that by the time you bring the life ring in, the other person will have bought enough time that by the time they get into the position of being, drowning, you can still pull them back. Similarly, Boris is the only one that's able to help this town directly. And there's other members of the family, and he's well respected in the community. They can help him out.
Ah.
Boris is more crucial to the town.
Boris's life has just begun.
Yes, forest it is? Yes, I'll deliver the stone. I'm glad we'll get to save one man. My heart breaks for the other.
Don't worry, his heart's gonna stop functioning in a few hours.
No, this is highly abnormal. What is this? This lightning.
I feel no pleasure in bidding you.
What?
What happened? Is this a dream?
I don't think so. That stone. Somehow it sent us flying into the...
Alright, boys, get ready for combat. Fuchsia says, now look what I've done. I mean, I guess being pragmatic wasn't the right decision in that case. Are we obedient? Okay, so we're obedient, we're pragmatic. Well, we've been pragmatic for a while. Okay. What is... On the loading screen it said the end of time.
Terrible, terrible, terrible! It will consume us all!
Zigzags? Okay. I don't see anything else I can interact with. Who are you? Why are you looking in a giant... Is that the smelloscope from Futurama?
By the quill that lasts a billion words, what's this? 2 Rivalonians here? At the end of space and time? How very, very, very curious.
I'm gonna be honest, in a fantasy game where I get to cast spells, kill orcs, retomb the dead, and get blown up by graves, I wasn't quite expecting time-traveling medical stones to be involved. But it is a surprise I am welcome to participate with. Who are you, though? How'd you get here?
Oh, yes, proper introductions. Zigzags the historian at your service. It is my job to record all that was, and is, and hopefully all that is to be.
Doom says I've got to get the time stone. Well, he says got to get the time stone. I really want that time stone all of a sudden. Like, what else can it do? You know, if it heals people and I can throw it hard enough and it maybe heals them after I hurt them, and it can send me into the future, what else can it do?
As for how I got here, well, for a historian appointed by the gods themselves, hopping to the end of time is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Doom says the book animations, though, yeah, they are really good, aren't they? The way it's all, like, organically weaves in and out, like some sort of, like, fungal growth, or, like, vines on a pillar. But it's actually just the book swing. I like it. They could have just gone, like, you know, really static, just all moves left, all moves right, but the way that it, like, ripples down and shifts around like it's trying to balance itself, I actually quite like that detail.
How you got here, though? That's a rather more interesting question.
Is it? Because I'd love to have the answer.
On such a tiny and rapidly shrinking vestige of space and time, I wouldn't have expected to find a soul but my own shadow.
Why is this place shrinking?
Ah, at last a question I can answer most definitively. I mentioned already that this place is the end of time. If that didn't send your heart into your stomach and your pulse a-flutter, it should have.
Silly historian, time is infinite. There is no end to time. Stop trying to spread your lies.
Time ought
naturally to have no end at all. Indeed, I can think of no worse nightmare for a chronicler such as myself. But something totally, utterly terrible has happened.
What? How is it coming to an end?
Show, don't tell, I always say. So go, peer through yonder looking lens, and feast your soon-to-be terrified eyes on the darkness that is approaching.
I think that imp might be quite mad.
Then we'd better appease him and have a look through the looking lens.
Oh yeah, that looks healthy. That doesn't. What's with the giant dragon?
You looked. You saw. Terrifying, isn't... What's this? The portal. It's... The portal has become active. Fantastic. Astounding. Onward we should go.
Yeah, you first. We'll be just right behind you.
The portal! You!
Oh, didn't mean to hit continue.
You must be the key. Something about your presence here is causing the end of time to grow. The true end itself to move further away.
Fuchsia says it's dark matter. The dragon is dark matter? Dragons are really interesting in this setting.
Those torches! A light! This portal active once more! It cannot be coincidence.
Yeah, what was it we were looking at through your magical lens?
Goodness me, how right you are. There's so much to take in, I'd nearly forgotten. And what you saw has been haunting my mind since I first discovered it.
Fuchsia says, looked pretty dark and mattery to me. I mean, that I agree with. But why was it in the shape of a dragon? Dark Matter Dragon also, by the way, sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh card or a Magic the Gathering card. No, actually it sounds more like a Yu-Gi-Oh card because they got some really weird dragons in that one. They've got photon dragons, tachyon dragons, galaxy dragons. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a dark matter dragon. Oh, actually, hold on, there is a dark matter dragon.
It is the void itself. The dragon that is devouring creation. When I speak of the end of time, this is exactly what I mean.
It's a void dragon.
I can't say for sure where it came from, how or why, but I do know this. It's shrinking our future by the second. And if we don't stop it, it will devour the past and present as well.
You think we're somehow connected to this plane?
It's not that I believe, it's that I have seen. Long have I been waiting here, hoping that one day this very portal would ignite.
And it has. Look at that, I'm a magician. Actually, Korax is the magician here.
Then, no longer than a few mere moments after you arrive, zap it goes. The chronicler of time knows a pattern when he sees one.
So what's through the portal then?
Ah, though I cannot say for certain, if it is what I believe, then our prayers might well be answered. In fact, every last question that ever plagues your noggin might well be answered, for I believe what lies beyond this portal is nothing other than...
Narnia. Is it Narnia?
But why spoil the mystery? As soon as we leap through, we'll find out for certain.
Alright, let's go through the portal then.
After you, after you. Oh, what wonders we may find on the other side.
Fuchsia says Norway. I don't think Norway is through the end of that really demonic looking portal. Maybe metal concert playing in Finland? But I guess there's only one way to find out.
But don't dilly-dally.
Yeah, alright, I'm going. Don't worry, I already stole your alcohol. Bye.
Just as I hoped. There she is. There it is. Come, don't delay.
And he's off.
Says don't delay.
Spotted exactly who and what he'd hoped to find here.
I'd like to explore. Oh, inactive portals. Hey, we found the hub, haven't we? Fuchsia says England then. England's not quite the right level of pit for this. Although I say that and immediately I remember that there's a game called Hellgate London that was pretty fun back in the day. I don't know if I'd recommend it nowadays because of the weird way that they MMO'd it. Oh, hello. To the first garden. Yeah, this is a hub. This is definitely a hub. Was I supposed to get access to the hub by trying to solve whether a man should live or die? Did I Bee Gees my way into this? Inactive portal. Yeah, inactive portal. That looks interesting. And then we have more inactive portals and someone, the Weaver of Time. Are they related to the...
He, milady, the Weaver of Time, Mother of History, Author of all that has ever been.
Fuchsia says they've seen that guy in the Talos Principle too. I still haven't played any of the Talos Principle games. I know the first one's supposedly a really good puzzle game that just has like goes on a little bit too long.
Indeed, Sir Imp, as surely as you are he who chronicles all that I weave.
I'm just gonna let these two have their little self-praising circle echo chamber.
Astounding! Unbelievable! I have so many questions for you, so much to ask, so much to say.
But yeah, I apparently the Talos Principle has some really good puzzles in it, but it also feels like it drags itself out by having too many puzzles that aren't that interesting. Or I think a better way to put it is it gets very repetitive very quickly with some of the puzzles. And you just sort of go, when can I get the next one? What's the next one actually going to be? Oh, it's this puzzle again. And you just, it sort of overstays its welcome.
You have brought guests, I see. Strange. Very strange guests.
Hello. Hold on. Hello. We hear you're the Weaver of Time.
My reaction exactly, milady. It was their arrival here at the end of time that instigated my finding you. But why? Surely you must know.
I'm gonna laugh if she has absolutely no idea why we're here. Fuchsia says there are never too many puzzles. There can be. I say that as a fan of the Legacy of Kain series, there can be too many puzzles sometimes. That was a fun experience to do. It's one of the only downsides to replaying Soul Reaver 1 is I hope you like box puzzles.
This is a question better put to our guests themselves. Tell us, how did you arrive upon this plane?
Alright, am I gonna call her on her bullshit or am I gonna tell her what happened? Because either she does know what happened and is asking a rhetorical question, or she doesn't know what happened, which means that she's not as omnipotent as would be led to believe. You have no reason to be belligerent yet. It was a stone.
stone. So, it was a stone that caused the great shock of energy that brought you here, and it infused you with new life as well. Is that so?
Fuchsia says she's been faking it for all this time. What if obviously, if I'm doing a blind playthrough here, I don't actually know any of the plot, any of the story. What if the big twist is that the Weaver of Time actually isn't the Weaver of Time, but they're just someone who happened to be here and read all the books and knows how a storyline is supposed to go, but then we've appeared and the stone has made it so that suddenly we're no longer on that same account of history that she has read and is aware of? You know, kind of like a Legacy of Kain.
Not like this, no. What happened to you is unique in all.
Oh! Oh!
Never had I experienced something so contrary to my nature. To weave something I had not seen, had not expected. Life does not simply spring into existence.
Suppose for a moment, Raziel, that you were to flip a coin and it was to land perfectly on its edge. Oh. I was expecting a longer payoff. I wasn't expecting to be confirmed correct on the next line. I thought it was going to be like, you know, an hour or so into this and be like, oh yeah, by the way, I don't actually know what's going on.
But yours has. You appeared before me from the moment you came into contact with that stone. Starstone. I now know it to be called.
So we have a Starstone, a Bloodstone. Okay. Is there going to be some sort of assembly of stones we have to get?
But, Madam Weaver, how is it possible? Do you not see all? Have you not woven all that is and could ever be into your tapestry?
There is no way she counted for my dumbass being here right now. I'm sorry to break it to you like this, Sir Imp. Your deitic being isn't invaluable, because I'm living proof of that.
Like the stones, your guests are a mystery to me. I see them before me in this world, but their likenesses appeared not upon my tapestry until they revived the stone. Source hunters, it would seem that yourselves and Starstone are inextricably linked. Why and how, I cannot say, but I do believe that finding more stones will reveal to me who you yourselves truly are.
So now we have an overarching plot of we need to find the stones to find out why it is that we're able to act and do things the Weaver of Time does not already have precognizant knowledge of, as well as doing a Sherlock Holmes please solve the mystery of the murdered man. I like this. I like this. This is good. This is it. This has got my attention. This has got me stuttering and my mind on like a loop trying to speak English. Where does the Starstone come from?
Starstone is not what it seems, Source Hunter. Its true nature must be part of a greater secret. A secret lost, even to me.
Can't be that good of a Weaver of Time then, can you, if you've forgotten a secret?
Do you see what violence my work has suffered? What wounds lay upon the tapestry of time?
Mysteries of all time, gaps in history. Oh, how they've tormented me for eons.
You're doing a really bad job of being a historian, buddy.
It would appear that Starstone transforms at your touch, granting me new thread by which to mend the tapestry. Thus, it restores time itself.
Oh.
I see. What the void would shrink, Starstone restores.
Please stop rolling your eyes so aggressively. I understand what you're saying. We don't need the flourish.
Yes. Though I cannot explain why this starstone is the antidote to the void's ravishment of our realm.
Okay. I'm gonna make a prediction. I don't want this confirmed in any way, shape, or form. I'm just throwing this prediction out there. The starstone is pure, untapped, uncorrupted source energy. And the void is the polar opposite. It is corrupted. It is what corrupted the source power in the first place, which is why we, the Source Hunters, exist. And we ourselves maybe have some latent source connection, and that linking with a starstone has done the same as like short-circuiting a battery. We basically like jump-started something here with the starstone that gets us to this place, and because of that, that's why the Weaver of Time couldn't see what was going on until we came here, because it's source related, and it's why it's also the antidote to the void absorbing time and destroying time, because we're effectively, I guess, like fixing a balance, maybe. I think that's what's happening. I think the Starstone is directly linked to the source. We've somehow managed to short-circuit that because maybe we're actually related to the source as well. And the void is just corrupted source, and it's just spreading like radiation.
If we do not restore time, if we do not discover the true nature of these stones, the void will consume us all.
But within the context of role-playing, within the game, I have to act like we ain't got that knowledge. We're just Source Hunters of Rivellon. We have a mission that doesn't involve chasing down any of your weird magic rocks.
Without these stones, Hunter, there will be no Rivellon. The entire tapestry will crumble. Even this plane will fall victim to the void's insatiable hunger.
Oh.
For a reason I do not yet understand, you and you alone can unlock the powers within Starstone. But we are not the only entities who know these stones to be so much more than pretty gems.
Yes, as Fusha has just said, we're just doing our job, man.
Why, of course! That's what they were doing. I have recorded their doings, you see. Collectors of Starstone, more and more by the day. Now I understand. They'd keep the stones from our reach. They'd prevent the mending of time.
You're telling me that the cult called the Immaculates might be evil? I haven't even run into this cult yet, and we already think they're evil. What a great precedent we've set already.
That shall never be. As sure as Zix comes before Zax, we will put a stop to it. First we mend the tapestry, then we stop the void.
You got it wrong, imp boy. It's first we solve the murder, then maybe we carry on and find your rocks. Then maybe fix the tapestry, and hopefully stop the void.
Please, our most mysterious guest, are you ready? Are you willing? Will you hunt out the stones? Will you help us restore what has been lost?
Well, apparently my only option here is bracket end bracket, so I think so.
Not but a moment ago we were hunting Source in Rivellon, and now we're being told that we alone can prevent the end of time by way of some magical stones. What do you make of it?
Think, Source Hunter.
Fusha says, assuming appropriate bonus overtime pay, obviously.
What'll it be, Source Hunter? Do tell.
Shut up, imp. We're having a private discussion. I mean, of course, if there's, you know, appropriate reparations for our time expended on this effort, then I've got no issue with this. You know? I'm not going to work for free.
Still, it's quite a leap from finding a strange stone to placing the world's salvation on our shoulders.
The glint in your gaze and the set of your brow suggest to me that you've not given up on our dear old Rivellon. Not just yet. No, with you searching out Starstone, I believe we'll mend the tapestry in no time. We'll find out just who you are and how exactly to send the void back to wherever it came from.
We know who we are. We're Corvus Corax.
But you'll need a way to travel between Rivellon and this homestead, won't you? Who wouldn't want to see what fantastic changes your search will yield? And who knows what the Weaver might discover about you? Luckily, the power of portals is known to you, so I'll let you in on the little secret of how to transport back and forth from the end of time. Just, you know, don't go sharing it around. Never know who we can trust these days.
Do you know you can even trust me?
Off you go then. You've Starstone to find, and I've a tapestry to examine. Surely there must be some clue here as to how on earth you're related to the end of time.
Do I want to ask more questions, or do I want to play a game? You know what? We'll get the questions out the way.
Cross my heart, hope to fade in the void, I honestly don't know. But ask her. If she claims it is so, perhaps she knows why.
Like the imp said.
Oh, there's so many.
Operator, shoot.
Doom's just sat there rocking out with his cats. If I'm supposed to be finding this Starstone, do you have any idea where I have to start looking?
Wouldn't it just? Would that I had a Starstone sightseeing guide, but alas, such a booklet does not exist.
You sure? You've only just got to this place. Maybe you've, you know, got one lying around? Have you checked every book here to make sure there's not a Starstone sightseeing guide in there?
Just like yourselves, Starstones are curiously absent from history, both in my writings and on the Tapestry of Time. From what I can gather, though, they were once cherished by devious sorcerers whose reign ended long ago. The stones are therefore most likely to be found in the ancient places of this world.
I'm really tempted to add a counter for every time I see the word sorcerer or sorceress. Really tempted to see how many times they got away with using that pun.
Ruins, caves, the lairs of long-forgotten evils. Those are the dens you should frequent. 2 more pieces of advice. Don't go unarmed, and consult with my agent.
Wait, what about your agent?
Neither do I, but the mere fact that activated Starstone has set the Weaver of Time weaving again more than implies that it and the Void Dragon are natural enemies.
Wow, it really is a void dragon.
This in turn more than implies that you are the Void's natural enemy, for it is you who is setting new events in motion. You who is handing the Weaver new threads. And that which she is weaving is more than an ornament to decorate the shelter plane. It is both history and future history. It is all of time.
Alright.
We may not understand the how yet, but our aim is clear. We shall save creation from the grip of the void. Now, isn't that a lovely mission?
Let's just change the subject. I'm done here.
Before you go, Source Hunter, a final word. Once you return to Rivellon, there will be someone waiting for you. My agent. My eyes and ears upon your world.
Is it an animal?
I hope he'll be able to help you as much as he can. Time, I need hardly remind you, is of the essence. A question has me stumped, milady. Why are there two of us? Two beings that record all of history parallel to one another.
That is a good question, Zigzags. One without a conclusive answer, though its resolution may lie in conception. Where you chronicle, I both chronicle and create. Where you arrive at conclusions,
Oh, I can
spin
teleport anytime I want to. Where were we? We were the Cyseal Harbour. Fuchsia says, what if the Void Dragon has a good, morally justifiable reason for its actions?
Source Hunters, I welcome you once again to the realm of Rivellon after your travels through the chasms of space. Nice to have found a shelter, wouldn't you agree? Where you can come to no harm.
1 second, Catman. Fuchsia says, what if the Void Dragon has a good, morally justifiable reason for its actions? What if the Void Dragon is the good guy? That's true, because I literally, in-game and out-game, have no idea what's going on in this world yet. In terms of, like, the general, like, who's good, who's evil, who does what, right? I've only got the pieces I've been given. And we've been told that the end of time is being caused by this Void Dragon. We haven't actually interacted with it directly ourselves, or anyone with a non-biased opinion, so this is a bit early to be making assumptions. Besides, we were hired to just turn up and solve a murder, not fight some Void Dragon ending time. But I guess Arhu is the agent.
I know the imp historian has told you about his agent on Rivellon, and that agent is I. So now that you know of the alliance between me and Sir Zigzags, let us turn to the business at hand. Starstone.
Fuchsia says, just use the love potion on the Void Dragon. We already know it works. That requires it to be an orc. Now, if it turns out that we have some Subnautica-class Leviathan flying through time and space, eating time and space, and we can dumpster it with a love potion, I'll take that option. I'll happily have those odds.
I can't even smell the sea air over this rock.
But I don't know what the shipping delivery time is like on that love potion. It might be faster if we just try and get there ourselves. Are we here just to do our business, or... You know what? We have our priorities. We came here to solve the murder. Murder first, then your Starstones. I even said that earlier.
So it is, and so it should continue to be. For I suspect his foul murder and the plight of dying time are somehow interconnected.
Yeah, you can believe all you want, Catman.
Dark webs are being woven around these parts, and it is my firm belief Starstones are the flies the sorcerer spiders are trying to catch. It can therefore hardly be a coincidence that Councillor Jake was a collector of the stones we seek.
And if they are indeed using spiders, we don't need to worry. We can summon our own.
That means the task you have been given remains crucial. Find the assassin that did away with Jake, for you're bound to stumble upon Starstone along the way.
How did you know about his Starstone collection?
While you were being lectured by our friend the historian and the Grande Dame of Time, I snuck into his house and had a look around.
Fuchsia says spider friend and has an emoji of a spider. Exactly. Now, I'm a giant arachnophobe myself. I stopped playing Noita after 20 minutes because we had a perk. 1 second. Because I found a perk that turned me into a spider and the movement was too... It was just no. Just no. And I don't think we played a game where I've actually had to deal with spiders on the whole. As in, like, actual, like, spiders.
I can't even smell the sea.
But this spider, the one we can summon, the one I'm going to call Boris, and I'll love if anyone can understand why I'm calling it Boris. That one's okay. That one I'll tolerate. That one can live. Unless it gets killed by somebody else, in which case it wasn't my fault.
The advantage of being a cat, you know. You go where you please with impunity. And sometimes the lady of the house even rewards you with a slice of fresh herring. That's where I saw them in a cabinet. Mere slivers, but specks of starstones nonetheless. They lay there, silent and innocent, though bloody murder may have been committed in their name.
Why is it so nice that we found a shelter?
Don't we all long for a sanctuary where our worldly troubles can be held at bay? A bed or a basket so snug it becomes, in a word, safety.
No.
But perhaps I speak only for myself, not for veterans such as yourselves that by necessity call any patch of ground they rest upon home. Like any cat worth its salt, though, I deeply cherish a secret refuge unbeknownst to anyone. To be able to repose without a care is such a precious circumstance, savoured all too seldomly.
When are you going to backstab me, Catman?
I can't even smell the sea.
When are you going to turn those claws into my back? Of course, maybe he won't betray me at some point in the story. But I got my eye on you, Catman. You didn't tell me anything about this Starstone business before.
Steady, boys. Steady. We'll be leaving as soon
And
as
then
we...
suddenly, I go to Razmataz, no, Zigzags, and you're willing to tell me that there were Starstones in the Counselor Jake cupboard?
I can't even smell the sea air over this rot.
Do you believe what Zigzags is saying about the looming end?
Let me phrase it like Zigzags might. A universe without time is like a pen without ink. A pointless instrument stripped of the potential of creation. It is void. It is death. It is nothing. I'll not pretend to have all the answers, all that I understand, all that is happening here and out there among the stars. But I do know I'd rather err on the side of caution. If Zigzags worries, I worry. We are talking about a creature, after all, that has reclined among the divines as nonchalantly as you and I lays beside the hearths of home.
So what I really want to know, though, is if he's at the end of time and space, how did you become his friend?
I met him first, a long time ago, out in the wastes of Youthful Gore. He wondered aloud what on earth a cat was doing out there in the scorching desert, then shared what little food and water he had with him.
Thusha says an inkless pen is death? I mean, if you've seen Saw, you also know that a pen can be life.
I can't even smell the sea air over this rot.
But I understand the metaphor they're trying to use. So I guess that also means make sure your pens never run out. Because who knows, maybe you've inadvertently doomed a universe. You don't know you haven't.
So I told him who I was and showed him my human form. He laughed and marveled and told me stories about his travels. In the end, he even shared his great sorrow with me. The unspeakable thing you saw through his looking lens. I was awed and frightened, but swore to help him in any way I could. Oh, before you go, here, take this teleporter pyramid.
A what?
A handy toy indeed that Zigzags asked me to give.
Is he a Goa'uld?
You'll need the other one too if you want to make use of its powers, but alas, I seem to have misplaced it. Don't worry though. Use this one here and it'll take you straight to its twin. Now that this matter has been settled, hunters, I shall detain you no longer. But rest assured, I'll do my share of hunting too. So if you spot a white cat during your travels, do stop to say hello.
Okay. Oh, we have an achievement. So I can just put that by there.
Oh my gods! Creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Get out, will you?
Was not ready for that. Was not ready for that. Time to try and persuade this person. Okay. I don't want to intimidate this person. They're just here trying to have a bath, trying to relax. You know, end of a stressful day and all that, right? I think we should just be honest. We solved a magic pyramid, and now we're here. Oh. Oh, what? Oh boy. Scissors. Well, I can't wait for this to go wrong. Paper.
A magical pyramid, eh? Frivolous and lecherous magic, more like. Out! Now, if you please! This room is private.
How do I... There we go. No, that's not how I pick it up.
Don't just stand there.
This is valuable.
Away with you!
Yeah, I'm leaving. Don't worry. I had to get my pyramid first. So, I didn't need to do that teleportation stuff earlier, did I? To get away from...
Pay the big cheese on your block for the wheel of the good stuff.
Join the Sun Club if you got an eye for potatoes.
I'd like to go back down to where I was before I start doing anything else. So, I'll deal with all you guys in a minute. I didn't need to do that teleport stuff to get that box chest, did I?
I wouldn't want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir with...
All I had to do... I'll pick up an inert stone. Yep. All I had to do was wait, be patient, and then I could have just thrown stuff around. Alright, Evelyn, how are you feeling?
Thank you eternally for your help. Though your reaction to the healing stone, I have no idea what to make of it.
That
strange reaction you caused. Blue lightning from a healing stone. I've never seen anything like it. And the stone looks different now, too. Like it's devoid of life. I begin to wonder if its magical properties survived your little reaction.
Tell me about yourself.
I've been studying under Theliron for some time now, but that task, being asked to play the gods, was the first time I've ever questioned my, well, suitability for the work. I've a passion for this work, you see. A passion to see things put in order, from a flesh wound healed to an entire city made resistant to a fatal illness. What right has something as trivial as a wound or as senseless as an epidemic to take a human life?
If you're thinking about it, Evelyn, in a really specific detail, the decision to cure a disease is in and of itself a choice of life and death, because you've chosen to end the questionable life of a disease or a parasite in favor of the host. I'm going to leave that knowledge with you and leave out the back door.
That tone, soothing.
Except I need to go talk to your boss, so I'm going to come straight back in.
Far?
Thederon, right?
But if one were to reduce the quantity of skull dust by a percentage of 2, perhaps the stability could be increased by as much as 3-fold.
What?
Oh, a source hunter. Imagine that. Quite a bit more petite than the last of your kind I encountered, aren't you? Yes, by nearly 20 centimeters of tibia, as my memory serves.
Okay.
No matter. Even if it couldn't spare its heartier specimen, I'm sure the Order sent the individual with the next highest probability of success. Yeah?
First up, do you have any work for a trio of sailors? Sailors is the word, not sailors.
Sorry, but there isn't much work for sailors in a house of medicine. Unless one of them happens to have a secret stash of healing stones.
On the topic of healing stones, we talk about Evelyn?
Well, she certainly possesses a critical eye and an exacting manner when it comes to making difficult medical decisions.
Yeah, in that she doesn't make them.
I expect she'll be a very successful healer in her own right when the time comes. She is learning from the best, after all.
And what of the people she was, looking after?
The world belongs to the young, they say, and Boris will live to take his piece. Thank you for your help in this matter.
And matters of Cyseal in general?
Certainly. What would you like to know?
What you tell me about Jake's murder?
The counsellor. Terrible loss, that. Though we were hardly more than acquaintances, I knew him to be a devoted civil servant. From what I can tell, it seems to be a simple case of jealousy turned violent. The affairs of his wife, Esmeralda, were hardly a secret, you know.
And what can you tell me about the undead?
I've applied myself to that problem for 2 years and still haven't come a step closer to solving it. I declare it an act of the Almighty's, if I believed in such things. Some events, Source Hunter, can be neither controlled nor understood by mere men.
Alright, what have you got for sale? Oh, okay. I'd love to take those books, but not quite yet. Okay, so what else can we find down here? What is this?
Tricks of the kids? This here is the greatest
Fantastic!
illusion in Handavale! Bravo! Yeehaw!
Alright, I guess we just walked into a circus.
My word! You there! You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a severed head. Step right up!
My word!
Correx, the instant any of this gets weird, drop a spider on him.
Today, I do re mi fa sol la ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end.
Tell me about yourself.
I doubt I have to tell you that I am the amazing singing Stefan, the only sentient severed head in Cyseal. My audience sings my praises from hill and dale.
Right.
You're a source hunter, aren't you? Oh, bless the seven. Oh, you've got to help me. I've been kidnapped.
Corax, ready the spider.
Pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst, help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There I will reveal everything.
Yeah, I'm sure I can fit you in my backpack, along with my shovel and arrow, rocks, shells, everything else.
It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
That is enough of that now!
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. It won't be the...
We will have none of that, you hear?
Today, I think, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war.
So here's what I'm wondering.
It is said, and this I have heard from a...
You there! Take a seat! Prepare to laugh your head. I think you've gotten quite familiar enough by now, thanks. Keep your... What a generous spectator! Find it...
Creamy blues and gory reds that ordered a contest across his realm.
I have like no stealth skills.
You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a...
How am I supposed to do this?
Step right up!
Fantastic! Fantastic! Today, I think, a king. Fantastic! The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
Can I make a distraction of some sort?
And this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot.
Fantastic!
Sigurd himself.
Zombie ate your dog? Orc sunk your ship? No matter! You're at Katarina's Fair, a veritable summer home for...
There's got to be something I can do to distract him,
Won't
right?
you take a seat and let our esteemed entertainers whisk you off to a better place? Well, I'm Katarina the Fair, fairest first lady of the fair, of course. I do love making the acquaintance of my patrons, and who knows which of them might become one of my performers.
Uh-oh.
I've an open stage in want of talent, and I've often found the best young performers among the rank and file of the audience.
I may have found a job for the sailors.
The theatre's favor has overcome you, has it? Marvelous! I do so love a fresh green talent ready to bloom. But I support players, not writers, you see. If you want to perform here, you'll have to find tried and true material. Check the library and see if any of the classics there interest you. I'd love to see a Source Hunters take on one of the old standards.
Okay.
Come on! Come all! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
Talk to the rooster, please.
Liberté, equality, and brotherhood for all will turn the wicked cleaver of decapitation upon you. Revolution is coming!
Okay, Napoleon. What's your deal?
Sit! Stay a while. Right in front. I'll excite you. I'll delight you. I'll beguile you. I'll besmile you. I'm Cedric the Sensational, and I'm playing to an empty audience.
It's alright, Cedric. People will come. Look at me, I'm here.
Don't pity me. No, sir. Just a few years ago, I was the all-singing, all-dancing, all-sensational darling of the town. People came from far and wide just to witness my amazing act. When Reginald came, he brought some fantastic prop with him. Now, have you seen it? A talking head. Now, I never expected a silly gimmick like that to be my main competition.
Is this my inn? Is this how I get a hold of Reginald's head?
It seems even my usually choosy audience has been taken in by that hack's little gizmo. I'm a man of skill, sleight of hand, feats of wit, and pure entertainment. This curio is ruining what used to be an art. And even when there's no crowd to speak of, old Reggie still has at least one fan calling bravo and hee-haw. Sure as the sun sets, that one devotee attracts 5 more, and those 5 more all curious about the commotion.
Okay.
I don't know how he inspires such loyalty with less talent contained between his hat and his boots than I've in my crusty handkerchief. Come on! Come on! Ah, a familiar face.
Tell me about the competition.
It seems even my usually choose and I don't know.
Okay. So.
Come on! Come on!
Wait.
Can't you hear the stage calling you?
Wait. I've had a beautiful idea.
By the 7! What a tale!
You there!
My
You don't look like someone who's
Hi,
ever
friend.
been serenaded by a severed head. Step right up!
Fantastic!
It won't be the worst ending.
What? Has the ground turned to glue when you've been naughty around here?
Fantastic!
Today, I think,
Fantastic.
a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
I didn't quite work the way I thought it would. I thought I could go invisible, walk up, and grab him. But I walked up, entered conversation, and it broke.
You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a
By
severed
the
head.
7! What
Step
a
right up.
tale!
I don't have an option just to steal him straight away. So that doesn't work.
Word.
Today,
Brilliant if it did.
a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of
My
war machines.
word!
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew
You there! Take a seat. Prepare to laugh your head off, cry your eyes out, and teeter on the edge of your seat with an original tale from Stefan, the talking severed head.
Tell me about your competition with Cedric.
Ah, yes, I know of that talentless bull. He was here entertaining the troops before I was brought in. I'm sure the hack simply bored his audience to tears until they cried for a replacement. Enter Reginald the Illusionist. We need our boys in red happy, relaxed, and ready to fight. Not wasting their energies cringing at a fool with a depressed rabbit in a borrowed hat.
Okay.
Fantastic!
Today, I think.
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, there stands the world famous.
So you're the one that brings everyone else in.
Better check it out if you don't want to miss the time of your life. Oh, I'm nothing but your average man taking in the best show I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's paying you.
Astounded that for a meager gold coin or two, I can take in this first-rate entertainment all day long. Well, I've stumbled into quite the fine gig. I just let my appreciation for Reggie's work be known, and he slips me a few gold coins in return. My voice happens to carry pretty far. Cyseal hears me. Cyseal wants to see.
Okay, we're gonna cut that short.
So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds.
My word.
In a contest across
This, I think I need to be smart about.
Back for more, I see. Well, are you impressed by my prowess in the arts of entertainment? Nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd. And that crowd warmer has increased my profits by 60%.
Okay.
Ha! Yes, I know of Enter. Red. I think you've gotten.
So if I take that information and I go talk to Cedric, can I get him to try to steal the head? Will be a distraction?
A familiar face. Kai! A person whose sole job is to praise the performance and stir the
I feel like this can be solved.
genius invention. No wonder Reginald has had such success. I knew his act couldn't have outshone mine on its merits alone. Please, you must hire him for me. Imagine the scowl on that conman's face when my rightful audience returns to me. A must-see event.
Yeah, I'll do that. We started this off by fighting undead, raiding tombs, fighting orcs.
It is said,
And now I'm trying to start a feud, or end a feud, between two
Looking at me for? There's a
different
great
actors.
show going on. Well, I don't see why I should. Reginald and I have grown rather friendly, you know? And in any case, it'll be hard to pull myself away from this fantastic show.
Fantastic!
Today, I think.
Okay, we have the advantage.
The great Sigurd and
But this is effectively random, so...
it is said, and
What was if I press space?
from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Ellie,
Oh, I can just choose to win it.
Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for
I thought space would just automatically, like, choose for me. I didn't think it would just... Maybe it has, but I didn't expect it to just do that. Does it skip all of them? I have to do the next one. The next one we get, I had to hit space to find out if it's automatically in my favour or if it just...
Well, I guess it's been long enough since I've stretched my wings a bit, and it ain't so far of a flight now, is it? Maybe I will have a peek at what Cedric's up to over there.
Well, we did it.
so ardently did he crave
Fantastic!
The Cyseal, what you're made of.
So now I'm going to go see Cedric and see if he can help me with the head.
A familiar face.
Or if I got to wait until he sits down.
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Can you spare a coin?
There's a beggar nearby.
Oh, that Gallagher is quite the performer. One of my own ilk. Sometimes all the flies need is a little honey, eh? And things are certainly buzzing around here. Oh, just like old times. The rush, the thrill. What a delight.
Yeah, here come more people.
Stay and enjoy the show. Show all of Cyseal what you're made of.
This is the finest show in the land!
Alright.
Alright.
Go on, do some tricks, Cedric.
Wow.
Do a flip.
You there?
Cedric's show is a
Like an actor
doozy!
just waiting
Woo!
for his big debut.
Hey, it's you again! I don't have to tell you that Cedric's act will help you banish belly fat and inspire your kids to say no to drugs.
This is some pretty tall order promises you're offering right there, Gallagher.
Come on.
I'm happy to laugh my head off at the finest show in Cyseal as long as Cedric keeps paying me to say so. Oh, son of a ghoul. I mean, keeps performing these amazing feats.
Okay.
Hear the stage
I'm just out of interest. Yeah, that's fine.
What? Where is everyone trotting off to? Don't they want to hear?
Strange! You appear to be my only client. Did the whole of Cyseal eat some? I think you've gotten quite familiar enough. I knew that fool could never have garnered so much as a guffaw on his...
Yes, there we go.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti.
Save first because I don't think he's out of range.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. It won't be the worst ending.
Okay, go. Where am I going? Reginald's cellar. Where is Reginald's cellar?
Cyseal, the best!
Wow. Performers, showmen.
I'm actually really proud of myself for figuring out how to solve this. I'm glad it didn't let me get away with the invisibility.
All right.
'Tis I!
Okay, now we're looking for, like, his cellar? Hey, beggar.
1 coin or 2, noble spirit? 1 coin or 2?
Have 10.
May the soul of Astarte smile upon you, kind stranger.
Okay, we're looking for Reginald's house. Wherever that may be.
Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
Crime scene, little Theolon clinic. Thing. Okay, what, can I just talk to the head? Can you tell me where it is? Whoops.
Not here, not now. We'll be better off speaking in the privacy of the cellar. There are eyes and ears everywhere. You know the healer's clinic, don't you? Oh, what's his name? Theliron. Yes, behind Theliron's house of healing, along the cliffs, you'll find Reginald's sparse little shack. There I know we won't be overheard. He keeps a spare key right near the place in a pen guarded by a rather low...
No way.
You can't miss the bugger.
No way. Is it in the grave? It's in the grave.
Not here, not now. We'll be better. It won't be the...
The key I need is in the grave. That blew me up. Man, that's good. Or is it here? Because it said a lonely sheep. Okay, sheep, spill the beans.
Bah! If you think black sheep.
No, that's not what I was looking for. Oh, that's a key. Okay. And this is the only shack I can think of. There we go. Ha ha ha! See, I can be smart sometimes. Juggling orange, another juggling orange, fake skeleton. Oh yeah, this is all just his normal equipment. Okay. Alright, talk to me, head.
Ah, a little privacy at last. Out of earshot of that contemptible jester.
Alright.
We can finally speak freely.
I want you to tell me everything about yourself.
My true name is Nick. In life, I was an entertainer aboard the ship of the famed Pontius Pirate. I once dared to defy him and he savagely beheaded me for the attempt.
Fuchsia says you got a head in navigation. Ooh, but that came... Ooh. Were you trying to make a pun? As I was going, hey, I wonder if this head will tell me where the house is.
Little did I know the abuse was only beginning.
I appreciate that. It's a pretty good pun.
Sorcerer, mad as the day is long, found my severed head on the beach and resurrected me. I spent months in his company listening to him blather on about his every inane opinion.
I see.
When I asked him to return my head to my body, it must be in the Black Cove still, he became enraged and tossed my head into the sea.
Fuchsia says they're reusing Monkey Island jokes. Unfortunately, I have only ever played one Monkey Island game, and it's the one that was on PlayStation 2, which I think was Return to Monkey Island. And even then, I only got about halfway through that game. I got as far as being locked in the bank.
Reginald stumbled upon me some days later and consigned me into his horrid little show. I know not how long I've been entertaining slack-jawed imbeciles at the Cyseal Fair. All I know is I just can't take it anymore.
Okay, so we have to reunite him with his body. Well, what do you know about Reginald?
That charlatan doesn't have a lick of his own talent. So he begs, borrows and beats it from those of us with a real vision for the stage. What I wouldn't give to give old Reggie a swift kick in the jugglers. Oh, to have legs again.
Yeah, so you want to be reunited with your body so you can beat up Reggie.
More than anything. But the chances are so slim with the Black Cove utterly infested with Pontius's undead cronies. My poor lost body is among them, sightless and silent in their vile company. For all I know, they're using it as a coat rack. Traveller, if there were any way you would brave the cove's depths and reunite me with myself, you'd be doing me the only kindness I'd have received in as long as my poor memory serves.
Yeah, I'll gladly reunite you with your buddy. Buddy? Don't worry.
It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered.
What's your opinion, Corax?
Everything we do seems to fortify your abilities.
Ooh. We can either make them a suck-up or arrogant. Make them a suck-up.
That inspiration hardly flows one way, my friend.
Oh, well, that didn't actually give me anything. Time to level up first. So yeah, 2 points to get the next one in Man-at-Arms. Which I feel like would be the better move here. Or maybe better to go for this. I don't have any other Man-at-Arms abilities yet. I feel like getting this maxed out sooner rather than later is going to be better. And then, oh, I get another one of these. All skilled out gives me 2 more ability points. Pretty good. Let's start at the bottom. This gives me extra armor relating to my Man-at-Arms ability, which might be a good move. You know, that would give me 10 right now. Which would give me 61? Yes, that'd be very nice. Oh, but that gives me more health. %, times Man-at-Arms. So 6% more vitality. Would that be that much more beneficial to me now? I mean, I could pick that up at any point. The question is, are these things that help me now? And this gives me 2 more ability points. Let's do it. Because I can use those 2 points in here. To give me more movement, so I'm using less AP. Or improve my crit. I think the smart move here is to go for Armor Specialist. Because look at that. Our speed is now improved. Right. Your turn. Might as well give you that as well. Is there any particular spell? Yes, actually there is. There is. Where's Pyrokinetic? There we go. That's now reduced to 9. But it's still going to be a while before we can get that powered up. And then we need to give you Wand. There we go. I see, so the Wand is what lets me do the Fireball. Got it. So we'll look at this diary, shall we?
Gleam.
It's what gleam? What's what gleam? What gleam? What have you seen? Maybe the diary can elaborate. Okay. Fuchsia says that she was referring to the diary. Ah, see, the past few times that they've pointed out something, they've been like, oh, it's something I can interact with that I wouldn't ordinarily see, like it's a button in the wall or it's a grave site that I can dig. Because I'd already told her to pick the book up, it didn't cross my mind that potentially she's talking about the diary. But, nope, diary doesn't tell us anything we didn't already know. Although I suppose if we broke in here and then found this diary, we'd be able to do this backwards. Fuchsia says it's the, oh look, I picked up a valuable object, let me comment on how valuable it looks voice line. I see. Yeah, this guy's really shit at his job, isn't he? He's got like all these things everywhere that no one really likes. Like, who cares about juggling apples and juggling maces and all he does is juggle. Get a better act. It doesn't require you to throw a guy into indentured servitude. Let's put the rug back so he doesn't know that I've broken into his house. Apart from stealing his diary. He'll just think it's gone missing. Right. So we have a few things we can do in town now. We have to visit the library so I can try to find... What? Try to find what? Oh, try to find something I can put on for a play. That's what it was.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Say, no one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I, borrowed one of these fish, would you?
No. You're hungry, you need to survive.
Borrow indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid.
Oh, I see.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear!
Do you normally steal?
I never would have dreamt of resorting to petty theft during better times, but what choice have I got now? If it's steal or starve, I'll choose steal.
If you are genuinely going to be facing starvation, yeah, okay.
Oh, my story's tired by now. I was happy enough, prosperous enough, before these lean times around Cyseal began. Still, that doesn't waive a man's need to eat, you know. So what do you think? Should I snag a fish?
You know what? I'm not going to make the decision on this one. I don't know if Doom is still around here, so they might just be down to Fuchsia. But are we going to let him steal the fish? Or are we going to stop him? Because he does have a right to eat. But if he eats that fish and he steals that fish, then the merchant sort of has less to sell, so then it becomes harder on the merchant because they're not reimbursed for the missing fish. Fuchsia says, wow, what a sudden onslaught of responsibility. I know, right? Can you handle it? Can you make a decision that potentially ends the life of an individual? Well, I don't know if it's going to end his life. It might make his life a little bit more uncomfortable. But, can you do it? Do we turn a blind eye and let him steal that fish? Of course, we could also, if the game would allow us, give him the food we've been finding all over the place, but apparently that's not an option, so we can't give him a fish that we have found. He is only allowed to steal or not steal. Fuchsia says that if he's going to steal a fish, he's got to make sure there aren't any witnesses. He did a poor job at that. She was saying he shouldn't steal the fish. I see. Well, that's a good point. He didn't do a very good job of trying not to get caught. And thus, he should not have the fish. Maybe this will teach him that he should, in fact, learn how to steal. The merchant's got to eat too. No fish for you.
That merchant has to eat too, you know. Leave the fish alone.
Fuchsia says that he should be better at stealing fish. Punish him and teach him a lesson. It's going to be better for him in the long run. I agree. Yes. You know, if every time you played Oblivion, Morrowind, Skyrim, Fallout, any Bethesda stealth game, any Bethesda game with stealth in it, and every time you got caught, the AI went, I'll ignore it this time, but you should think about your actions. You wouldn't get better at stealing. You'd rely on the goodwill of them to turn a blind eye. You'll get caught every time, and that means eventually you'll be caught by someone who will kill you for what you're trying to do. Whereas if we tell him, no, you can't have that fish, he'll become better at stealing. He won't get caught. We've actually saved his life.
Quiet day on the
there
market,
we go.
it seems.
See, it's for his. It's so he can live.
Yes, you know what they say about giving a man a fish. This man should learn to stand on his own 2 feet.
There's fishing rods in the bay, my friends.
I suppose you've got a point. Another day, another rumbling belly. Morals never fed a hungry man, you know.
Hold on, what? By being righteous, I've given them both leadership?
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
They both have leadership, right?
Fresh haddock. Move it for fire.
Wait. Korax has independence. Oh, does leadership not stack? Is that what I'm getting from this? It is. Okay. So what does it do for me? Willpower plus... Willpower, yes. Willpower. Willpower plus 1. Initiative plus 5. Damage plus 5. Initiative plus 5. Damage plus 5. Okay. Okay. Oh, or is it that you have willpower and you... okay, I think I see. I think I see.
That thief is free for now, but I wonder how long it'll be until his growling belly seduces him back onto the crooked path.
What do you think of the fish thief?
Thank you for making that would-be thief see reason. I only hope your instruction lasts. The last thing the plagued people of Cyseal need is a thief among them.
That's true. Fletcher? Oh, that's probably not your name, is it? You're probably just the archery person.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Absorb the elements? Oh, you give me skill books for archers. Okay.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Interesting, interesting. But I don't have an archer at the moment, so I don't care. Captain Jack. I wonder what that's a reference to, right?
What are ye staring at?
Do you have any work for a trio of sailors?
Some poor chaps lost their ship and want some work. Just send them to me and tell them there's a bit of coin and a lot of rum coming their way if they don't mind a bit of honest labour.
Yep, I'm not even going to ask what you do for a living. I don't even care what you do. We're going to go tell those 3 down on the luck sailors that there is a willful employment provider just up the stairs. See, we're solving so many problems. Everything is working out in the locals' favor. Sorry, I thought I was about to get jumped. But I kind of wish there was a faster... Why did I... I've just realized an inherent problem with the pyramids. I can't use them to travel between 2 points quickly, because at some point I'll still have to travel there myself to get the pyramids back. So long distance back and forth, it's not that great, I think. But for short distance things where I can just throw it and go between 2 places, that's much better. For example, if I wanted to go over there. Am I hearing something burn?
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take it. So there's a captain offering booze and brass for a bit of crate loading? God be praised, you've done it, friend. Off we...
I did it. I found you guys some jobs. Let's go. Let's all go together. One big joyous party. Oh, we're going this way? Okay. I'll follow after you. What's your name? Louis. Louis, lead the way.
I can't even smell the sea air over this rock.
How about you get a job like these 3 guys, right? They're lifting crates and getting rum. What's not to like?
I should have done this from the very start.
Rum's not my preferred alcohol, though. Wait, what's that? What's that? Hold up.
That's quite the valuable gift.
Oh, I'd accidentally give it to... That's okay. Only the best for my partner.
Only the best for my favorite partner.
Your kindness is a great comfort to me.
I did just give them both to you, didn't I? Yep, I did. Wait. Wait. No, please. I bugged it. I bugged it. I physically cannot click on it. Damn. Uh-oh. What was that about self-praising echo chambers? Yeah, I know, right? Oh, and the quick save is all the way back there. That's okay. Spin the camera? Is that actually going to work? Because it's physically in the ground. Because I didn't think it would drop it by there. I thought it would be dropping it slightly up here. Aha! That's how we can get it. That's how we can get it. We can hold Alt and then click on the name. Oh, I'm glad I played Grim Dawn, because I would not have thought about that one if I... Whew. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Huh. Right. We have an unidentified knife, some braces, and a poison flask. What I'm really curious about is this. Where is this? Repair hammer. You know what, let's do some looting with you. Fine mail armor. That's better than what I have at the moment. We've actually finally found some good melee armor for you. Question is, where did it go? Right. So out of curiosity, I wonder if anyone else has played Dragon's Dogma? Because in that game there's a cave you can get into pretty early on. Yeah, that's a trap. Oh yeah, this hurts. You know what? Yeah, just chug a health potion. It's fine. But yeah, in Dragon's Dogma, there's a cave you can get into pretty early on that has some kind of high-end enemies in it. I don't trust that. I don't trust that my perception's like in the absolute floor. So, rock. I see an oil barrel over there. I see a torch. I'm a little bit concerned. But I'm sure it will be fine. That's a water barrel. There we go. Busha says, what could possibly go wrong? The instant I set foot on a landmine. Okay. I thought we would have hit the landmine with the rock, I'm not gonna lie. But we didn't, unfortunately. Wait, I can use the spider. Damn, I've just... And now this is all, like... different, yeah. Well, there goes that armor I had for the whole of 20 seconds. How do I... That's not what I was planning. How do I control the movement of a pet? Or am I not able to do that outside of combat?
Sink your toxic fangs deep.
Well, it's good to know that the spider has better perception than the two people, but it does have 8 eyeballs, so that's to be expected. Fusha says that's why they don't play permadeath. Yeah, I mean, hats off to anyone who pulls it off, but I don't think I could. How are you poisoned? Okay. And then run away. Aha! The mine is on the right side. So if we just wait a second. How do you slightly close enough to then get caught by the... You okay? Are you okay? What a health potion. Okay, now we just wait for this to burn out. Is it going to burn out? Please burn out. I don't want to have to use a rain scroll. Alright, rain scroll it is.
I feel like I've just had a long bath in a cold lake.
No, I don't trust that. I don't trust that. Give me a spider right there. Okay. Good to know my paranoia is worth something. Oh, you're a bulky guy. Let's see. What do I want to do with you? Okay, he can't catch fire because, I guess, he's already on fire? Oh, the Scorcher, I guess, would have resistance to it? We're just gonna... I'm gonna back up because I think it might explode. Not quite explode. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, I want the Scorcher dead. I think it's the bigger problem at the moment. But which way I try to handle this, this is not a good situation to be in. That's fine. Beat at the spider all you like. It's not going to stop you. Oh, it is going to stop you because that's going to happen. Okay. Bit of a disappointment there, Boris. How are you still on fire in water? That's okay. They're attacking Boris instead of me. This is great. Boris, do it again. Never mind. How is it still in cooldown? Never mind. You know what? Never mind.
Seven, have mercy on your soul.
Yep, he exploded. Excuse me, that's a little bit rude. Spider, please.
Venomous sister, attack!
Eternal silence awaits you.
You hit like a freight train when you actually hit something. I like that. But I'm wondering if I should be here. I'm wondering if I should be here. This area seems a little bit rough. I'll take a bucket. Why not? Blank fire scroll. Okay. Boris the Spider Sister. Boris is happy with their name. They may not be happy with me using them like a landmine detector, but that's because Boris is really good at what they do. Wolgraff. That seems like a person's name. And we are both very injured. Very, very injured indeed. And then I want this one to be given to Aureus. This could get rough. Oh, hey. Are you not a boss fight?
You see a shady-looking figure fishing coins of gold out of the muddy water that pools beneath the well overhead. His movements are quick and nervous, but nevertheless, he seems to enjoy stuffing what cash he can find into the many pockets of his shabby garb.
Okay, so he's stealing money from the wishing well.
So absorbed is he in his coin holding that at first he doesn't notice your presence. Suddenly, though, he pauses, looks up, and quick as a cat its talons, readies 2 daggers.
What are you doing down here, buddy? Like, there's undead roaming around.
Your friendly tone of voice has immediate effect. The man quickly relaxes his aggressive stance, sheathes his weapons, and pulls a quill and a scrap of parchment out of one of his pockets. Dexterously, he writes down a couple of phrases, then holds it out for you to read.
Did he pull out some ink as well?
Mew, can't speak. You look professional. You the source hunter the wizard asked for.
Oh, so if I threatened him with being a source hunter, he would have stood down anyway.
Excitedly, the man turns over the scrap and pens a few more lines. Name's Wolgraff. I admire you. No hero like source hunter. Cyseal dead end. Please let me join you.
Is this a party member I've just discovered? Have I found a friend?
Wolgraff nods enthusiastically and pulls a couple of ripped parchment pieces out from his vestments. Hastily, he covers them with words and pushes them in your hands, one after the other. Been mute since I was a kid. Sorcerers took my voice. People think I'm stupid. I'm not.
I like Wolgraff.
Get money, food where I can. Steal if I must. Not from poor folks. I'm a good sneak, good fighter, good with locks. See things you don't.
Did you see those traps that I had to defuse on the way here and I had no problems with whatsoever?
Want to help you. I'm useful. Want to catch sorcerers. Make them pay. Please. Wolgraff eagerly catches your gaze with the best puppy eyes imitation he can muster.
I'm loving this guy already. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care he's a criminal. Hire. You coming with? I could use someone with your specific type of expertise. Come with us.
I could use someone with your specific type of expertise. Consider yourself hired.
Be welcome, Wolgraff.
Wolgraff smiles and shakes your hand in thanks. With a gesture of the arm, he seems to say, I'm ready. Lead the way.
Alright, what are your skills? Oh, very nice initiative. Speed 8, perception 7, so yeah, he has better... He has the same speed? Oh no, he's slightly more speed than you. Same amount of action points, slightly better movement. Initiative is better by far. Dual wielding, but no single-handed. Interesting. Skills, scoundrel, makes sense. And then he has one in each of these. Okay. What about talents? You can backstab with daggers. Flee. And +2. So you actually have 9 perception when it comes to detecting traps and secrets. Okay. I like this. Wolgraff, you can stay. Very much so. Oh, and that's the way out. Your skills are Lacerate, which inflicts bleeding. Low dexterity? Oh, your dexterity needs to be 8. Okay. That works out really nicely. Because, and I don't know how many people are going to be who've come in late or watching this on the VOD, on the YouTube channel, or on Twitch. We gave Corvus Leech. So having someone who can force bleeding, very nice. Because then that means we can, you know, heal up in the middle of a fight easier. Fast track, okay, you act more. Maximum AP by 3. Oh, you can boost someone else? Maybe? Starting AP 3, recovery AP by 2. Walk in shadows, we've seen that. Cloak and dagger. Teleport and leave a smoke screen. Okay. A lot of interesting things we can do with you then. Let's go. Hello? There we go. Maybe I should have him at the front. What are we fighting? A Fumbling undead mage. Wouldn't get us to the back of him. That's a shame. Okay. You failed to apply hate. You got a 10% chance to not disappoint me, Wolf. And what did you do? Spider it is.
Sink your toxic fangs deep.
And then end the turn. And then get you invisible. Put a bit of a gap between us. There we go. Make this fight a little bit easier on me. Haha! Try to set my guy on fire. Please stop casting spells, I just got him. Okay. So he's healing up per turn. Can't go again, that's okay. We're actually gonna wait. Drop a rock, please. That's it. Put more acid all over the floor. Defer that turn for a second. Boris, thank you for holding the line. That's why we love Boris. Problem is then this. Bye, Boris. Bye. Well, the fire should die out at some point. So obviously the undead are in this direction. Oh, let's... Why not? We'll pick up a cursing arrow. I don't like the barrels being everywhere. Oh, free money. Yeah, that's a lot of undead. Where does this go? Because presumably it's auto-saving. Why is it auto-saving? Why? Why? What am I about to see? What's about to happen?
Looks like that dog is awfully agitated.
Perhaps he wants to tell us something.
So, I'm gonna need a second.
Rest in peace, darling.
I used to have a Labrador called Murphy. I wasn't expecting to get hit by a dog kind of styled after a Labrador called Murphy. Yeah, I wasn't ready for that one.
May the seven keep you.
Well, let's go get the pet talker to talk to Murphy.
Hey, wow! I was wondering where that awesome sweaty boot smell was coming from. And here you are. Wow! This is great!
Yeah, it's a Labrador.
I'm Murphy, Jake's dog. Wow, you smell great! Have you been rolling around on dead things all day? That's my favourite hobby too.
Your master's dead, Murphy.
If I ever find out who killed Jake, the most awesome Jake who ever jaked, I'll bark so much! Seriously, so much! You have no idea!
Tell me about yourself.
You know who I miss? Jake. Sometimes he'd just sit there being awesome, and I'd give him this look like, you smell great. And he'd give me this look like, you do too, Murphy. And he was my best friend. I came here so I could smell Jake again. He smelled great. But whatever's buried there doesn't smell like Jake at all. No, it's definitely not Jake. He was awesome.
Jake's not buried here?
I smell...
Rest in peace,
rotten
darling.
lamb chops.
Peace be with you, traveller. May your lost loved ones rest in peace. I once lived a prosperous life with my husband and our happy little daughter, Loni. But when the undead plague broke out, my dear husband was among the first killed. Loni never recovered from the loss. And when a group of mercenaries, predators, more aptly called, came to town dangling the opportunity to annihilate those undead devils, Loni lapped up their rhetoric and joined without so much as a backward glance. She was killed less than a week after she joined. Here she lies, and here I stand, mourning the death of my last joy.
I smell...
In memory of Loni, death lies on her like an untimely frost upon the sweetest flower of all the field.
Right, time to go dig up the rest of these graves.
Here lies Jacques, the oldest man in Cyseal. Get off my grave, you jackanapes. Here lies James, as usual, the filthy fibber. Here lies Kavanagh. Will they have Cyseal pie in the afterlife? Here lies Jake. Please do not disturb.
Where are you, Jake? Are you playing without me?
What trickery is this? That's not Jake.
It's a rotting sheep's corpse. It seems someone snatched Jake's body.
I smell... rotten lamb chops.
That's actually kind of cool. The talking to Murphy was give you a hint that something was up before you even dug the grave.
David, who ran from the Reaper. You'll never catch me alive. Here lies Nemris, master of philosophy.
I wonder if there's a point to digging up the other graves.
Look here, even a sage and author as renowned as I is flattered when mortals dare among the dead to seek him out. Well, here I am, Nemris the Wise. You may go wide-eyed with amazement now.
What if I don't want to?
Oh, I've written so many celebrated treatises, but of course you have read and revered the philosophy of death. The diamond in the crown that is my literary legacy. There isn't a civilized soul alive that hasn't perused its profound pages percolating with perspicacity. Alas, that so few show an understanding of my words, so few show the expected intellectual growth when I put them to the test.
Where's your book?
You can, and indeed you must. But alas, I was not buried with a printed version of that blueprint of genius that is my inimitably esteemed essay. Never fear, though, for...
Right. Let's dig this corpse.
Darling. Back from there, savage! I'll not let you disturb my daughter's peace.
Oh wow, we could be absolutely evil. Wait, is Murphy on our side? Murphy's on our side. Okay, cool. The objective is clear. Protect Murphy. Viffy. Well, saw that one coming. I'm a good guy, I swear. I just thought there might be some loot. There's not. And... well, she's reunited with her family. Do I want to dig up the rest of these graves?
Here lies David, who ran from the Reaper. You'll never catch me alive.
Here we go. Hi, Dave. Why is his level question marked? Oh, he's bulky, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Yeah, this is a bad idea. I was not expecting him to be so bulky. Maybe I should stop digging random graves.
Rest in peace.
Maybe. Right. We're in the cemetery.
Rotten lamb chops.
Why are there 3 markers up here?
Here lies Gregory, whose wife told him so. Here lies Judith, warrior princess. Here lies Neil, killed in the line of duty. I want to go home.
Wow, okay. What are the ones we got?
Here lies Kimberly, finally. Here lies Jared. Shall I come back as an enraged spirit? Or a lovable prankster ghost? You can kill me, but you'll never...
I have a feeling depending on which ones you dig, you get different results. Who are you? You're Bard?
Oh, how nice it is of you. The very picture of youth. To break the monotony of an elder's day. Wild away on this hardwood bench. Pray, let me be forward with you. O sapling rose, O leaf of spring. For my weary mind is troubled, and would highly prize thy gentle-handed assistance, thy kind ministrations.
Tell me more about yourself.
I am but an aged elf that has
you're an elf.
Years parade in long succession. Gladly shall I tell you more. Will I regale thee, O whelp of men, with my tale? But not here, where the winds may steal my words.
What do you need from me?
You would listen to my grievances,
guide me towards untroubled realms. Oh, you are truly a wonder. Oh, budding flower of the morn. Yet, that which I would tell you is of a rather private nature. So let us escape both the chill.
Are you going to admit to a crime? Are you looking for absolution?
Hot spiced wine and a snug little room awaits us on the King Crab's first floor. Let us go there so that we can warm our bones, yet make shiver our hearts with a tale of loss and sorrow.
Okay. I'm sure this is going to lead to nothing going wrong at all. Well, that's the bathroom place. So is this big building on the left the one I need? Is that where we're going?
You there! A moment of your indulgence, if you please.
I was going to follow this elf.
Source hunter, are you not? The hero the whole of Cyseal is abuzz about.
Yeah.
Talk of the town.
Right.
The juiciest grape on the grapevine.
That's a weird compliment.
Such a pleasure to meet you. A delight.
Is it?
No, scratch that. It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Yes, that's it. Fate has put me on this very spot so I may tell you all about a most intriguing opportunity indeed.
And you are?
Mendius, at your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine do but mend what has first been broken? I saved lives, to be sure, but today I change them.
Okay.
Oh, it's not merely an opportunity. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become better, to become the full extent of the promise that is locked inside of each and every one of us. So first of all, let me ask you this question. Do you like adventure?
I'd like to get the mission I was sent here to get done complete. Because then I've got to look into some sentient rocks or something.
Join the Stud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
I'm here to do my duty, which is hardly the same as adventuring.
Agreed. Adventure.
You may tell yourself you dislike adventure, but the mud on your boots and the blood on your blades say otherwise. One wouldn't become a source hunter if one didn't relish the exhilaration of battle, the lust for hidden knowledge and secrets.
I mean, I did just dig this literal rogue out of a bottom well. The bottom of a well, so...
Too bad your line of work comes with such measly recompense. Am I right? The wage of a mere soldier. Now, between you and me, tell me truthfully, don't you sometimes wish you could earn more?
No.
Riches do not interest me much, actually.
Really? I wouldn't mind earning an extra penny here and there.
Yeah, well, okay.
Well, don't quarrel about it on my account. Still, if a matter is divisive, it is divisive mainly because it is alluring. And riches are so very alluring.
What snake oil treasure map are you going to try and sell me?
Even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety, without spice? To be a source hunter must get frightfully dreary sometimes.
Like this conversation?
All those orders. Investigate this, retrieve that. And at the end of the day, what do you have to show for it? Wouldn't you prefer to call your own shots? Be your own boss?
To a degree, I am.
It's better to lead than to follow. That much is true.
Better to be served than to serve.
Well spoken. Well said indeed. Life's too short to spend it doing someone else's bidding, am I right? Of course I am. And I could help you attain the dream. Enact the change you deserve.
What are you trying to sell us?
And that is exactly why I am here. Why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab, so that I could meet you and tell you about the marvel that is the Fabulous Five. The invitation to join is yours. Grab it.
Isn't that the name of a children's book series? No, that's Famous Five. I think it's the Famous Five. There might be a Fabulous Five. I don't know.
Ah, the Fabulous Five. How I enjoy simply saying the words that describe the most illustrious and celebrated adventurers' guild in Riverlong. Our mission, to better the world. Our mantra, to better ourselves as we do so. To realize our dreams and cleanse our souls.
Are you trying to get me to sign up for some sort of union?
You'd like nothing more than to enlist, wouldn't you? Of course you would. And you can. Of course, if you still have questions, I shall answer them to the best of my abilities. But if not, how about we get started?
What does the Fabulous Five actually do?
What a gem of a question. Straight as an arrow, sharp as a switchblade. Most meritorious of you. Now then, to join the Fabulous Five is to join a fellowship, to join a fraternity, a sorority, a community. The title of Knight is bestowed upon you the moment you sign our waiver, and so it all begins. I shall be the one to give you your first contracts, and once the job is done, I shall see to it you get your fair share of the reward.
Okay.
Of course, should you spread the word, should you propagate the gospel of the Fabulous Five and thereby draw new knights into our fellowship,
it's a pyramid scheme.
Share of the reward from their contracts too. Isn't that wonderful?
A pyramid scheme. Mendius would give us a contract, and then we would try to give someone else that contract, and then so on and so forth.
By now, the genial glow of the fellowship must have warmed your heart. It has, hasn't it? But did I say fellowship? I mean family. For like a family, we support one another, cheer one another, see each other through thick and thin, partake in glory and defeat.
Fuchsia says that they almost fell for one of these when they were a wee lad. So, a lot of the time when you see people trying to sell you the idea of a pyramid scheme, they will dress it and word it in a way that you do not think pyramid scheme when you hear it, because there is such a strong connotative idea with the phrase pyramid scheme that it will instantly repulse anyone that hears it. You can't walk up to someone on the street and be like, do you want to be part of my pyramid scheme? Because they will always say no. So instead they'll dress it up in a really weird way that implies that it's not a pyramid scheme. This is in fact something where not only can you benefit, but also you can help benefit others. And so on and so forth it goes. And if they've worded it right and they've thrown enough flamboyant language in there to confuse you, you won't realize what's happened. And there's usually heavy penalties for trying to leave.
Work hard. Fulfill contracts. Enlist new knights, and swiftly shall you rise through the ranks. You will better yourself.
You know what?
You will better Rivellon. You will make the stars shine all the brighter. And you'll get fabulously wealthy in the process. What's not to like?
I want to see this organization from the inside.
Of course, of course, of course. All you need
Show me the
to do is
waiver.
sign this waiver, and just like that, snap! You're part of the family. All I need is your lovely little autograph. What do you say?
Hanging around again, are you? Waiting for what?
Aaron has as many friends as the man.
I was hoping it would show me the contract first, but it won't.
Well, suffice to say it, I've got my eye on you.
So that means I have to make this decision based off the idea of...
Tomatoes.
Let's do it.
Join a guild, better the world, earn a lot of gold.
And then have Korax call us out for it.
Listen, we, the Terrific Two, will soon become a one-man act if you don't join the Fabulous Five.
Hey, I got indoctrinated pretty quick there, didn't I?
Are you telling me this is not the most double-faced guy you ever met?
Okay, what happens if I hit space?
Friends as the man with many cheeses.
It wins it in favor of... Okay.
No, we'll do as I say and there's an end to it.
Marvelous. Magnificent. Oh, but what am I saying? Fabulous is the word.
What is one of these assignments?
You may not realize it yet, but your fortunes, your very life is about to change for the better. So let us not dilly-dally. To business. Your first assignment is ready and waiting if you're ready and willing. What more is there to say, my friend?
Okay, what's the assignment?
It's a pretty straightforward task, this one. Now, in this town dwells a wizard. Arhu is his name, and he's a frightful eccentric. Scientific type, you know the kind.
Interesting.
Favors reason over faith and all that. Not Fabulous Five material, him. His experimental weapons may keep a couple of skeletons away from the city, but many of his other researches failed, malfunctioned with tragic consequences.
Have I accidentally signed a contract with a demon?
One of them was a big lumbering apparatus, a frightful automaton shaped like a giant made of steel. It was supposed to crush the undead by the dozens, piloted as it was by a trained Legionnaire.
Are you telling me Arhu made a battle mech? Did he make a warhammer? Or an awesome? And just be like, hey, look, you can kill many undead with this.
But you can guess what happened. Did it become sentient? Was it cursed? Whatever the cause, the thing relieved itself of its pilot and headed north towards a network of caves. Now ask yourself, what if it comes back? It could smash the city walls and claim 100 lives before being subdued.
Would it?
Luckily, there are those in this world who belong to the Fabulous Five. The braves who eat such monstrosities for breakfast. Go, my friend. Find this wizard's abomination and claim your just reward from Mayor Cecil in the name of our hallowed guild. Easy money.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
So you're just hanging around again, are you? Waiting for what, exactly?
On the move for cheese.
Interesting that cautious is the same.
Then a slice of this fine
Oh, but I gained a point of independence, so obedient is gone. Interesting. Right, where's that elf?
Have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Where did that elf go?
Oh, my good man.
Is the elf upstairs? I can't remember what the elf was called. There he is. He did go upstairs. Oh, he's not having a good time.
Ah, you have come. Yes, that is most satisfactory. Begone, brittle mask of age. Hear me now repeat the words of Brittletooth, the child snatcher of Carador. Come, play with me, for I'm hungry. Come, play, play, play.
Tell me about yourself.
My name is Eglandir Twilselanar, elf of the House of Gandavum, the slaughtered House of Gandavum. But by the twin blades of the Shadow Vixen, I shall have my revenge. The walls of memory are stained with blood, and I would see them bloodier still.
Fuchsia says, sounds ominous. I'm sure this elf that seems to imply lots of things is a sound individual and trustworthy, just like Mendius is outside.
The game, yes! A game of blood and brutality, of death and dexterity. Fun as herring the horror harlequin. But, like the serpentine stalker hisses before the stab, hush now. Darkness, darling. Hush, hush, and listen to my tale. The elves of Gandavum, they lived in peace. Oh, yes. But one night, when the moon had hid her face, the orcs of the tribe of Kazuldagar beset our city. They cooked and ate and burned every last one of us. The light of dawn never saw an elf of Gandavum no more. All undone. Every last one of us. Except for me, the midnight rambler, away from the city. I was very old back then already, though indeed I whisper of many years hence. But death shall not find me. Oh no, not until every beast of Kazuldagar has been bled.
Oh, he just wants revenge.
I may be frail, a withered grey, but the wealth of kings is mine. Countless assassins have ministered to the vengeance that is my want, and now is almost over. By Kala, Lady of the Last Gaze, I swear it is almost done. Only the very last one of the Kazuldagar still eludes me. The crowning kill that would seal its fate and mine alike.
So, he doesn't want to die until every orc from the city that wiped out his city is dead. Because he's the last survivor.
I have tracked her down by the curse of the spine spear I have. She does not know her ill-shapen sun is setting fast. Color the dusk red, O sword of youth. Bloody the day with the bramble sap that runs through the veins of Victoria. Bring me the amulet that clings to her flesh, soon to fade. And yours shall be the bounty of vindication. Mine shall be its sanguine satisfaction after long, long last.
Pusha says that guy just casually entered and exited while he was talking about that. I saw something move by the doorway, but I didn't realize they actually came into the room and left. But can you imagine working in this inn and just going about your daily chores, tasks? You get told, oh, check on the elf that lives in room 202. You go up there and you walk in, you see 2 source hunters, a rogue, and the elf is in the corner doing his best Gollum impression, talking about how he wants to massacre orcs, slay orcs, paint walls with their blood, and use their organs for rope. He wants to slaughter them to the last, and Victoria's the last one before he can embrace death. And you're just stood there with some bread. I'd turn around and leave the room at that point too. That's not a conversation I want to be a witness to. Just another day in the business of hospitality. That's when you quit.
Yes, Victoria.
Victoria.
She is the one whose heart must be held in hand. The heart around which the fingers of that hand must clench and tighten until its choking flesh bulges with blood and its beat slowly breaks.
Okay, we've killed a few orcs. We can kill another.
The orcs of Gazuldagar. They knew my name. Oh, yes. By the bite of the roving rattler, they knew my design. And so they sought to save their last, an infant. She who was to be queen. To no avail. Oh, no. Years, how many I know not. Years I searched. And now she has been found.
So the last orc we're going to kill wasn't even an adult. It is literally the last child of Kazuldagar. Oh, he's just walking into the middle of the conversation now. No one needs your bread. No one needs the mead. Please leave. Thank you.
Her name is that of a woman, her employment that of a civilized being. But by the fork of Barbara Man-Eater, she is nothing but an orc, a cyst of nature, one of a misbegotten litter dragged into life from the tumid womb of a filthy, coarse-haired beast that was humped like a dog in the darkness of a stinking hollow.
Damn it, Glandair, you have a real way with words.
Victoria. Librarian, daughter, adopted child of Cecil, Mayor of Cyseal. There is bloodlust in you. I can feel it. Let it out. Set it free. Undo the last of the Kazuldagar. By the breasts of Sishara Goatsucker, give me my revenge!
Turn around and walk away. You heard fucking nothing. The fact that I wasn't expecting him to actually leave when I said that. Korax, what's your view on this?
That was quite the radical change we witnessed. I never would have thought that the benign old man we met outside would turn out to be a vengeance-driven aficionado of assassins.
Instruments.
Fusha says, yeah, just murder the adopted daughter of the mayor. What could go wrong? She is an orc. So the 2 points we can have here are either he's a savage of the orcs. Victoria can't be guilty because she was literally just a child at the time. Or he's gone mad with grief, but we understand his urge to see every member of the tribe dead.
The hunters go stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all!
He has been driven to madness by grief, I think. But I understand his urge to see every last one of that orc tribe dead.
Perhaps, but let's just say I understand him no longer. His madness is now focused on the demise of an innocent, be she an orc or not.
Soon the last will be...
Oh wow, that was good, okay.
Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instrument.
Grog! Right, so now I have a lot to do involving the library. Is there anything else here?
By the filed teeth of Sulumar Soul Shredder, the end
Who are you? You have a bodyguard. You must be interesting.
Greetings, greetings. Oh, you are most welcome in my chamber. Customers rare.
Right. Let's try and get through this Bristolian accent.
How gratifying to see you return. You are quickly becoming my favorite customer.
We have Scoundrel and we have Witchcraft. Okay.
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that looks good. 100% chance to immediately gain an extra 50% of the turn action points, but lose 75% of the total action points next turn.
The last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
Poison. Float? Make yourself immune to surfaces as if you were floating above them. Winged feet sounds like it could be useful. But that would be almost all of our gold. Is that value taking into account everything I'm carrying?
Teeth of Sulumar Soul Shredder. The end is nigh.
No, it's all of my actual gold. Okay.
For you, Victoria!
That man's just going to town with his revenge in the other room. Well, there's nothing good I want from there, and I like the idea of maybe having adrenaline, but also I have like no money.
Of Sulumar Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
We're just gonna let that man rave in his room. What's your deal? You have a name.
Greetings, traveller. And may the Immaculate Conduit's myriad blessings comfort and cradle you. Tell me, have you yet heard the revelation?
What revelation?
You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what fortune that I may share the goddess's salvation with one who has, as yet, been lost. Steel yourself, friend, for your mortal spirit could be forever transformed from this moment forth. The Conduit, our link to the goddess herself, has given us a special gift, and the gift is thus.
Is it a rock?
By following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way, we can each of us live on for a span greater than the number of stars that twinkle within the goddess's right eye.
Fusha says, isn't that just the Marius voice again? I have a very funny feeling Larian used a lot of voice actors for a lot of roles. So we're probably going to hear like 20 people, 30 people, covering about like 100 plus characters. What's the Conduit?
She came from on high to we mortals and showed us the path to the goddess, where all living souls are naturally inclined.
Okay.
She showed us that injury and malady need not mark the end of life, but that through her methods we could ascend to greater life in service of the goddess.
What do you mean by the one way?
Ah, for this hallowed information, you must seek an immaculate chapel. Go north, friend, through the forest and into the town of Silverglen, where all may be revealed. There, among her followers and friends, dwells the goddess's ecstasy, her one way.
Am I just gonna have to eat powdered rock?
What's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the conduit's eyes, and only through great deeds may enter into her inner ring.
You sound like a really upbeat, enthusiastic individual that likes to travel. Would you like to join the Fabulous Five?
Go on the path to the righteous, my friend. Forget not that the conduit has great plans for you.
What's the book?
Ah, pointless chatter with strangers does so thrill me. How did you know? Please continue interrupting my drink if you'd be so kind.
How do I know he's part of the Fabulous Five? I've never said a word to this man in my life before.
So you've wrangled a position in the Fabulous Five, have you? I'm fairly brimming with enthusiasm at the prospect of calling you a partner. You'd better leave me undisturbed, or my emotions might just bubble over.
Who are you?
How curious of you to show interest in a lonesome stranger at the bar. Let me answer by saying that who I am is hardly any of your business, and anyone with an ounce of tact would have known that already.
Same way. I know everyone's name before talking to them. That's because I'm magic. Me being magic doesn't let me know if someone's part of the Fabulous Five unless it's, you know, weird.
You've been sent after Arhu's insane robot, I understand. Do you imagine that while you're busy being crushed by that abomination, I'll manage to get through a whole drink, distraction-free?
Maybe. He doesn't seem very friendly.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
What are you guys talking about? He sounds cool.
What have we here? A source hunter, is it? Well, my day just became rather more stimulating. Oh, stand still then, if you don't mind. I want to take a good long look at the so-called savior of Cyseal.
I have done basically nothing on this island so far, and everyone's already treated me like I'm a god. Is the barrier for entry so low?
Tall as an elf, strong as an orc, but your face, quite classical, isn't it? Statuesque, some might say. Yes, smooth and sturdy as marble, yet fine as a chisel's edge. And my word, what passion burns from your eyes. Please forgive my being forward, but I dare say, can it be? You're... Well, you're exactly the person I've been searching for.
Fuchsia makes a good point. I also stole a talking head and excavated a rogue. In fairness, I did not steal the talking head. It was merely left unattended on a pedestal, and it was just asking if I could take it to a cellar. There was an acute difference. But I did excavate a rogue, yes.
I am Anna, jewel in the crown that is the Fabulous Five.
Oh, great. This entire inn is full of cultists.
I've cut 1,000 throats, and baked 1,000 bread rolls, stolen the crown jewels of the Queen of Arata, and, with my pockets full, helped her reach enlightenment.
Okay.
When the day comes that I die, the gods will evacuate the heavens to make space for my formidable collection of designer slippers.
You're gonna die in a hole, I'm gonna dig you up like 3 weeks later, and I'm gonna kill you again. That's how that's gonna go, buddy.
I contain multitudes, you see, and I am utterly replete. Except that, much to my dismay, I had as yet to find the companion to whom my heart so clearly calls.
She's looking for a lover. Got it.
But then, Source Hunter, you wandered into this tavern, and I am most certain that that companion is you.
So we're just gonna swerve away from that a second. What about the Fabulous Five?
You've sworn to share in our adversity and our bounty alike. Oh,
You've made my heart soar.
Okay.
I can finally offer you our finest adventuring equipment at fantastic in-house rates. Come now, let's trade. Well, you must be thrilled to find yourself a member of a team so widely renowned for its valor and skill. And you must be even more curious about how you yourself can suit up to face such enemies as a member
There's nothing here I like.
must face. Well, never fear. I have everything you need.
There's absolutely nothing here that I want. About my assignment.
I hear you've been tasked with taking out that crazed robot in the northern cave. I'm sure you'd like to equip yourself with the finest possible accoutrement, wouldn't you? Come, I have everything you need.
Do you want to venture forth?
Oh, darling, that was so long ago now. Who can remember who said what after all this time? What matters is the here and now. And in this moment, I promise to give you the best deals on adventuring equipment you'll find in all Cyseal.
See? Rather than actually come out and fight, they just want to sell their wares to unsuspecting dumbasses. And then they probably go in after, get their gear back, and sell it to the next person.
Well, you are a member of the eminent Fabulous Five, after all.
Okay, what about you, Alistair?
Sorry, I've run out of signed handkerchiefs. An Alistair keyring, maybe. In any case, make it quick. You're not the only fan who wants some of my time.
Sorry, I don't know who you are.
What do you mean, not familiar? You expect me to believe you've never heard of Alistair the Almighty?
Correct. Have you ever heard of a guy called Alistair the Almighty? Yeah, no, we haven't heard about you.
Why, I'm only the most famous wizard this side of the distance. Although, it'd be worth checking the other side too, just in case.
I know exactly who this is trying to be. That character is written and acted in a way that is reminiscent of Captain Lockhart from Blackadder. Which, that's a really niche reference, but I'm pretty sure that's what they're going with here.
And don't forget, I'm the most eminent member of the Fabulous Five to boot. Surely you already know we've been voted the most influential adventurers guild by SideQuest Monthly, 3 years running.
Yeah, the way he's talking, his inflection, his emphasis, the way he's acting. He's a reference to Captain Lockhart, or Flashheart even. Captain Flashheart. Or Lord Flashheart. Depends on which series you watch, but Flashheart is in a few of them.
Well, you're far from my caliber, but who isn't? It's good you're eager, but let me give you a word of warning. Aim for my spots, and your career in the Fabulous Five will meet a most unsavory end.
About my first assignment.
Ah, you'll be dealing with Arhu's little abomination, will you? I'd go myself, but I'd fear I'd end the fight before anyone else got in their licks. If I don't leave a few crumbs for the newbies once in a while, they'll accuse me of stealing the spotlight, you see. Those nasty beasts are hardly worth my time. Though I suppose I'll
Yeah, I don't care about what the rest is. What you have to say. Do I have a contract in my inventory?
So you're just hanging around the inn, are you? Waiting for what, exactly?
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
No? Cats! Cats!
Oh, careful now.
Never saw you in the king crab before. You're welcome to scratch me behind the ears if you like.
Unsinkable Sam. What a fucking beautiful name.
I am Unsinkable Sam. At least that's what they call me around here. Used to be a ship's cat, but the clipper I was on sank, and I was the only one to wrestle himself free from the waves. The people here were kind and took me in. Been the king crab's foremost patron ever since.
You're the only survivor?
So I was. What friends I had. They drowned alongside the rats I used to hunt in the galley. And there I was, all alone.
He had cat friends.
Not that I had it bad here, mind you. I've milk and fish aplenty. Most folks will pet me kindly, and when one of the village girls holds me tight against her ample bosom, I purr up a storm. But I do long for a companion of my own kind, and in that regard, there is no one like Maxine.
Why did you say that with a really sinister tone? You're supposed to be a cute little cat.
A magnificent ship she was. Used to belong to a pirate, I was told. Unlike me, she didn't prove to be unsinkable, though. We hit the cliffs right neath the lighthouse. Not very apt a name for that building, I must say, for no light was shining from it.
Uh-oh.
The moment I hit the water, I writhed around like I would on a hot tin roof. By some miracle, I managed to reach the beach, covered in kelp and smelling worse than a fish's funeral parlor. But I was alive, and that was more than anybody else could say.
Tell me about this Maxine.
Maxine, the mayor's darling pet. So gentle, so fair a feline. The grace of her whiskers, the subtle palette of dyes in her sable coat. She's one of a kind, that cat.
What's the running list on things I'm doing to this mayor at this point? I'm killing his adopted daughter, stealing his cat, possibly stealing books from his library.
Speak that way to her.
Careful
Well,
now.
so fast to say it, I've got my
And so far I've done nothing for him.
I am a duke. Potato.
She likes me. I know she does. But when I declare my love, she backs away. I don't know why. I have serenaded her and braved many a bucket of water for my efforts. But for some reason, she is not to be swayed.
Looks like I had to go talk to Maxine.
By all means. Oh, don't mention orcs to me. Worse than dogs, that one.
Alright, let's go.
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself?
Oh, wow. I need to check that more often. What's this Duke of Ferrol?
Hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you.
Yeah, sure. Tell me about yourself.
I am the Duke of Ferrol, though I suppose my name is in the mouths of enough ruthless gossipers that you've heard of me by now.
The fact we had someone just randomly walk up and then immediately go, where's that Duke of Ferrol gone? Staring straight at the Duke of Ferrol. I love it when you have NPCs walking around spouting lines.
It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Chancellor and I...
He has nothing interesting for me.
He's privy to ancient and arcane secrets.
Where did that
the likes of which I doubt
person go?
fathom, old friend.
The one with the sword. Where are you? There you are.
Back, demon! Back, or I'll... Well, what's this? Oh, Madora, you lummox. 1,000 pardons, comrade. This old bear's edgier than a dodecahedron these days.
Okay.
I'll tell you, it sure does me good to set eyes on another of our order. From Academy West, aren't you? Give Captain Mortruce my regards next time you see him.
I don't recognize you. Who'd you say you were?
You wouldn't. I trained up in Academy North, after all. We don't cross paths with you Westies all that often, but it's always a pleasure when we do.
Are you not a source hunter?
Madora's the name. Retired, or so the Order keeps trying to tell me, but never out of commission. My hand to your cause and my sword at your side.
I had no idea there was another source hunter assigned to Cyseal. So why are you here?
Heavens hornets! That's quite a story, comrade. And come to think of it, one that might concern you.
What?
See, I'm here on, well, let's call it a loan from a town to the north of here. Hunter's Edge by name.
Okay.
There's been an attack there, comrade. Orcs. Not your run-of-the-mill savages either, but ones who've taken dark magic to new heights. What they want in Hunter's Edge, I can't say, but it's my responsibility to send them packing. Preferably with their horns in their suitcases and a knee-knocking fear of ever crossing paths with a sauce hunter again.
Alright, so why are you here then?
I came south seeking the Legion's help, only to find it tied here in Cyseal. They don't have a spare soldier to send northward, and even in my finest form, I can't clear the place of that many orcs without backup.
So if orcs attacked the village, how did you escape?
By the skin of my teeth, comrade. The savages were rounding up villagers when one of them activated a tripwire on our village wizard's property. Fortunately for me, That particular wizard has a penchant for things that go boom in the night.
Okay.
I managed to wrench free of my captor's grip and flee toward the forest. He pursued me for miles, but I'd lost him before I made it into the Cyseal hinterlands.
So, what's the plan?
Well, comrade, I hadn't thought of it till you tapped my shoulder just now. But perhaps that's where you come in. I need a contingent I can trust if I'm to take back the town. And the way I see it, you could use reinforcements here in town.
Do you want to help me kill an orc?
I've been scouting Cyseal for some time now, and I believe I've sussed out sufficient intel to help solve the murder of the Councillor. With our minds and swords in tandem, we'll make short work of the perpetrator.
What evidence of the source have you found so far?
More than I'd hoped, comrade. I don't know what in tarnation's gotten into the townsfolk here, but there's enough dark magic running roughshod to topple a small mountain.
Oh, that's reassuring.
There's Mayor Cecil's doings for one, and the mysteries of our
Vindication.
master Thaleron for another.
Vindication. Look at that. Mayor Cecil might be doing source magic, his adopted daughter's an orc, and we get to steal the cat. No one's leaving that house alive.
And on top of it all, the feline menace is lurking at every hearth and shadow.
Sorry, the feline menace?
You mean you don't already know, comrade? Their kind can see in the dark. It ain't natural.
Oh, she's crazy.
Now, don't get me wrong. I think the mayor's a decent sort, even if he can't hear farther than the tip of his own nose. But from what I've heard whispered around the docks, the old guy's gotten himself mixed up in something not quite on this side of the law. I suspect an illegal source, artifact, or substance is at the root of it, but exactly what or who's given it to him, I can't say. And since I haven't technically been assigned to Cyseal, I don't have the authority to interrogate him.
Alright, tell me about Thaleron then.
Fella seems like a humble doctor, but I bet my sword he's dealing in something darker than splints and tonics. A loose-lipped fishmonger let slip that she'd seen our good doctor scale the city wall on 2 separate occasions, well past midnight each time. What business could he have among the undead? Hardly the habit of an innocent healer, I'd say.
So if we help you...
Come now, Alistair.
Wrong way. If you'll help us here, then we help you. Okay.
Well, you know the old expression. 2's a tea party, 3's an invasion. I know this place like the back of my hand by now, and the orcs up north will be short work for a trained-up trio of sauce hunters.
Excellent plan. We finish our mission and we help another source hunter, a fellow source hunter, finish theirs. That's so much better than hunting down strange rocks.
Getting ourselves caught up in an entangling alliance will hinder more than help us.
By the demon's tomb, I never thought I'd live to see a sauce hunter dismiss an eager comrade. That's what they teach you about loyalty at Academy West, is it? Well, you're lucky we Northies have a certain expression. Better to do right the second time than never at all. So if you change your mind about joining forces, I'll be
Did I click the wrong option?
comrade.
No, Corvus actually outright shot it down himself.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
So you're just hanging around the inn, are you? Waiting for what?
I should probably check out the murder site first, but I didn't finish with the market.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Yeah, well, I don't have archery, so that's my problem.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Oh, I can guarantee you there's a special line if I talk to that rooster.
Don't talk to me. You're making me lose focus. Can't you see I'm busy modeling? Obviously, someone's plumage isn't magnificent enough to inspire.
I love this bird.
All those naysayers in the past. Bah! See what I've become. Hundreds of years from now, people will wonder, who is that cook? It must have been a grand cook, so inspired.
I can guarantee from at least me, and possibly many other people, that I have never looked at a picture of a bird and gone, wow, what a great bird. I've most looked at it and gone, oh, that's nice. Good coloration, I like it. You have a name, which means I can interact with you.
Source hunters, eh? All right, proper, we're finally getting a hand. If you've got a favourite sheep, best to fry her up now before she gets thieved in the night like me dear plump Ogget, the finest in me herd.
Tell me about the stolen sheep.
Oh, Ogget, you're rotten to the bone. Oh, me poor, sweet, plump girl. You've been wasted entirely. All that roast, all the mutton, not even the sausage grinder will want her now. Give her here, will ya? Me little mouldering darling.
Is her sheep the one that's been buried in Jake's coffin?
I recently sold most of the tender loves to a trader heading north. Plenty of business that way these days.
Alright, cool. I don't care about the rest of the conversation.
To entussle you.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese.
Hello, proportionate one. Oh, I can see from the symmetry in your face that you are a great fan of the fine arts, no?
No, not really, but tell me about yourself.
I'm a painter by trade, as you can see, but a cartographer at heart. You might think there isn't enough work for one of my talents in a downtrodden city like Cyseal, and you'd be quite right. I travel around Andervale, mastering my craft and finding new subjects to add to my litany of lovely portraits and complex maps. Like this rooster I'm working on now, and the landscape that surrounds him. How lovely to see you again.
Oh, he actually has maps.
Of the beautifully shaped
He has treasure maps. Okay. Okay.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, broom gracious patron, I see your
What have you
tired
got for me?
eyes looking a bit teary. I've just
Stormbook, Frostbook. Okay.
Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapors?
Slow regeneration. We need a healing spell. What else have we got here? Teleportation, shocking touch, thunder jump, invisibility. Damn. Okay.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Well, hello there.
I'm tempted to take the rain skill just so we don't have to stand around and wait for fire so much.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman man.
Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Okay. I think we'll just go with the regeneration book for now. Oh. I thought it would automatically deduct it. We need to trade, what is it, 84? Yeah. Oh.
Well, hello there.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. Where's that book? Give that to Corex, and then wherever I can find that, give that to Corex as well.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Ain't a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Right.
Tomatoes.
We now have an easy way to heal the party, and it only took us, call it 5 hours.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Let's throw a heal onto Corex, or Corvus even. Esmeralda's in there. Fusha says 5 hours in, still in the starting town. I mean, I'm picking up a lot of quests, learning a lot of things. Eventually, I'll actually get some stuff done. Although, we haven't visited the crime scene. We've joined a cult, kind of. Marcius and Claudius, okay.
Welcome to the Town Hall of Cyseal. Mayor Cecil is waiting for you inside.
Cool. So, I'm going to kill his adopted daughter, steal his cat, possibly kill him under suspicion of being part of the Source. And the first time I've entered this building is by teleporting in front of his wife, who was in the bath. I've made a great impression in this town already. Oh, what's all this? Oh, this must be the camp and such, right? Right?
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed?
I'll give that a second.
Hello there.
I want to speak with... He's over this way, right? He is. Who are you?
Source Hunter. A sight for sore eyes, if ever there was one.
Fusha says it's okay, I'll still be here in 10 hours? Probably, given how fast everyone seems to speak.
I know you're probably knee-deep in that awful murder investigation, but truth be told, the Legion could use your help as well.
Could they?
We've been conducting a series of expeditions into undead territory, and I'm afraid I must admit they've met with very little success.
Who am I talking to?
Lieutenant Selenia, at your service. I'm Captain Aureus' second-in-command, but rest assured, I am a lot more kindly inclined towards source hunters than he is.
Oh, good. So I know he's going to be an asshole to me, and I haven't even said a word to him.
Now, I certainly don't mind a bit of healthy competition, and even rivalry between our orders, but I, for one, have no intention of looking a gift horse in the mouth. And that is exactly what your presence in Cyseal is, Source Hunter. A gift and a blessing. Only heroes such as yourself can make a true difference in this troubled part of the world. Such is my honest conviction.
So tell me more about this problem you're having.
The undead. I pitied them at first. Many among them were once kind and innocent civilians of Cyseal after all. No longer do I feel that way, though. Too many of my soldiers have fallen. The dead must be put down without mercy, if we can. The bravest among my men and women tell me they are weaker in the west and stronger in the east. So I suggest you head westward if you want to flex your muscles and test the waters before blindly diving to your death.
Oh, don't worry, I've blindly dove to my death many times already.
I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you.
Tell me about the expeditions.
If ever we want to be victorious in Cyseal, we have to track down the root of the undead uprising. Under the Pact of Volunteers, 3 expeditions were launched to do just that. But so far, none of their participants have returned.
Okay.
3 landmarks were chosen for further investigation. The lighthouse, the burial mounds, and the old church. Places fraught with danger all.
Hold on, we've heard about the lighthouse before. Unsinkable Sam is from the lighthouse.
There's a lighthouse to the west, up on the bluffs, overlooking the sea. No man has gone there in a decade, and yet a light shines from its pinnacle every night.
Well, not every night, or else we wouldn't have a cat just sat in the king crab.
The locals say it's haunted, and half a dozen legionnaires have gone to find out whether or not those are mere tall tales. I fear for their safety.
Okay, so tell me about the burial mounds.
There are ancient burial grounds to be found north of the city. As good a place as any to start looking for necromancers, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
A local archaeologist offered to tag along with the men.
Here's hoping his knowledge on the subject may prove to be of use to them.
Okay, and what about the church?
There's a church to the northeast of here, built atop the very place where once stood a temple dedicated to the source. The Cysealians razed it, and built a church for the Seven instead, supposedly to symbolize the victory of the gods over evil sorcery.
Okay.
All superstitious mumbo-jumbo, if you ask me. But when the dead rose, that is when they were first spotted. Hence the expedition.
You also mentioned a pact of volunteers?
So I did. The Pact of Volunteers. Many Legionnaires will do whatever it takes to go home, which is why I personally sign their transfer orders the moment they make it back from a mission behind enemy lines.
Oh.
The chances of survival during these sorties are only about 1 in 10, you see. So my soldiers are free to volunteer, and if they are successful, they just bought themselves a boat ride home.
That's interesting. You can either do your duty as normal, or you can risk it all on a big, high-risk, high-reward mission. Interesting. I'm quite sure that's the best way to operate.
Greetings! These stores are for our Legion troops.
Don't let that rooster escape! He's a...
Well, I already know he's gonna get eaten, but the chicken has the right to live too. I'm pretty sure Corax could probably vouch for it.
A chicken has the right to live too.
Yes, let's pardon him.
Why did you let my chicken escape?
I wasn't expecting Corax to, Let's just run. Let's just go.
Hey, Tal, I think that was an...
Wait, is the library in the city hall? Or is the library where Esmeralda's being held? Or is that not the library?
Beyond these walls, the dead roam free, Hunter. Be vigilant.
Okay.
It's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Ah, come on with the dramatics.
Did you guys know where the library is?
The face furious. She bit me in the face.
Is this the library? Probably not, right?
Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly will be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
Let's just run around here a bit. Do some more exploring. Oh, I've just realized something. I'm glad I've just realized it too. I need to run all the way back.
Can you spare a coin?
I would have given you money, beggar. Don't ask for more, don't be greedy. I need to run all the way back to where I entered that dungeon, because I've left the pyramids there.
These damn birds won't fetch more than a pittance.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fryer.
Well, at least we get to see the sights, I guess. Nice little trip. I have enjoyed the time with this game so far. I was expecting about this much level of speech and wordy and just talking. Because, you know, it's got to try to establish what's going on, right? I've got to do this twice. Unless I can do this.
Treasure!
Should have just sent one person over, because now I got to do this twice. Hold up. And then pick that up. Oh, I can't teleport him. Wait. Okay, no, I can't. Pusha says they don't understand. I used the little transport pyramids to get between these 2 points, and my magical brain completely forgot that I can still use it in the inventory. Because it wasn't until I moved away and went, there's no line of sight, I can just teleport. Oh wait, hold on, there's this. Oh wait, yeah, we can still use it here. I'm just gonna have him. He can't carry them all. Yes, he can. I'm gonna have him carry both. What happens if I use them like this? Wow, special. Oh, this is a formation thing. There we go. Right, that saves us some time. I thought for a second we'd be running back through everywhere. General store closed indefinitely. Why? Why is the general store closed indefinitely? That's the magical ballista we've heard about. I still don't quite know what this is. Yeah, we'll get to that building eventually. There's a single rat. Well, there's a nice little crafting area up here. Why can't I interact with the painting of a woman? There's also a trapdoor. I kind of want to get in there. So if I want to do any blacksmithing, this would be the place to do it. Okay. You tell me I can't throw through a window? I can't just break this like it's a brick? Disappointing. Looks like I'd have to buy some lockpicks if I want to get in there. Unless someone can give me keys. Right, and this building, we didn't actually look at this one. It's the Mortician's Morgue. Okay. Well, this is definitely a place I want to be. Hey, you! Do you mind explaining to me why in the hell it is? Oh, you actually want to talk to me? You want to talk to me?
What's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul?
9-inch nails. See, I don't know if that's genuine or a joke. Because, fun fact, in Quake, the original Quake 1, the nails that are used for the nail gun, they're 9-inch nails. And the reason they're 9-inch nails is because Trent Reznor of 9-inch Nails did all the music. He's also all the pain and grunts for the Ranger, which is the person you play as in Quake 1.
Sad story, that. Though if I'm speaking plainly, the sentimental aspect of it all doesn't make much of an impression on an undertaker. Especially not these days, with so many laid low by the orcs and such like. I just concern myself with giving the remains a respectable exit from life. We set him to rest in the northern graveyard. Perhaps he can finally get a little peace.
Yeah, about that.
A sheep? That's a whole heap of nonsense. Don't bother me with such wild tales.
Look, I'm going to try and lie to this guy, right? I'm going to make it seem like I know what's going on and hope that he stumbles into it himself. If I hit space, do I win? No.
What's to find out? You can hunt all you like, but you'll never link me to that blasted sheep. Enough of that bloody business. If you're just going to bother me about finished matters, I'd consider it a favour.
Well, looks like we need his book. And, of course, the rogue character does not come with any lockpicks. Okay. Okay. It's not like he's going to leave any of these lying around. But I need that ledger. That ledger will be exactly what I need to prove that he's lying. That there's a greater conspiracy going on here. That for some reason, they're burying sheep. A true crime. Right. Someone down here was selling lockpicks. Who was it?
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Heavenly herring!
Talk to you, actually.
Fish. Yours for a scrap of gold each.
Oh, hello, love.
Nope. Was it the Fletcher?
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
No. Not the Fletcher. Who else have I looked at in terms of trade? Not you.
Well, hello there.
I doubt it's you.
Join
It is you.
the club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Actually. Give me 5.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
When did I get a golden grail?
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Cyseal's ever seen. Good day to
Let's cancel this a second.
Let's see. Halibut,
Clearly I need to put all my money into one basket.
tomatoes.
Oh no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my air scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs.
Nope. I just need to be able to break into the Mortician's house so I can prove he's a lying bastard. Thank you, though. Pusha says lockpicks are expensive. They're extortionate.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
And I'm hoping this works.
Not in the mood for cheese.
I just realized I could have put the pyramids down so we didn't have to go back and forth. Oh well. What I care about right now is getting in. The door wasn't locked. I'm a genius. Right, let's read the book. Into sneak mode to steal some property while its owner isn't looking. The owner isn't even on this floor. Okay. So the people are Mayor Cyseal, Captain Aureus, Evelyn, Esmeralda. Hi, I'm reading your diary right in front of you. Don't worry about it. Would have been able to gain access without anyone noticing. Corpse just can't vanish into thin air. Okay. So, I'm going to make an assumption right now. Okay. It's not Captain Aureus. I don't think it's Esmeralda. We can talk to Esmeralda. I don't think it's Esmeralda. We haven't spoken to Mayor Cyseal yet, but we'll get back to why they are a suspect. Evelyn did have that rock that came from the Immaculates. The Starstone. And when we interacted with the Starstone, that led us to the whole, hey, look, these Starstones are really important. By the way, there's a Void Dragon kind of eating the whole of existence. And Evelyn seems weird, but she is an apprentice, so it could be Thaleron himself that's the problem here, and Evelyn might be like a scapegoat. But Mayor Cyseal adopted an orc, has a weird cat, and for some reason had a pyramid that acts like a teleport thing. I think Mayor Cyseal might end up being killed at this rate. That and the other hunter, source hunter, if they are indeed a source hunter, said, oh, I think Mayor Cyseal has something to do with the source. Which is really weird, but also I don't know if they are genuinely a source hunter. I have my suspicions. That's the well. Oh, can I combine a bucket? We got a bucket with water. Science. So, if I put that in there... No, we can put water into a bucket, but we can't put water into a bottle. Truly, we have found the limitations of science. Waypoint discovered? Oh, there's one right there. I do a good job exploring, I promise. That'll be the north gate. I'd like to get to the library at some point, which I think is part of the City Hall. But before we do, we need to talk to Aureus, so then we can talk to Esmeralda.
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do anything.
Oh, actually, I want to see what's going on with these two before I go talk to Aureus.
I'll be disfigured for life.
Come on.
Hey, who's that then? Come on, stand where my good eye can see you.
There's no way you're staying in the military if you only have one good eye.
Easy, Tull. That's the source hunter you're talking to.
She may have the look of a woman if you squint hard enough, but she's no more than a wild animal. We got reports of a strange-looking outsider skulking through the town with her bow drawn. I found her crouched behind a tree, taking aim at a fat old rat trotting along the city walls. I tapped her on the shoulder to see what was what, and the beast startled like a wild...
Oh, she doesn't speak English, does she?
Bit Tull you right in the face, she did. It wasn't pretty, and now it's got a chunk ripped off it to boot.
Have I just found another potential companion? Because they mentioned a bow, and they've got a name, and they're level 3. But then again, so is everything else.
Enjoy it while you can, Ver. There's not another Legionnaire in the cohort that'll have you if I go rabid.
Oh, that's right. They'd speak Rivolian, not English. The English don't exist here. Although, I want to know what the Rivolian version of French is, because someone was very clearly trying to speak it earlier.
You think that's funny, Private?
Well, that's to be decided. She doesn't seem to be sick, despite Tully's moaning. We can't keep her here.
I will look after her.
We can't well send her into the wilds again, can we?
Give her to me. I will deal with this criminal. Oh, I am absolutely correct. This is another companion.
Cyseal stew again.
Perhaps it'd be worth taking this stranger under our...
After all.
Well, that's a relief, ain't it? We found a good home for her after all, Tull.
Heed me, Source Hunter. She's not good for anything more than cannon.
Alright, what's your skill set? Ranged. Fire arrow, stunning arrow, poison arrow. You have a resurrection skull, 2 poison. You have no equipment. That's okay. Hold on. He's a finite. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. You're the tankiest person I have.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, you are.
That's funny, Private.
Wow, okay.
Sir, no, sir.
Speed is fine. Dexterity's fine. Fuchsia says tanky archer. It reminds me of the original Diablo, where... What was it called there? You had warrior... Was it ranger? And a wizard? Whatever the archer archetype was, because of the way that hit chance worked in that game, and you'd be stacking dexterity anyway to get, you know, good bows.
Sorry, sir.
The hunter would become way tankier and harder to kill than the actual warrior would be. Wizard could get to the same state as well because of magic, but they could also get golems. Golems are broken as it was. Abilities. You have bow and tenebrium. Tenebrium.
Sorry, sir.
No one else has tenebrium. Well, I assume that's from the Latin word of tenebrae, or tenebrae. Tenebra. Tenebra, which is darkness. Darkness is a weapon? Well, no, if it's tenebrium, that means it's going to be an item, right? Like a ingot, like steel. Yeah. So we're gonna get weapons made from darkness? Okay. Expert marksman. No personality, that's fine. Lawmaster. Okay, so now we have someone who can identify things. Talents. Less likely to get attacked.
Sorry, sir.
Oh, 33% chance to get the arrow back. Okay. And on the whole, they're okay. Oh, Tenebrium's right there this whole time.
Sorry, sir.
Ranged power stance, which is okay. Treat poisoning, don't have to worry too much.
Sir, no, sir.
Oh, hit 2 targets with an arrow. I like that.
Source Hunter. I have heard tales both grand and terrible about the world of humans. I myself was caged one moment.
Oh, you're an elf.
The next by our kind.
You're an elf. You already gave it away. You've already given it away. You're an elf.
In Home Forest, every creature acts according to the nature of its kind. Birds frighten easily. Badgers fear little. But amongst men, there are no guarantees.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Oh, here's a good one. There is little in our world more variable than the minds of men. Is the source of great beauty much to spare and all of it uniquely human? Or...
Those boots would embarrass a bridge.
So either appreciate...
Sorry, sir.
The way that... I keep hearing a really loud, sorry, sir.
You think that's
Sorry.
funny, Private?
So we either tell her to appreciate humanity, even though it's a widely varying canyon of personality, or be cautious about it. I'd say be wary. Sorry, Fuchsia says, you think that's funny, Private? Sorry, sir.
That was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again!
It is strange to stand with one foot in the forest and the other in the city, Source Hunter. I am glad that now I have you standing beside me. Even if one burns hot while the other wheezes cold, perhaps in time I will come to know my own kind as you have. And perhaps then I will decide for myself whether ours is a noble kind.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Attention!
Can we please get away from the guy who keeps yelling at his people? Hi guys, don't mind me. I'm just gonna go raid your basement a second. Oh, this is jail. Makes sense. I can't get into any of these. Okay. So we got Aureus right there. We got evidence chests. Okay. Hey, I'm the source hunter. Here are my companions. Rogue guy dug out the ground and wild elf thing that bit one of you guys' faces. I'm sorry. Meet my, and then this is Corex.
What have we here then? A so-called source hunter, eh? Well, look, do what you must in Cyseal, but don't make waves and don't interfere with the Legion's affairs. You hear?
Yeah, tell me about the murder.
Gods above! Some politician snuffs it and everyone's in an uproar. Ridiculous! I told that wizard brat of an Arhu not to bother, but he just had to send for source hunters, didn't he? Bloody magicians. They see a pigeon poop and think sorcery's afoot.
Fuchsia says it was just a passionate kiss. Well, I mean, the term eat face had to come from somewhere, right?
Nevertheless, I want to be kept in the loop. Understand? I am in command of this town, not Mayor Cecil, not Arhu, and definitely not some hotshot source hunter. So investigate Jake's death if you feel so inclined, but report back to me the moment you discover something out of the ordinary. The scene of the crime is over at the King Crab Inn. You can tell the guard you have my permission to enter. Now off with you!
Yeah, I need permission to talk to the wife as well.
Esmeralda is Jake's wife. Well, widow. Everyone in town, down to the crabs on the beach, is convinced she killed him. Now, the girl has the reputation of being a flirt. There is that. But that doesn't suffice as evidence, wouldn't you say? Or do source hunters rely on hearsay alone, perhaps? That certainly would explain some of the cock-ups you lot have made in the past.
Aureus, keep talking smack, and I don't care if you're level 5. I'll put you down.
What? You're going to stand there and claim with a straight face your order never wrongly tortured and executed anyone? Hardly. But I won't stand for such nonsense. If you bring evidence before me, I'll evaluate it with perfect objectivity. The Legion relies on reason, see? Not idle superstition. It was stolen. Gods, what a fool that Roberts is. Taking a bribe in beleaguered old Cyseal. Ah, what was he going to do with that gold? Buy the largest kipper in the land? He has a lot to answer for. But not as much as the one that did the bribing in the first place. Guess your mission is pretty clear, isn't it? Off you go to find this munificent body snatcher.
Do I really want to accuse him? I don't do any accusations yet. Because I've still got to talk to the wife, right? And there's still stuff I can do with Arhu, I think. What? Oh yeah, no, he really does just make weapons. Alright, Madman, what do you got for me?
Source Hunter, welcome, welcome.
Oh yeah, I found the pyramid. It was in Cecilia's bathroom.
What? I'd never. If you must know,
Oh,
I was merely
no.
checking up on Maxine, the mayor's cat.
Arhu slamming Maxine. I think Unsinkable Sam is about to be sunk.
What a delight she is. The temperament of a tiger, the grace of a leopard, and the manners of a lady all rolled into one. A perfect puss, if ever there was one.
Pusha says love triangle. Yeah. And we're gonna have to break it to Unsinkable Tom that he's not a shape-shifting magician. So he's got a little bit of a depth problem.
By all means. Of course. I hope your investigation fares well.
Alright, let's CSI this. I said that and immediately forgot the name of the place we are.
Of course. I can piece together what
Cyseal?
few morsels fell from the grapevine into a rather disappointing meal, I'm afraid.
Cyseal. We'll go with Cyseal. Cyseal Source Investigators. There we go.
They say a woman arrived in the King Crab Inn sometime after midnight. She retired to a room on the ground floor where she was soon
We've nailed it, dude.
by a man
We've nailed it.
nursing the same cup of wine for hours. I say man and woman because both of them were cloaked and recognized by none. About an hour later, another figure arrived, headed for the same room. Soon after, a terrible commotion erupted and the thundering light of magic was witnessed by the few remaining patrons. It took a while for the landlord to pluck up the courage to enter the mystery room. When finally he did, he found Jake there, dead.
Well, he wasn't alive, would he?
How and why he came to be there, no one knows. But I had a good look around the scene of the crime before the Legion barred anyone from entering. The traces of magic I felt were vile. Source, no doubt.
So who do you think are the suspects then, Catman?
I myself have none. Even though the rest of the town has already mentally tried and convicted Jake's wife, Esmeralda.
So I want to talk to Esmeralda because I feel it would be really interesting to find out her viewpoint of what Jake was doing, because that might help me nail down... I'm pretty sure at this point it's Eleanor, whatever her name is. The apprentice that teleported us to the end of time. I have a feeling it's her. but I want to know Esmeralda's input on this.
Now, it may well be established that she is, in fact, the guilty party. I'm not claiming that I'm certain she's innocent, but let's just say that if I really thought this murder case would be so very easily resolved, I wouldn't have sent for source hunters.
Okay, so tell me about Jake's corpse.
His body is gone, replaced with that of a sheep. This is all very disconcerting, to say the least. Grave robbery reeks of necromancy. Could Jake have been involved with those that raise the dead?
I don't think Jake himself was, but I feel like whoever killed him wanted to raise him from the dead for a reason.
It seems too improbable to be true, but nevertheless. You're onto something, Hunter. Do follow the scent and see where it leads you.
Off topic, what do you know about these cultists?
I can't say much more, but that they're mad.
Cyseal.
All the more dangerous to us because of their alliance with what should be a natural enemy. You won't.
Yeah, Cyseal Source Investigations. Which I now have a name for the next stream. Because I doubt we're going to get this finished in this one. We've already run over by an hour, but I'm having a lot of fun with this. I want to get to the point where I have all the information I can possibly have before we end this stream. Which means we have to talk to Esmeralda, then we look at the crime scene, then we potentially resolve some stuff with the mayor. Am I not let in? It's locked. That's probably because that's the back door. Felicia says 2 more hours then. I mean, probably. What a way to start off the marathon that will be this entire year.
Or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so, milady. But seeing that
Septimus?
I'm Legion's greetings. I have been informed about your heroics on the beach. Were that I had been there to partake in the battle. But my duties lie here, sworn as I am to protect Lady Esmeralda from the rabble that would enforce summary justice on her, even though she is, until proven guilty, wholly innocent.
And you are?
I am Septimus, 7th son in a household of 9.
Oh, so that's why you call it Septimus.
Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Cyseal from day 1. Alas, both of them have long since fallen in battle against the dead. But never shall I lose heart. Long as a single Legionnaire stands, all of us remain undefeated in the eyes of the gods.
Was the firstborn called Unus? Was the second called Duo? Try to remember the rest of the Latin numerical order. I think Tres, I think comes next. And then Tetra. I forget 5th. I can't remember if 5th is Pent. Because there's a weird crossover where so 4 can be tetra or quad, and one of them is Greek, one of them's Latin, and I can never ever remember which way around it is. I think quad actually might be Latin. Anyway, we're not here for Latin lessons. What do you know about Esmeralda?
So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Riverlon, my friend. And I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. She stands accused of murder, but in my mind, her presumed guilt is a fallacy, and indeed a fabrication.
A fabrication, you say? That's a tall thing to say.
Steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her culpability should be brought before me. and I hold no such proof exists.
Alright, so tell me about the death.
Jake's murder is, in a word, a tragedy. He was well loved in all of Cyseal. The Council of Seven couldn't have wished for a better ambassador. That he of all people should have braved the undead siege for so long, only to be felled by foul sorcery, is heartrending.
What was he doing in the inn in the first place is my question.
And what questions are those?
Tell me about Cyseal.
This place is practically a tomb, and these Cysealians are constantly crying for our attention. There's a zombie in my garden. An orc ate my baby. My sheep is gone. Oh, woe is me. It never ends. I'll be grateful when our reinforcements finally arrive. Maybe they'll manage to muster the will to care.
And the undead?
Proper soldiers shouldn't be ordered to fight such unnatural abominations. We used to cut them limb from limb by the dozen, only to see a gross of them rise from the ground and stalk out of long-abandoned cellars. Accursed are their souls, and accursed are ours too for having to look upon them day after sorry day.
Alright, so he hasn't got much more to tell us.
So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated?
Lords above, grant me patience. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Here because you think I killed my husband. How many times do I need to state and restate my complete innocence in the matter?
About that, I want to know more about who you are, and then I want to talk about your murder, and then I want to know about this place, in that order. Let's go.
I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now, alas, his widow. Poor man. We were both so young when we married. He so rich and I so poor, but his one and only princess just the same.
I heard he was collecting starstones. Can you elaborate?
Starstone? I've never heard of such a thing. Dear Jake had a mineral collection, yes. As far as I knew, it was one of his pastimes, nothing more. Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Oh, this is all too much. I feel like I'm drifting from nightmare into nightmare.
I'm kind of hoping that we do get to tell her that Jake isn't buried in the cemetery. Purely because I want to see what her reaction is. I want to see if she accuses anyone.
Like I told just about every Legionnaire in town, I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer found and tried, but everyone suspects me of this evil deed. And you're no different, are you? So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub call me a murderous gold digger and you believe them? These insinuations truly go beyond the pale. Oh, I think I'm getting one of my headaches.
Can you tell me more?
Well, what do you want to know?
Wow, she changed her tone real easy, didn't she? Tell me about Cyseal.
Before this war left us hanging like the condemned from a tree, this was the greatest city in Andervale. My own grandfather made his fortune here. Started as a poor fisherman with nothing but a few trout to his name, and grew his meagre trade into a business employing a fair piece of the local population. Of course, the company had to be liquidated as the population shrunk, and now his legacy is no more than the pole and rags he started out with.
So a weird fact, a fun fact that's just come to the back of my mind because I'm hearing this accent. The original voice for Darth Vader was provided by the actor for Darth Vader. It was provided by Dave Prowse. Now the problem is, Dave Prowse has a very thick Bristolian accent. And if you ever want to know what that sounds like, there are some behind-the-scenes tapes and recordings. I think there's 2 that have Dave Prowse talking before the James Earl Jones voiceover. But I want you to imagine, if you can't find those recordings, just take Esmeralda's voice, change it to a man's voice but around the same tone, with the same sort of accent, and then reimagine Star Wars anytime Vader talks with that, and you can see why they may have decided to dub Dave Prowse with James Earl Jones.
Sometimes I forget they're even out there, to be honest. Remember above all to stay behind the wall, we tell our children.
Luke, I am your father.
And when you've been heeding your own advice for seasons on end, you almost start to forget what the fuss was about in the first place. Better not to, though.
They're still out there, the dead. And from the looks of it, they'll always be.
She seems to be quite adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she...
Why have I suddenly got an achievement for a primary suspect? Why did I suddenly get an achievement for... Now we have a primary suspect? Let's turn that on so there's not so much here.
Tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so, lady. But seeing that I'm neither married...
Pusha says that's just for talking to Esmeralda, probably, because everyone thinks she done it. I can't remember if I disabled the Steam overlay or not with OBS. I haven't actually double checked, so I'm not going to pull it up now. But I wasn't sure if it's a case of if you've spoken to enough people that you have enough evidence that the game thinks you have a primary suspect, that might be it. But also... I'm not going to look too much into it because we've still got the mayor to see. And the crime scene itself. Oh, hey, it's that slut of a cat.
Oh, golly gosh.
Why is that how I decided to word that?
Silly old Cyseal with the easy elegance of a puss with her tail in the air. I do declare such a sight is rather rare around here.
Fusha says they can't see the achievements. That's probably a good sign that the Steam overlay isn't visible with OBS. But there have been cases in the past where the achievements haven't popped up, but the overlay does. And I don't know why there's a disconnect there. I'm not sure what it is. I don't know why. The first thing out of my mouth when I opened the door and saw a cat there was, oh, it's the cat slut. I don't know why. I just saw the cat and it wasn't even like, oh, that might be Maxine, or we found Unsinkable Sam's object of obsession. It was instead to immediately degrade and insult the cat. I'm so sorry, Maxine. I didn't mean to do that.
But where are my manners? I am Maxine, and you must be one of those hunters one hears so much about. Charmed, I'm sure.
Tell me about yourself, Maxine.
I'm the mayor's cat, don't you know? Born and raised on velvets and viands of most exquisite varieties. Maxine rhymes with queen, after all, and dearest. That is hardly a coincidence.
About this Unsinkable Sam.
Oh, he's a darling old Tom, isn't he? Paws over tails in love with me, and who can blame him? The feeling's, well, it's rather mutual, actually. But that pet of a puss simply doesn't have a penny to his name.
So purely because Unsinkable Sam has no money, you're willing to shack up and get shacked by a man who wants to live as a cat? But you say you like Unsinkable Sam? This isn't a love triangle. This is like the puzzle box from... Why can't I remember the name of it all of a sudden? Hellraiser. My brain was trying to think of the name of the book, which is Hellbound Heart, but it was getting confused and wasn't getting to either one. I love it when it does that. But yeah, this isn't a love triangle. This is the lament configuration from Hellbound Heart. This is just pain and suffering, no matter which way this goes.
At the risk of sounding as shallow as a spaniel, I can't but admit my love does not come unconditionally. What if we were to have kittens, he and I? They'd jolly well starve, wouldn't they? With an alley cat for a papa?
Yeah, it's not like he could, move in with you. Live here in the joyous manor. Because I'm sure nothing is going to happen to your mare.
Oh, dear Sam. He's such a good old bean. But he does rather reside at the bottom of the scratching pole, doesn't he? And dear me, one must have at least a mite of standards.
Okay, we're gonna ask you some more questions.
But of course, darling. Be my guest.
Do you, a feline entity that lives within the confines of a glorious palace inside of a walled settlement, fear the undead?
Heavens forbid. No, fear is rather too strong a term there, Hunter dearest. The predator's instinct is a trait we share, you and I. And though those rancid ramblers may not be quite as easy to put to the claw as mice are, I assure you, they are just as easily outwitted.
What about Cyseal?
Oh, this quaint little town is a tad too parochial for one of my more urbane tastes. But one has to make do, hasn't one? The fresh sea air does go to great lengths to invigorate one's spirit, that much I'll admit. And it is rather jolly to watch the ships sail in laden with all kinds of exotic wares, full of the little treats the mayor likes to spoil me with. Darling man, he dotes on me so.
No. Cyseal. Wait, so where is this library then? Is it upstairs? Like, two things at least have mentioned a library and I've yet to find one. Ah, it's upstairs. I can see.
Kaj'Dinor. The brief history of sorcery still hasn't
The
been
lesser
returned.
key of
Fellow will have to pay yet another
Sorry, what?
The Encyclopedia Demon Omnes Autem Mali Demonis Quam.
For a second there, the way he was, like, stood with all the lighting, I thought he was undead. Fuchsia has found the...
Who placed this book here? A
One
volume
second.
of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem!
Fuchsia has found the definition of parochial, which is of or relating to a church parish or pastor and other parochial leaders, or of relating to a parish as a unit of local government. Parochial authorities serve the inhabitants of Louisiana's parishes. I feel there's an example mixed in with that definition. Or 3, confined or restricted as if within the borders of a parish. Basically, parochial means that you are in a place, usually a village, where it is ran more by the church than it is anything else. Which, you know, used to be the case back in like medieval times. You'd have the lord, and then the lord would sort of defer kind of to the parish, which is why you'd have your parish council. A little bit of fun things there. And then we have this guy spouting Latin at me.
What? What is this? Who are you to interrupt my musings? By Naga the Protector, they have the manners of boors, these boatmen of Cyseal.
Who are you?
Oh, but perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was mistaken. For you hardly resemble the local fisherfolk, which, incidentally, is a compliment of copious dimensions indeed. No, a source hunter, that is what you are. Yes, a stalker of sorcery, a chaser of charms pernicious. In truth, I cannot go so far as to say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, for I take no pleasure in the company of man. But it may just be to our mutual advantage to join forces nonetheless.
Is this a third companion? But I can only have a party size of 4. Right? I looked in the controls, it only let me go as far as F4. Can I dismiss people?
The knight in see-through armor.
I would tell you my reasons, but it seems rather pointless to do so, seeing that quite clearly there is no room left in your band of adventurers for an additional champion. Up. The Source Hunter.
Is there a way for me to cycle companions?
The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense.
The Knight in Cyseal
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Demonology for
Place this book here.
Ugh.
A volume of a source hunter. Oh, what a sight for sore Cysealian eyes.
Most promising.
You call to Wolgraff. He awaits your queries.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I can ask him to leave.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for.
Volume 1.
Is there
Volume
no
2.
new book to be
Where's
discovered
the
in this
third one
library?
gone? Shut so. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Here is my thought.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense.
I don't need her right now.
Monarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
You say you will take me under your wing, but I see no feathers. Are you a child of the birds, as I am of the bears?
No.
What?
This isn't the
I'm gonna look after you.
In truth, this is a relief. Your world is made with rules I have not yet memorized. I am happy to have a friend in such a place.
Sorry, I was about to ask you to leave for a second, but you've just asked a really weird fucking question.
And so the lonely babe was fed upon the wild mother's milk, and cast aside from humankind, he thrived among his mother's ilk. The wise godwolf Amira raised the child Threes among her litter. So you see, I have good company. Threes the wolfson, and I the Bairdotr.
I see.
No.
Can you leave?
Fine, my friend, but I will stay far away from this screech woman. Perhaps among the crowd at the alehouse is best.
Okay, so she's gone to the crab. Got it. Give me the mage. Give me the mage.
Source hunter. Why? Simply because you hunt source, and I, Jahan, hunt demons.
Jahan, not Jahan.
Aware, of course, that quite often both of these pests frequent the same shadowy pools of now. I hate what I hunt, but I respect its cunning. Should I not, I'd have been decimated, body and soul, long since. This is a sentiment I'm quite certain you must recognize. Let there be strength in cunning, yes, but also in numbers. To calculate on one condition, that on our joint travels we will never deal with demonic entities, no matter how tempting their propositions. Give me your word on this, and I'll weave you spells.
So I have to promise to never work with a demon?
Sprout little legs in the night.
There will be no deals with demons.
There will be no deals with...
Agreed.
Most gratifying.
I think we have found
Princess Buttercup with the blushing
the person I'm going to use for all of my crafting.
Esmeralda does have
Look at that, blacksmith and crafting already.
naughty, hasn't she?
So we're not gonna use him for anything else. All his points, every single one, is going into blacksmithing and crafting. He already has scientist. Why not push it even further?
The knight in see-through armor, Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom.
Okay, next up I need books.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Can I just pick up a book?
You notice something being slipped into your hand. One of Wolgraff's notes. It reads, "Saw you steal. No biggie. I'm a thief, but didn't think a source hunter would pinch." The rogue keeps his eyes fixed on yours. He's expecting an answer.
Oh, I'm either above the law or I agree I'm not going to do it again. Thievery is not what we stand for.
Wolgraff's demeanor suggests he is reassured by your answers. He may be an outlaw.
That doesn't belong to us, you know.
We're source hunters. We should...
Other people's possession.
Okay. I mainly wanted to pick this up so I could read it.
Kajdenor. A brief history in the name of Amun-Hor. Indeed you may. The wisdom I here hoard is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too.
Okay. Here we go. Tell me about tell me about the elf.
Kiralizor. Oh, do pardon my language, my friend. But that is quite the startling revelation. So much sadness, so much anguish. Eglandir's tale is heartrending, though it seems that in the pursuit of retribution, he has himself become as great a ghoul as those that wronged him. Does he not see that I am now the one who is to be wronged? Why, oh why must he make me, of all gentle-minded and life-loving creatures, why must he make me the target of his imperishable hate? Whom have I ever harmed? I live for books, not brutality.
Speak carefully, Orc.
So, let us approach the situation with reason and ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Though, first let me say this. Ashizam bil kushum zunum. From my heart, I thank you for warning me. I thank you and I trust you. So pray, let me pose the question. What do you advise we should do?
We could lie to the murderous elf that's in charge of the League of Assassins. Or I could kill an orc. Or we could have him arrested. But that won't stop any attempts on your life. Okay, I can now take books. So we're about to start reading. Okay, give me every book in here.
Volume 1, Volume 2. Where's
Every single book,
third
please.
one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
That one.
What's that gleam?
Oh, you think this is expensive and useful? I mean, it probably answers the quest of the trying to perform for everyone at the fair.
Sprout little legs in the night.
But I don't want to do that just yet. That's a blank fire scroll, I don't care.
Here. A volume of poetry among novels?
Who did I just get rid of? Go me. Can I take that? I'm gonna keep that too.
We'll place this book here. A volume of poetry among novels?
Okay, I think that's every single book I can take. Oh no, there's also this one.
Kajdenor. The brief history of sorcery still hasn't
Okay.
been turned. Teleron will have to pay yet.
Do books come under? Yes, miscellaneous. Alright, the history of Cyseal. How many pages is this? 4. Well, it's actually 3. It's not even that, it's 2. Man, they're really bad at doing the spacing in these old books, aren't they?
Armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stentiken. Esmeralda does have a propensity.
So through Cyseal's borders have though Cyseal's borders have shrunk considerably in modern times, ours was once an expansive kingdom, unembroiled in external politics, to the forest, then why does Cyseal fall? Trade, elvish musicians, dwarven mead. It's significant. Home of the last Source King, the catacombs of Cyseal are famed. Okay. So, it's not just that they built a new temple over the top of the old temple, it's that the last Source King is probably interred in the catacombs.
Princess Buttercup.
Which would explain why it's the hotspot for where all the undead came from. because they would have been raised in that catacomb and burst out.
Hasn't she?
Beautiful. Well, now we know how to make flour. Now we know how to make poison resistance. Now we know how to make wood chips. Superior dagger.
The knight in
bread.
silver armor.
Dough.
Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom.
An improved metal art. That's the one I actually do care
Esmeralda
about.
does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Improved leather armor. Cloth armor.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Rack! What mayhem!
Hey, now we know how to make tomato sauce. There's a lot of those about to pop up, isn't there? Okay. We have learned a lot of cooking just by reading.
Poetry among novels?
And equipment, apparently.
What mayhem!
Oh, homemade spear. That's what I care about. Any dagger and a branch. Okay.
Volume 1, Volume
What can I do for you, Source Hunter? Good. Nope.
These books spread little.
Oh, actually, I want to talk to you too, because you're named. What's your deal?
Hello again, adventurer. I hope you wiped those muddy me. I live alone here in town. It used to be that my younger brother Tom and I were practically joined at the hip, but that's all changed now. Oh, he's always been something of a rascal, calling his petty hooliganism adventuring and endlessly worrying my poor mind. Oh, but of course, I've always loved that scamp to bits. For my part, I encouraged him to join the Legion. Even got him sparring with Captain Aureus now and then. But then those blasted Fabulous Five came into town. That band of... I don't even know what to call them. Well, they're his heroes, and I simply couldn't prevent him from going to see them. That one meeting was all it took for Tom to run off with them on some mission to God knows where.
We're gonna have to tell Charlene about their brother.
Volume 2. Where?
Alright, so next up is Cyseal.
What? Oh, it's you. Come closer then.
Oh, you're gonna talk for years.
Not what they used to be, nor my eyes for that matter. Yes, hello, Source Hunter. Our city welcomes you.
Alright, you know what? Let's start with the cat.
Maxine? What in heaven's name are you? Oh, you mean the mongrel that's always skulking about the place.
Oh, he doesn't actually like his cat.
I spent months trying to teach that worthless hound how to fetch, and it sat through every lesson looking at me as if I were an idiot. Man's best friend.
He thinks it's a dog.
I've always been more fond of cats myself.
It is a cat.
Oh yes, the Fabulous Five. Aren't they simply fantastic? I'm sure they'll get the job done in no time.
He doesn't know about the con.
With your expert hand lent to their cause. That machine Arhu built is an abomination. It must be stopped at all costs. I bet the wizard himself could provide some advice regarding how to destroy it. He's the mad scientist who crafted it after all.
That's a point. We haven't actually spoken to Arhu about that. Yeah, we can quickly go see him.
That depends. What kind of berries are you interested in?
Library.
Ah, the library. Yes, yes, you must have a visit. It's the gem of Cyseal. Would you like to have a look?
Just been.
I'll escort you upstairs myself.
No, thank you. I've just been.
Please yourself. Let me know if you change your mind. You won't regret it.
You've been named as a suspect in the murder.
Jake? Murdered, you say? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Now I remember. Well, I'm sure the facts will prove me innocent. Keep investigating. You'll see for yourselves in time.
What? No elaboration on what you were doing? That's it? Okay. Tell me about Victoria.
My dear girl. My darling adopted daughter. My pride and joy. I introduced her to my library when she was a girl. She quickly proved that the preconceptions we humans hold of orcs as savage beasts are patently false.
Did she now?
If you're looking for something special, just ask. She knows every book by heart. Papa's smart little cookie. My elf? What elf?
No, tell me about yourself.
I am Cecil, Mayor of Cyseal, and husband of the stately Cecilia. I've been the mayor here for decades, and I'm quite eager to see Cyseal through these difficult times. Yes, very difficult times indeed.
Wolgraff gives you a knowing look. He seems to think the mayor is a few arrows short of a quiver.
Ah, old age. The stealth-like destroyer of faculties. Delirium doesn't...
Potions to bemuscle you.
Okay, let's quickly check in with Arhu, then we'll go check the crime scene, and then I think we'll call it. But, I was expecting the mayor to defend himself a lot better than he actually did, which is he didn't defend himself at all. Interesting technique to avoid suspicion. Hey, you. Tell me about your rogue machine.
Your quest fares well, dear hunter. But certainly. What would you like to know?
Okay, that's not it.
And what might those be?
Someone mentioned a failed experiment.
One of them? Failed? Who is the mongrel that dares to question my engineering expertise? I take it the mutt in question was referring to the Sparkmaster 5000. It isn't failing, it just became... well, it became self-aware. Frightfully annoying when that happens.
Wait, this is a frequent occurrence?
You know what? Here's the remote access device with which I used to control it. There's a manual for that somewhere around here, too. Yours, if you can find it. I really should invite Victoria one of these days, so she can help me organize my mess of a library.
How did you design the ballistae?
Oh, a mere trifle for one with the intellect of a feline and the engineering skills of a human. You basically construct a classic ballista, add a 100% legally obtained self-regenerating source of destructive magic to... And what might those be?
Yeah, let's find that book.
Fortune.
Okay, so I need to know a combination in order to get it to work properly. Probably sleepy, sleepy, happy, right? Didn't I also pick up a book? About the... hold on. I did. Corvus picked up Cyseal's Genesis, a play. Is that not actually a book I can read? It's not. Okay. Which one is it? One of these is related to the to the wanted to be an actor, right? I guess not.
Daemon Daemonium. Good. No use it.
Alright. Enough messing around. Let's go to the crime scene. We've done this really backwards.
Sorry, sir.
No, sir.
Like, unfathomably backwards. We should have gone to the crime scene first, and instead we've done literally everything in town except go to the crime scene. I'm a genius, really, if you think about it. Because now it means I can't be distracted when I go to the crime scene. I'm probably very wrong about that. Hey, Mendius.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation.
Aureus let me through.
Bloke the captain, is he? Well.
Hello. I see. I see. So. I was supposed to come here first. Wonder how long Foosh has been waiting for this payoff. I was supposed to come here first, to then get taken away to the end of time, to then have all of that discussion with the Weaver like 4 hours ago. And instead, we've reached the point where I'm supposed to do that now. Take the painting. Fusha says no, they got hit by the healer stone first too. Oh, okay. Glad it's not just me. It wants me to go back to the homestead. I think we'll actually do that. But I was really hoping there'd be something else here. That's locked. Can you change the state of that, please? Interesting.
It's official. The Duke of Ferrol is the worst poet in Rivellon.
In his defense, not much rhymes with murder.
Okay. So now we've got more to interrogate the Duke of Ferrol and Esmeralda about. And then this just tells me to go hunt down the corpse.
Play here, all right, but that doesn't solve the mystery.
Nothing for it but to keep looking for more clues.
Let's go to the end of time. I'm curious what this room is.
Welcome back, Source Hunters. I've been eagerly expecting you. You found another Starstone, haven't you? Go on, go on. Ask me how I know.
How do you know, oh great zigzags the wise?
Aha! Mere child's play when you know what to look for, and luckily, I do. Do you remember when you first arrived on this plane? When the dormant portal that led us to this hall sprang to life? It's happened again, my friend. Another portal has reignited. The end of time is growing by the stone. It's all connected somehow. You, this place, the void, the stones. Soon we'll have unraveled the whole truth. Oh, how I do love a good mystery. You don't imagine that I'd presume to explore it before you? No, 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 that would be most unmannerly. And not to mention, well, the...
The what?
No, I'm sure it's nothing. It's just that beyond the portal, I sense a presence that I can't quite account for. It is at once powerful and faint. Perhaps only a shadow, perhaps more. But this is only speculation, of course. Come, come, let me show you the way. Once you're through, you'll be able to report exactly what we're dealing with.
Alright, cool. Looks like we might be going into a boss fight. To the Hall of Heroes. Okay.
What an impressive room.
So it is. A hall fit for the king.
It's a statue. Someone blessed us about like an hour ago saying, "Oh, blessings of Astarte upon thee," or whatever it was. Who are you?
You. It cannot be you. But it can only be you. The Guardians. Those I deceived. Those that deserted me.
Okay. What is she talking about?
But oh, how weak you have become. As weak as you used to be strong. Look about you. You used to lead, and now you follow. Ignorant of your faults, and ignorant of your fate.
Me and the other character I made at the start of the game are primordial beings, some sort of guardian that existed at the start of all of this. The Starstones are fragments of our own power that come directly from the source. When the source was corrupted, was around the same time that we were tricked or deceived and failed in our mission to try and protect the source, and since then have been cast down are now physical mortal beings. And as we gain more powers of the star, as we collect more Starstones, we end up strengthening our bond back to the source and fixing the source as it should have been back when we used to protect it, which is why the void is being made weaker, because we then become the guardians again and protect it. That is my current theory as to the way this is going, and I'm probably not that far off. Unless there's some big twist that comes out that turns out that actually we were the ones that corrupted it in the first place, and we've been trying to redeem ourselves through an ever-eternal life cycle of dying and being a reborn until eventually we could fix the source. I can't wait to see if that actually ends up being the theory, like 60 hours from now.
That it has come to this. Woe to the world that it has come to this.
A source hunter, protect the source. Madness, says Fuchsia. I don't know. I am like 60% sure on my theory.
The Guardians. He won't believe me, the fiend.
Oh, if I dismiss my companions, they'll now come here to rest. Yeah, there they are.
Daemon Daemonium.
Get out the party.
Yours is this mistake to make.
I am on the trail, Source Hunter. Bairdotr seems about to...
Cool. The experience carries through with them.
Well, wouldn't you look fine with a strapping warrior at your side? Or is it mages you prefer?
What's your deal?
Right ranger, a stealthy pickpocket. Of course, Chief. But
Oh, so I can hire people specifically for what I want. Okay. Wait.
Rawr! If you say so.
Get out of the party again.
back again?
Oh, I could hand pick people too. Explodo the Mystical, I love that name. Interesting. Okay. And I assume the price definitely goes up as you go down the list.
I am on the trail, Source Hunter. Bairdotr.
Alright. We got the dream team back, I guess. Ancient diary. What's this? Okay, this gives me reason to believe that I might not be too far off the idea that the two characters I created, Corvus and Corax, are in a perpetual life and death cycle until they redeem themselves. Maybe. Okay.
Who do you think that creature in there was?
I have the foggiest. But the eerie bit is that she seemed to know us.
How welcome you are upon this realm, our most honored guest. I hope you begin
Tell me
to
about the
find this
runes.
place more threads I weave and tales I see. All will I tell.
Tell me about the strange woman.
She is one whose history is shrouded in darkness. She is more than a woman, though less than a goddess. She knows you. You have wronged her. She is part of the end, though she longs to be part of endlessness.
Okay. What about the Great Hall?
The threads tell me that once, oh, how many eons lie hidden in so small a word. Once, you strode across that hall in shining armor, a sovereign to all who beheld your might. I can clearly read that armies you have led, demons and dragons you have conquered, that you have ascended. But how can this be now that you stand before me a human, a mortal? How far has your soul fled from the being it used to be? New threats.
I think I'm right. I think I'm absolutely right. Oh, this takes me back to the observatory. Take me back to the harbour. Actually, I probably should have gone to the north gate. Ah, this is fine. So, I'm gonna head back to the inn because I forgot to talk to the cat. Good old unsinkable Sam. And then we're gonna go check the fair, and then we're actually gonna end it. Because I'm curious if we can start with the fair tomorrow. Or later today. Depends on time zones. Because that then gives me like until the next time I stream to be absolutely sure on who I want to accuse.
More swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Where's young Esmeralda these days? She has the softest lap to lay in.
How about Maxine?
Aye, so there's the rub. I am but a stray, and she is the mayor's cat. Oh, I do understand her, I do. She wants a Tom of means, not privation. One who brings home the sardines and the occasional halibut. Would that I still had my collar. Such a marvel it was, as bejeweled as the night sky with precious stones, said to have once been worn by a
We're gonna have to go to the White House and get your collar back, aren't I?
Like the king of all cats I looked when I wore it. A gift bestowed upon me by a princess whom I had kept company during a long and perilous voyage. A precious band of gemstones, lost as I was tossed around by the waves like a ball in a game of catch. Among the waves it remains, I imagine. Won perhaps by a crab who fancies himself a Caesar with it. If only I could be the Caesar again, and Maxine my Caesarina. By all means.
Nope. No other questions.
Challenging the fabled wizard of
So that might be a good ending for this cat. I'm of two minds about Victoria. She's an orc, but also she has lived this long without causing problems. Maybe we don't need to kill her. Oh, we didn't talk to the Duke either. Ah, don't worry, I'll get this done in a second. You need to talk to the Duke, accuse him of infidelity. Talk to Esmeralda, accuse her of infidelity. Go to the fair. This little list keeps expanding. I'm sorry about that. Hey, you, womanizer.
Hello. Which one? I've written, Esmeralda, more works of lyrical mastery than I can count. All that letter proves is my devotion to my lady, not any actual intention to do away with Jake. It's very...
Okay.
once or twice.
So that didn't actually give us anything.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this pie.
So now we go to Esmeralda and bring the letter up with her.
The hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop, rather. Listen, if you're going to accuse me of something, you would better find the evidence to back up your ridiculous claims.
Like this love letter.
Oh, don't put stock in the hastily scribbled words of a lovelorn fool. This letter, it was a show of passion. A poorly worded passion I did not echo in the least. The Duke, he's like a spoiled child. He's not a man. He's not like Septimus.
Septimus, was it you? Did you kill Jake? Wait, why is the play based on the founding of Cyseal here? Wait, do I have to revive Nick and have him do the play? Okay. Must be. That must be what it is. I guess that means we're not doing the fair then. Alright. Let's review the suspect, shall we? Two cloaked figures, followed by a third, entered the room. Shortly afterwards, sounds of a struggle broke out. When the innkeeper went to see what happened, the room was destroyed and Jake was dead and alone. There are 4 people who may have taken Jake's body. Mayor Cecil, Aureus, Evelyn, apologies, and Esmeralda. I still need this book as well. This absolute bizarro book. Take me upstairs.
Oh, hello again. Please tell me how I can help you during your investigations. That depends. Ah, marvelous.
Lead me upstairs. That might take me to the book I need.
What? Oh, yes. This library is the jewel in Cyseal's crown. My Victoria has every volume you could possibly imagine. Yes.
We're skipping through the little text here a second because we've sort of gone over the library already.
So long ago. What? Oh, yes, yes. I'll be on my...
Okay.
Mayhem.
Fun with fluids. Oh, we didn't check this bookcase. We didn't check the desk.
Jageta, friend.
It costs me 1,114 to read a book about fairies? Criminal.
The night in sea. Hello again, adventurer. I hope you wiped those muddy boots on your way in. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Oh, there's also this bookcase. Okay. I don't know where I can find that book that I need for that dead guy.
Brief history of sorcery still
What was it?
hasn't
It was the philosopher.
have to pay yet another fine.
Apparently I found no secrets. But I think that's going to do it for today. Let's find somewhere where I'm not going to go insane when we start this back up. Let's go with... You know what? Yeah, we'll start over at the fair. And what time are we at? Yep, ran over by 2 hours 16. That's fine. That's a dead end. It's not fine. So... So, just how big is the map? There is no way the game is just this. There's no way.
Performers, showmen, show all of them.
A linear corridor that only barely goes up? No. No, no, no. There's no way. There's gotta be more to it. Anyway. I know somewhere nice and quiet we can stop. It's over here. I say it's nice and quiet. I could be wrong. What a lovely view. Yeah, look at those dead orcs. But yes, that is it for this first stream of Divinity Original Sin. I hope you've enjoyed it. Watching me bumble around, get confused, and then solve things, and then make things harder for myself than they have to be. And then, yeah. We'll be back again tomorrow at the same time as we started today, which was 7 PM Universal Standard Time for me. The schedule on Twitch, and there's also a panel that's slightly below the live stream, but the schedule on the channel itself. The panel, scroll down, you'll see it. That should be localized to your times. If you want to see this, every Thursday, every Friday, I need to finish a Discord server, so if there's ever any reason as to why I'm not streaming, that I can give everyone the heads up ahead of time. But yeah, 7 PM, Universal Standard, whatever it is local to you, start again. Probably go for another, we'll aim for 5 hours, probably end up doing 7 again. Not that I say that like I've disliked this, I haven't. It's been really fun. It was a lot more intriguing than I was expecting it to be, I'm going to be honest. I wasn't expecting as much depth as it has, but I digress. Let's see who we can raid. Who do we have? We have some options. You know what, let's go from an RPG into an RPG. We're going to raid into RX Hydro, playing Cyberpunk 2077. It's always a fun time hanging out in his streams. There we go. I think he's still going for a while. I'm not sure what point of the game he's at. I don't really know much about Cyberpunk 2077. But regardless, I'd like to thank anyone who came along to the stream, anyone who saw this video in the YouTube archive or on the Twitch 60-day VOD, VOD, whatever you want to call it. And I'd like to thank Fuchsia and Doom the Senpai for being in the chat today. As well as anyone who wasn't in the chat, you're also appreciated. Next stream, definitely try and figure out who it is that's actually killed this Jake guy. Probably figure out where the corpse has gone. I may have missed something. We'll double check the Morticians. And then, I think that's enough exploration in the town. We have a lot of things we need to do towards a lighthouse. And then that might give us some more things to look forward to in the town, maybe? But if not, then we can always just go fight more undead in the east. There's still the thing of the statues to figure out. There's that woman we saw at the start of the game that ran away, that has the bloodstone. That's someone else we need to try and find and track down. There's lots of things to do. And we've only scratched about 7 hours of it. There's a lot more to go. But for now, we're going to go look at RX Hydro playing Cyberpunk 2077. Hopefully I'll see some of you, maybe all of you tomorrow. If not, have fun, have a good weekend. Until then, have fun.